Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Mint Condition Murder by Ellery Adams and Parker Riggs, narrated by Andy Arndt. Chapter 1. Molly Appleby was on her way to pick up her mother. As senior staff writer for Collectors Weekly, she was always looking for a good story. And since she had arranged to interview the owner of a new antiques store, she thought her mother would love to shop while she conducted the interview. When she was done, she would treat her to lunch. It was a bright October day, and with the sunroof open, crisp, cool autumn air filled the car. Molly thought about how much her life had changed over the last 3.5 years. She had married her husband, Matt Harrison, moved to Vermont, and had a baby, Tyler, who had turned 2 in September. Living in New England had been an adjustment, as Molly had never lived anywhere outside of North Carolina, but after all these months, she couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Pulling up to the curb where her mother was waiting, Molly felt excited about their little outing, although she was a little unsure about the enthusiasm level of the woman she was going to meet. She had only spoken to Charlotte Blair, the owner of A Checkered Past, on the telephone, and thought her rather unfriendly and dismissive. This was very unusual. Antiques dealers were always thrilled to have Molly visit their shop, take photographs, and write a feature piece about them for the magazine. Clara Appleby got into the passenger seat, clicked her seatbelt, and barely mumbled a good morning. Molly knew right away something was wrong. Her mother was always cheerful when they were about to go shopping. "How are you this morning?" Molly asked. "Fine," Clara said. Oh boy, Molly thought. Monosyllables were not her mother's style either. Clara loved to talk, but as they headed out of the city, she continued to be silent. After a few miles had gone by, Clara changed the radio station from light jazz to the 80s. She sat back in her seat, looking out the window, but in another minute, she reached over and turned the station again, this time to the big hits of the 60s. This station lasted about a minute before she did it again and again, stations switching so fast they never made it through a single song. "Ma, please, pick a station and stick with it." Molly was getting exasperated. "All this fiddling with the car radio is making me crazy." Clara settled on the 70s station. The Bee Gees were singing How Deep Is Your Love, which Molly thought was fitting, considering how her mother was testing her patience. "What's bothering you?" Clara pulled down the visor and checked her reflection in the tiny mirror. Molly favored her mother in looks. They both had thick dark hair and slate-gray eyes. The differences were in the way they dressed. Her mother always wore designer clothes, while Molly favored off-the-rack clothes at bargain basement prices. Clara checked her lipstick in the mirror. "I told you, everything is fine, dear." Clara drummed her manicured fingernails on her pants leg. Between the changing of the radio stations and the drumming fingers, she seemed nervous. "How much coffee have you had this morning?" "My usual cup." She glanced at her. "As I said, nothing is wrong. Everything is perfectly fine." There it was again, the word fine. Molly didn't believe her. "Did you have a fight with Sean? Is that it?" Clara and Sean Murphy had been married for 2 years, and although Molly had never seen them have a single argument, she supposed there was a first time for everything. "We did not have a fight." "Oh, come on. What's up? Is it something to do with my interview?" "No, why would you think that?" "Because I told you Charlotte didn't seem all that interested in talking to me. Do you think I'm wasting my time?" Clara shrugged. "You won't know until you actually sit down and talk to her." Molly frowned. She really wasn't going to tell her what was wrong. "I looked her up on the internet after you invited me to come along today. Considering the move she's made from Boston to open a new store, I would have thought she'd be grateful to have you feature her in the magazine. Did she say why she's opening a second store here?" "She didn't want to talk on the phone," Molly said. "But from what I can gather, it's a completely different store with a new concept. Her Boston shop, Pockets of Time, sells high-end antiques. A Checkered Past's website has photographs of shabby chic furniture, folk art, and industrial antiques." Well, I'm certainly looking forward to having a look around while you're interviewing her. Was she? From her flat tone of voice, Molly thought her mother didn't sound excited at all. Are you sure you don't want to talk about whatever's bugging you? Clara glanced at her. I told you. Right, I know, everything's fine. Molly was getting nowhere. She knew better than to press her mother for answers. Eventually, she would tell her what was on her mind, because they told each other everything. In the meantime, she would ignore her and enjoy the scenery, and hope that her mood would get better. But after 10 more minutes of 70s music, Clara said in a touchy tone of voice, I feel as if we've been driving forever. Are you sure we're heading in the right direction? A good mood was going to be elusive. Yes, Ma. Molly pointed to her car's GPS screen. We'll be at a checkered past in about 5 minutes. Well, if you ask me, no one is going to want to drive this far out from the city to go antiquing. What was she thinking opening a new store out here? Molly laughed. Are you kidding? We've driven hundreds of miles to go antiquing, and this is nothing. We're 15 miles from downtown. Besides, this area has other attractions to draw people in. It's known for its apple orchards and farms. Look around. Isn't it pretty? Molly shot her mother a sideways glance. Clara was still frowning. You know, Ma, you're really being a Debbie Downer. Clara turned sideways in her seat. All right. There is something we need to talk about, but not now. We'll do it later. Okay. Molly was stunned by her tone, which sounded hesitant. She hoped her mother wasn't ill. Was this going to be a scary talk? Tell me more about Charlotte Blair, Clara said. I don't know that much about her, only what I could get off her Pockets of Time website. I know she opened the Boston store with her business partner, Renee Flores, about 15 years ago, on Newberry Street, no less, and they made quite a success of it. What's really interesting is that they were both so young at the time, only 21. I want to ask her how they managed to do it. I know a lot of my younger readers, who are aspiring entrepreneurs, would love to know. Did Renee come to Vermont too? As far as I can tell, she's still in Boston. Her GPS announced their destination was ahead, and Molly slowed her speed. Your destination is on the right. She saw a mailbox at the end of a narrow road, and a makeshift sign stuck into the ground beside it. A checkered past was written in big red letters with an arrow pointing down the road. Molly made the turn and cringed as the gravel road kicked up rocks under the tires. She hoped they didn't cause any damage. The road was bordered by trees, but as it angled upward, the trees began to thin, and a house came into view in the middle of a grassy field. It was a 2-story dwelling of white clapboard, black shutters, and a wraparound porch with a cross-gable roof. Clara said, This is a pleasant surprise. The house reminds me of those Sears kit houses that were popular in the early 1900s. I've seen drawings of them in old magazines. A detached garage sat 20 yards off the right rear corner of the house, and there was a blue SUV parked in front of it. Molly parked in the visitor's lot. They were the only car there. Molly switched off the engine. Clara opened her door and got out. Where was her purse? Molly had to search for it, since it had slid on the backseat floor mat behind the passenger seat. The vintage Chanel bag was a present from Matt. He had given it to her when he graduated from medical school to thank her for all of the sacrifices she had made for him. It was the only designer item Molly owned. By the time she got out of the car, Clara was already standing in front of the door. As Molly came up the steps, Clara pointed to the closed sign hanging on the other side of the glass. I thought you said the store opened at 10. She checked her watch. It's 10:35 and she's closed. Molly reached around her mother and tried the door handle. It turned, and the door swung open. She smiled at her. Charlotte must have forgotten to take the sign down this morning. She held the door open, followed her mother inside, and flipped the sign to open. Yes, this looks exactly like the floor plans I've seen advertised in those old magazines, Clara said. The room on our right would have been the parlor, And straight ahead, the dining room. There should be a downstairs bedroom, too, and a kitchen at the rear of the house with a door to the back porch. Upstairs, they had room for 3 bedrooms and attic space. What about bathrooms? For the first time that morning, Clara smiled. I'm sure those were added on later, dear. Molly shrugged. She didn't care about the house. She was there to interview Charlotte. The register counter was in the room on their right, the original parlor. There was no one behind the counter or in the room. She thought the house seemed too still and quiet, as if it had been abandoned. There were no floorboards squeaking overhead, no voices coming from the other rooms, not even piped-in gentle waterfall music. Let's take a walk around, Molly said. Charlotte must be busy. Despite the woman's lack of enthusiasm for an interview, Molly couldn't believe she would ignore her. She had made the appointment and should have been expecting her. Molly saw an Etienne writing desk in the corner and immediately went over to it. The desk was painted a soft duck-egg blue shade, and like the rest of the furniture for sale, was shabby chic. This wasn't her preferred style, but she thought a distressed cabinet in creamy white and a retro chaise lounge in pale green velvet were pretty. She wondered if Charlotte was refinishing the furniture herself. Clara checked the price tag on the writing desk. She's asking $2,000. Seems a little pricey for a painted desk. I suppose time will tell if she can sell shabby chic in Vermont at Boston prices. They entered the next room, where more shabby chic was on display, as well as a table piled high with American-made crafts, including a collection of glazed stoneware. Clara was drawn to it like a bee to honey. For many years, her mother had owned an antiques store in North Carolina and had been a dealer in Southern folk art pottery. Since moving to New England, her collection had expanded to include Northern folk art pottery and design. Molly strolled around the room, wondering if she should go searching for Charlotte. She could be in the garage. Maybe she was using it as a workshop. She noticed a narrow staircase in the hall with a sign strung across the banisters marked Private. She stood at the bottom of the steps and looked up. What are you doing? Clara had come up behind her. I thought Charlotte might live upstairs. Or maybe her office is up there. She might not have heard us come in. She's late for our appointment. You can't go upstairs. There's a sign. It would be rude. Then I'll call her. Molly was tired of waiting. She took her cell phone out of her purse and dialed the shop number. Almost immediately, they heard a phone ringing in the room down the hall. As soon as Molly walked in, the phone stopped ringing, but not before she saw it on the floor, under an iron glass-top table. Behind her, Clara gasped. Molly, look! Over there! Molly saw a woman on the floor, face down, a pool of blood by her head. Molly went over to her and crouched down. Is she alive? Clara called out. She hadn't budged from the doorway. Molly could see the back of the woman's head had been struck by something hard. She had seen a photograph of Charlotte on her website. Mid-30s, curly blonde hair, blue eyes, a button nose. She couldn't see this woman's face, but she knew it had to be her. The hair was the same, except for the blood. Molly took a deep breath and felt her neck to check for a pulse. She didn't expect to find one. She'd seen enough dead bodies to know she was gone. Sitting back on her heels, she took a moment to observe her surroundings. The room had outdoor furniture for sale. Iron pieces, like the iron glass-top table. Some metal bistro garden tables and marble planters. Could she have slipped and fallen? It didn't seem likely, not with the back of her head bashed in. This had to be deliberate. She noticed an antique French urn not far from the body. It was on its side, as if someone had thrown it there. Even at a distance, Molly could see the blood on it. She felt a little sick to her stomach as she got to her feet and walked back to her mother. I'm pretty sure it's Charlotte, and she's dead, Molly said. I'll call Lombardi. Chapter 2. There was a wooden bench on the porch. and Molly and Clara sat there while they waited for Detective Anthony Lombardi to arrive. He was a good friend to Molly and Matt, and godfather to Tyler. With his jet-black hair, olive-tan complexion, and dark brown eyes, he was handsome enough to be a model, but had chosen to be a homicide detective. She had worked with him on enough murder cases to know he was one of the best in his profession. After he arrived, they gave him a short statement, which he jotted down in his notebook. The coroner's van arrived, and another vehicle behind it, and he closed his notebook and tucked it into the pocket of his leather coat. He wore black jeans and Doc Martens leather boots. Molly knew he had a gun holstered under the jacket, and his cell phone was clipped to his belt. "The coroner's here, and my forensic team," he said. "I'm going to talk to them, and we'll start processing the scene. Can you stay? I might have more questions. Or do you need to be somewhere?" Molly said, "We'll be here." He nodded, and from that point everything moved fast. Molly zippered her coat to her neck. Despite the sunny day, the temperature was autumn cool, and they were sitting in the shade of the porch. "Ma, since we're waiting, do you want to tell me what's on your mind?" Clara regarded her for a very long moment. "I suppose this is as good a time as any." She took a deep breath and said, "Your father is here. Or, I should say, he's on his way." Molly stared at her. "He's driving up from New York today. He asked me to talk to you about meeting him. I know you're surprised." Molly couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Surprised? I'm shocked. Nathan McDaniel walked out on both of us when I was 8 days old. Why is he calling you now? How did he even know where to find you?" "Your father and I have stayed in touch. Not often, just a few times a year." "Stayed in touch?" Molly's cheeks were flaming. "I thought you had nothing to do with him." "I don't, not really." Clara sounded calm, and it was irritating Molly. How could she be calm? "It was part of our divorce settlement. I agreed to send him photographs and updates about you, which meant we occasionally had to communicate." Molly rubbed her forehead. A headache had suddenly taken up residency in her frontal lobes. "In case you haven't noticed, I'm not a child anymore. And didn't the agreement end when I turned 18? "Yes, but he continued to be involved." Molly was confused. "What do you mean, involved?" It suddenly dawned on her. "Oh my God. When was the last time you sent him photographs and updates about me?" "A month ago. Tyler's birthday party." Molly's jaw dropped. "So you're saying you've been in touch with my father, sending him updates and photographs about me my entire life?" She was trying hard to stay calm. It wasn't easy. "And now you're sending him information about Tyler?" "Molly, please don't be mad at me. I know it's a shock, but—" She cut her off. "It's one thing to do it to me, but Tyler? Sending a perfect stranger information about him? It's beyond the pale. You should have told me. He's my son. You also should have told me what you were doing years ago. All that time I thought my father didn't even think about me." "I tried to talk to you about it, but whenever I mentioned his name, you would say you didn't want to know anything about him. I respected your wishes." "I was a kid." Molly felt like her head was going to explode. "And in case you haven't noticed, I haven't been a child in a really long time." She was shouting and lowered her voice. "I feel violated, knowing this man has seen photos of me and Matt and Tyler. How could you?" Clara bit her lower lip, and tears filled her eyes. This was something Molly had rarely seen. Her mother was an unmovable rock, always in control of her emotions. The only time she had seen her cry was at her wedding, but those were tears of joy. "The truth is, Molly, your father didn't want anything to do with either of us. But he did want to make sure you were all right and had everything you needed. He paid alimony and child support on time. He contributed to your college education and your trust fund." Molly stared at her wide-eyed. "What I needed was a father, not an ATM. What I wanted was a birthday card or a phone call, or an in-person visit once in a while. And you and Grandma told me you paid for college and created the trust fund. Now you're saying Grandma was in on it too? You both lied to me. Your father didn't want you to know. You didn't want me to know him, did you? After I turned 18, you could have told me about this. What were you afraid of? That I'd try to track him down and introduce myself? Clara opened her purse and took out a tissue. She wiped her eyes. You're right. I didn't want you to know him, because I was afraid he would reject you to your face and hurt you even more. Happy now? That's the truth. Keeping him at arm's length, which was his decision, seemed like the best course of action at the time. I'm sorry if you don't think it was, but I have always had your best interests in mind. Molly blew out her breath. Oh, Ma. She leaned over and hugged her. I know you did. I'm sorry for lashing out. Clara started to cry, and Molly rubbed her back. It's okay, really. I'm not mad. I'm just surprised, that's all. Clara sat back, and Molly took the tissue from her hand and wiped under her eyes. You have mascara smudges. Clara sighed deeply. Nathan asked me to relay a message to you. He would like to meet, to try to reconcile, but it's entirely up to you. You tell me and I'll let him know. You don't even have to talk to him. Molly's headache was pounding. She rubbed her temples. Tell him no. I don't want to meet him. He was married in January, Clara said. Her name is Pamela Lyman. They met at his restaurant in New York. He has a restaurant? The Bronze Chicken. Your father is a chef, and a very successful one at that. But that's beside the point. Pamela is from Vermont, and she has a home here. This is the first time he's visiting. Great. That means he'll be coming here in the future. Molly shook her head. Oh, what do I care? I don't want to meet him, and even if I ran smack into him on the street, I wouldn't recognize him. From what he told me, I believe Pamela may have been encouraging him to reach out to you. So what? I don't know her either, and don't give a flying fig what she wants. Besides, if that is true, then it sounds like he only wants to meet me under pressure from her, which makes the whole thing even more hideous. She paused. When did he tell you he was coming here? 2 days ago? Molly stared. You've known for 2 days. I didn't know how to break it to you. When you invited me to come along with you today, I thought this would be the perfect time. We would be together in the car, and we could talk about it. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. Well, now you have, and you can relay my message. Clara reached over and took her hand. May I suggest that you take some time to think it over? Talk to Matt. Get his opinion. Molly was about to say no thanks, but she knew her emotions were off the chart, and big decisions shouldn't be made in such a heightened state. All right, she said. I'll think about it and talk to Matt. Good girl. Molly scooted over, and they huddled together on the bench. They could hear muffled voices inside the house, and she wondered how long they would have to wait for Lombardi. As it turned out, it was more than an hour before he stuck his head outside the door and said, The coroner is about to leave. I just wanted to warn you. Molly appreciated the warning. The gurney passed them with Charlotte's body, and they watched the van drive away. Lombardi's team was still inside the house, and she hoped they weren't going to have to wait for them to leave before he let them go. They could be there for hours, and it was almost lunchtime. He returned 10 minutes later, holding the door open for them. Can you both come inside? He asked. I want to show you something. Chapter 3. They walked down the hall, past the room where Molly had found Charlotte's body, now taped off with yellow crime scene tape, and entered a small kitchen. The appliances looked fairly new, but the yellow Formica countertops and dark wood cabinets looked like throwbacks from the 1980s, as did a small round table with 4 ladder-back chairs, which was smack in the middle of the white and black linoleum-tiled floor. So, "Here's where I'm at," he said. "Forensics is upstairs, going through Charlotte's things. It appears she's been living here. Her clothes are in the closets, but there's nothing personal, no books or framed photographs. The furniture is old, too. I ran a quick background check. She owns a condominium in Boston, which is currently on the market. The photos on the realtor's website show it furnished, so I'm assuming the furnishings upstairs might have already been here when she moved in. I've bagged up everything in her office, but there wasn't much there, mostly packing supplies, and nothing in her desk. There was a cash box, however, with $10,000 in it. The cash register has about $50 and some change." "So it wasn't a robbery," Molly said. "Probably not. Forensics will examine the murder weapon, which appears to be the urn you found, and of course we'll be going through her phone and laptop. What I'd like you to do is have a look at her desk. It's in her office over here." Charlotte had been using a room off the kitchen for her office. It was very small and cramped, and had no windows, and Molly thought it must have been the pantry. With barely enough room for a metal file cabinet and an antique mahogany desk, the three of them standing together made for a tight fit. Molly thought the desk was beautiful. 3 lower drawers, an upper hinged desktop, which was closed, and a bookcase with glass doors. The shelves were empty. "Like I said, I've gone through the desk, and there isn't anything in it. I thought that was odd." "Maybe not too odd," Molly said. "She hasn't been living here very long. The shop only opened 6 weeks ago." Clara added, "Perhaps she intended to sell the desk." "Then why not put it out on the floor?" Molly said, "I think you're making too much of it. It's her office, yes, and she has a desk in it, but a modern business depends on a computer, not paper and pen." "Right, of course." He was staring at the desk, and Molly knew he was hoping for something more. "Let me take a look at it." She unlatched the hinged door. It lowered and revealed 6 small nooks built along 2 narrow shelves. There were 4 small drawers beneath the shelves with brass pulls. She opened all of the upper drawers and the 3 lower ones. She opened the glass doors of the bookcase, even though anyone could see there was nothing there. "You're right," she told him. "The desk is empty." Clara said, "It's a gorgeous piece. Queen Anne style, early 18th century. Molly added, for Lombardi's benefit. These kinds of desks were called a secretary bookcase, or secretaire. You can tell it was built by a master craftsman by the intricately carved wooden inlays. He gave a little shrug. He didn't know anything about antique furniture, which is why he relied on Molly. What about a hidden drawer of some kind? He really was determined to find something. You've found hiding places in antique furniture before. Do you think we could have missed something? Yes, of course, she said. In those days, wealthy people would have desks custom-made with secret drawers to store important papers, or money. She took a step back and studied the symmetry of the piece. Ma, take a look at the center divider between the nooks. Does it remind you of anything? Clara nodded. Yes, it does. The desk Lex sold at his auction house, the one with the rosewood inlays. It had a secret compartment behind the center divider. Check to see if this one has it too. Molly pushed on the wooden divider. It popped open so fast, she jumped back a little in surprise. She laughed. Okay, Lombardi, you were right. There was a hiding place. She pulled the divider all the way out and leaned over to take a look inside the space it revealed. Oh, it looks like a tin box is in there. She rubbed her hands together, feeling like she was on a treasure hunt. She hoped it was something interesting. But before she could reach for the box, Lombardi grabbed her arm. Hold on, I'll do it. He took a pair of disposable gloves from his jacket pocket and slipped them on. Molly and Clara got out of his way. He pulled out the tin box and carried it into the kitchen. Placing it on the table, he said, It feels heavy. There's something in there. Before I open it, what can you tell me about it? Clara said, It's a 1920s Peter Rabbit tin candy box. You can see the lithograph of Peter Rabbit with Teddy and Betty on parade. She pointed to the faded lithograph. I guarantee you'll find the rest of Peter's friends on the bottom, but don't keep us in suspense. Open it. He carefully removed the lid, and they stared down at the contents. A small burlap bag tied with string, and a gun. Molly's eyes widened. Charlotte had a gun. She must have been worried about her safety. If she was, she picked a strange place to store it, he said. Without touching the gun, he leaned over to get a closer look. I've seen a weapon like this before. My grandfather had one. It's a Beretta model, popular before and during World War II. He lifted out the burlap bag and untied the string. Shaking the bag over his gloved hand, 5 small coins fell out. Clara said, I can see a date on one of the coins, 1862. Can you turn the others over? He did. They're all dated 1862. Molly, they're from the Civil War era. Give Lex a call. He's an expert on Civil War memorabilia. Maybe he can tell us something about these coins. Lex Lewis was married to Molly's best friend, Kitty. They owned Lewis Antique Sales in North Carolina, which specialized in auctions. Molly put the call on FaceTime to show him the coins. We found the tin box behind the middle divider, like that desk you sold years ago. The rosewood desk, he said. Gorgeous piece. Molly moved her phone slowly over the coins. Tell me if I'm going too fast. Stop there, he said. Turn the smallest coin over. Lombardi flipped the coin as Molly hovered her phone over it. And show me the other ones again, both front and back. She moved her phone again as Lombardi turned them. I can't say for certain if they're authentic, not without seeing them in person, Lex said. But if they're fakes, they're really good ones. And if they're real, it's an amazing discovery. What you've got are 4 original $50 and a 1-cent piece. In today's market, I could auction the 4 $50 for $5,000 each. Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up. Each? Yes, but they're nothing compared to the smallest coin, the copper-nickel cent piece. And again, this is if it's original, could be sold at auction for $50,000. For a moment, no one spoke. They were all stunned. An original copper-nickel is very rare, Lex said. I never thought I'd ever see one in person, or even over the phone. Molly did a quick calculation in her head. All totaled, the 5 coins were worth approximately $70,000. A coin collector with the means to buy the whole set would love to have them for their collection. But the high price for these would be prohibitive for most of the collectors I know. Lombardi asked, What do you mean when you say they're original? It's a term used for silver and gold coins issued for circulation in the United States between 1792 through 1964. Think of it like antique furniture. If a piece is near original condition and unaltered, it's much more desirable for collectors, which increases the price. And these coins appear to be in pristine condition, which leads me to conclude they hadn't been in circulation very long, if at all. Do you know where Charlotte got them? No, not yet, Molly said. Give me a call when you find out. I'd love to know. Say hello to Kitty for me. Tell her I'll call her soon. Molly ended the call, and Lombardi returned the coins carefully to the bag. I'll have these logged into evidence. I hope we can find Charlotte's fingerprints on them, and the gun. I'd like to establish the tin and its contents actually belonged to her. Since the candy tin is from the 1920s, and the gun dates to the Second World War, it's possible someone else could have hidden the tin and she never knew it was there. Molly said, I think that's highly unlikely. Charlotte was an antiques dealer, and owning a desk like this, I can't believe she wouldn't have gone over it the minute she found it. Did the coroner say when she died? Yeah, sometime between 7 and 9 o'clock this morning. Molly didn't like the sound of that. They'd barely missed the killer. When Lex told us how much the coins are worth, I immediately thought that whoever might have killed her was looking for them. But you said there's money in the cash box and the register. So, if someone was after the coins and didn't get them, would they leave empty-handed? He looked at Molly. Are you still going to write an article about Charlotte? Molly knew what he was asking. Since Charlotte was dead, he wanted to know if she planned on investigating her death. Before she could answer, Clara said, I think Molly should take a pass on this one. She has other things to take care of. No, I don't, Molly said. I want to finish what I've started, even though the circumstances have changed. But you haven't started anything yet, and you have that other matter, you know, the one you need to talk over with Matt. Lombardi looked confused. Will someone please tell me what you're not telling me? Molly sighed. My father is coming to Vermont today, from New York. Whoa. The father you've never met? Well, technically I did meet him, but only for 8 days, which I have no memory of. Yeah, but really? Why now? I suppose because he got married and is feeling domesticated. He wants to meet me, but he's leaving it up to me to decide. Wow. You really do have a big decision to make. Yes, but it doesn't mean I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Molly was looking at her mother. I'm going to write an article about Charlotte, and I'm going to look into her death. It's my job. She turned back to Lombardi. Have you contacted her business partner, Renee Flores, to tell her what's happened? I called, but she didn't answer. I've left a message, told her it was urgent I speak to her. I'd like to talk to her too, Molly said. I'll wait, of course, until you've informed her of Charlotte's death and had a chance to question her. But can you let me know when you've done that? Sure. Molly smiled. She knew Lombardi had to walk a fine line with her, and was always careful about how much and what kind of information he shared. He couldn't risk jeopardizing his cases. Molly was careful to stay on her own parallel track and gather what she could on her own, but the breadcrumbs he gave her were appreciated. She felt terrible about Charlotte's death, the way she had died, and the apparent rage behind it. Smashing the urn into the back of her skull seemed like an angry act. If the coins had anything to do with it, she wanted to know, because if they did, then whoever killed her was still out there looking for them. Chapter 4. Molly loved her home. The 1920s brick Tudor house was beautiful and homey, and had everything they needed. 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, a separate office, and an open-concept gourmet kitchen with a sunny dining room and great room. The in-law suite over the garage had been a bonus when Clara had moved in with them, but she and Sean now had their own home. The house belonged to Sean, who had completely renovated it after he'd moved to Vermont. He intended to live there, but while construction was ongoing, he had found another house, and rented out the Tudor when the work was completed. It was Molly and Matt's good fortune that it became available at the same time they made their move. They hoped that Matt would be offered a permanent position at UVMC, and as soon as they got word that he had, they were going to buy the house from Sean. Molly waited until dinner was over, and Tyler was tucked into bed, before she told Matt about her extraordinary day. They were in the great room. A game show on the television was muted, and Matt was in his recliner with his feet up. Molly sat on the couch and sighed a little as she looked at her husband. She thought he was handsome with his sandy blonde hair and light blue eyes. She loved his height, too, since she was 5'8", and yet she still only reached the level of his wide shoulders. She had always found it difficult dating men who were shorter than her. She didn't like looking at the top of their heads. When she was done telling him about her day, he said, I don't know what's more incredible, that you found another body, or that your father wants to meet you. I know. It almost doesn't seem real. Has Lombardi told Renee Flores about her friend? He said he'd call me, but I haven't heard from him. Matt looked at her. I don't want to sound like your mother, but are you sure you want to get involved in another murder investigation? Not you too, she groaned. I can do my research and question people and figure out what I'm going to do about my father at the same time. Besides, I told Swanson I'd have something to him next week on Charlotte. So? It's not like he's going to fire you if you write about someone else. You have a list of people you want to interview. Pick one. Carl Swanson, her boss in North Carolina, was a chain-smoking grouch, but Molly got along with him better than the rest of the staff, who lived in fear of him. Matt knew that as his star reporter, he gave her a lot of leeway. I don't want to, Matt. I feel like it's fate that I found Charlotte's body, and the candy tin in her desk with the coins. And what's up with that gun? It's all so mysterious. Matt smiled. I know it's hopeless to try to talk you out of it. Once you get on the scent, you're like a hound dog on the hunt. Just be careful, okay? That case you worked on last year wasn't a cakewalk. I was worried about you. I promise I'll be careful. As for the other matter, do you have any advice? Like, what do I do if Nathan calls or shows up at our door? I thought your mother said he was leaving it up to you to get in touch. You tell her, and she tells him. But he isn't a reliable person, is he? I don't trust him not to reach out on his own. Matt thought about it. I suppose if he calls out of the blue, you can ignore him, and if he shows up at the door, you can tell him you aren't interested in getting to know him, if that's what you want. He paused. There is one other option. You could invite him in and have a real conversation. Molly made a face. I can see from your expression you're not wild about that idea. I don't blame you. You've never had to make a decision like this before. But for the first time, the ball is in your court, and I think you might regret it if you don't have that conversation with him. You might never get another chance to hear his side of the story. Matt was Molly's anchor, and she trusted his opinion, but suggesting she listen to the excuses of a man who couldn't be bothered to contact her until she was a grown adult with a husband and a child was something she wasn't sure she could do. I already know what happened, she said. I was born, he couldn't handle it, and he walked out the door. No offense to your mother, who you know I love dearly, but you're parroting her version of events. Nathan will likely have his own version, and you'll never know what it is if you don't talk to him. Molly sighed. I wish Ma had broken off all contact with him after I turned 18. I could have taken out loans for school, and whatever trust she and my grandmother wanted to set up for me would have been fine no matter how much or how little was in it. I've been working since I was 16. I didn't need their help. I'm not going to try to defend what Nathan did, but I will give him some credit for coming forward now. Even if it feels too late in your mind, it takes guts to admit when you're wrong. Try to keep an open mind. Molly's cell phone rang on the kitchen counter. She got up to answer it. That's probably Ma, wanting to know what she should tell him, and I'm not ready to give her my answer. She grabbed her phone and was relieved to see Lombardi's name on the screen. Hiya, Lombardi. Are you still at work? I'm leaving the station, driving home, he said. I spoke to Renee Flores. Molly went into her office and shut the door. On the other side, she heard Matt turn the volume back up on the television. How did she take the news? She was calm and cool. She asked me if I had any idea who killed Charlotte, before I could ask her. I told her it was early days, and I needed to talk to her. She said she'd drive to Vermont tonight. We have a meeting set for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the station. She did tell me she's the executor for Charlotte's will, and she'll be making the funeral arrangements. She said Charlotte doesn't have any living relatives that she knows of. Is she inheriting everything that belongs to Charlotte? I don't know. I'm leaving that question for our interview. Did you ask her about the coins and the gun, if they were Charlotte's? He laughed. You're so impatient. I'd rather ask her when I see her in person. I did, however, tell her you were the one who found Charlotte. She knew your name, and Charlotte subscribed to your magazine. She didn't know anything about the interview you'd set up with her, but said she'd like to talk to you. She's making a reservation at the Hotel Vermont. This was Molly's favorite hotel. She had stayed there while planning her wedding, and had met Lombardi there after getting herself involved in her first murder case in Vermont.
She asked if you could meet her there at 10 o'clock. I'll text you her cell number so you can let her know if you'll be there.
Thanks. Molly felt that familiar thrill she always got when she started a new investigation.
Any decision on the dad front?
Matt thinks I should meet him and hear his side of the story. I'm still on the fence.
Well, look at the bright side. You hold all the cards.
She laughed. You and Matt are on the same page. He told me the ball is in my court.
Great minds think alike, he said. But it's true when you think about it. When your father ran out on you and your mother, that was his choice. Years have passed. He stayed away, which was also his choice. Now the tables are turned. It's your choice, if you want anything to do with him.
You're right, she said, feeling a little better about it. This was her decision to make. Chapter 5. As Matt showered the next morning, Molly put on her fuzzy slippers and tied the belt of her bathrobe tight around her waist. She padded down the hall and checked on Tyler, and since he was still sleeping, she went quietly downstairs to start breakfast. She had left her cell phone on the granite countertop to charge overnight. Before going to bed, she had texted Renee to let her know she would meet her at 10 o'clock at the hotel. Renee had replied that she would meet her in the lobby. Molly took 2 raspberry muffins out from under the glass cake dome on the table. She prepared Matt's usual breakfast of muesli and yogurt, brewed 2 cappuccinos, and set everything out on the table in time for him to dash downstairs to eat. Matt never lingered long over breakfast. He liked to sleep in as long as he could in the morning, and it was a good idea to stay out of his way when he came down to rush through breakfast. He wolfed down his food, drank his coffee, and kissed Molly goodbye before she had even finished eating. She checked the baby cam on the counter. Tyler was stretching and waking up. She went back upstairs into his room. He was standing up in his crib. She lifted him out and dressed him in blue jeans and a gray Thomas the Train hoodie. She was very proud of her son. He had mastered potty training at 18 months, and it had made all of their lives easier. In the kitchen, she settled Tyler on his booster seat, then chopped up a hard-boiled egg. He was almost done eating his breakfast when Starling appeared in the doorway in her pajamas. Starling Harrison was Matt's niece. 26 years old, she was a professional nanny, and had moved in with them 3 weeks before Tyler's birth. In high school, she had taken babysitting courses at the American Red Cross, volunteered at a local hospital, and participated in after-school programs for children. After graduation, she'd gone on to college and earned her associate's degree in early childhood education. She was also a member of the International Nanny Association. When Matt and Molly made her an offer, she'd jumped at the chance to leave Ohio for Vermont. They paid her a generous salary, and she lived rent-free in the in-law apartment over their garage, the one Clara moved out of when she married Sean. She was not only a member of their family, but had become a good friend to Molly, and best of all, Tyler adored her. "Good morning, my favorite people." Starling kissed the top of Tyler's head, and he smiled up at her. He always lit up when he saw Starling. "Renee confirmed our appointment at 10 o'clock, Molly said. She had brought Starling up to date on everything before she'd gone to bed the night before, after Starling had come in from a late dinner with her friend Rachel. It was important that she was in the loop, since she relied on her to not only take care of Tyler, but to be aware of any danger a case she was working on might bring. Starling walked over to the coffee machine. Molly never got over how much she looked like her Uncle Matt. She had the same sandy blonde hair, which she wore long and loose, and the same light blue eyes. The only difference was in their heights. Starling took after her mother, who was 5'4". "I thought Renee would cancel on you." "Why?" Molly sipped her cappuccino. It was so good she didn't want to drink it too fast. "Because I think she's the most likely person to have killed Charlotte." Molly looked at her. "Based on what?" "You told me Tony said she was calm when he told her Charlotte was murdered." Starling and her mother were the only people Molly knew who called Lombardi Tony. As her latte brewed, She took a muffin out of the cake dome. If my friend had been killed, I don't think I'd be in any shape to drive to Vermont to meet with the police. And why would she want to meet you? If she knew who you were, then she knows you investigate crimes against people in the antiques community, and you've got a proven track record of solving them. She took a big bite of her muffin. You ask me, something's off. And you know what? I Googled Pockets of Time, and they're closed on Mondays. She could have driven up here early in the morning, killed her, and made it back to Boston by noon. Starling's coffee was done, and she sat down at the table with Molly. You should ask her why Charlotte came up here in the first place. Why did she leave Boston without her? Were they still business partners? Did they have a big argument? Molly smiled. She loved that Starling had a curious mind, and that she could discuss cases with her. It was one of the reasons she thought Starling's relationship with Lombardi might have a chance of working out. They had dated for almost 6 months before he called it off, citing their 10-year age difference as the reason. Molly didn't believe age had anything to do with it. Lombardi had his own proven track record, his problem with long-term commitment. Those are very good questions, and I'll be sure to ask her, Molly said. She finished her muffin and took the last sip of her cappuccino. She thought about making another, but she still had to shower and dress. What are you two up to today? Starling tickled Tyler's tummy, and he giggled. We are going to the park. The weather is supposed to be nice again today, and I want to take advantage of it while it lasts. He really loves the swings. Molly took her dishes to the sink. As she rinsed them off, she said, I've noticed you've been spending a lot of time with Rachel and Michael. Are they going to be at the park? Rachel was also a professional nanny and was Starling's best friend. The little boy she took care of, Michael, was 4 months older than Tyler and very rambunctious. Starling knew that Molly wanted her to be careful around him. They won't be there today, Starling said. You better take your shower. You don't want to be late. Molly showered and dressed in tan corduroy pants and a white turtleneck. As she ran a comb through her shoulder-length brown hair, she studied her reflection in the mirror. She had only seen old photographs of her father, and had no idea what he looked like today. At the time of her birth, he was a young man, tall and skinny, with wild hair and a full beard. She wondered what he looked like without all that facial hair, and if she favored him at all. You can find out if you agree to meet him. Molly shook her head. She went downstairs, grabbed her purse and car keys, and headed out the door. She wasn't going to spend her day thinking about her father. She had a murder to solve. Chapter 6. Molly had no trouble finding Renee Flores in the lobby, since she was the only person there, seated on a sofa by the blazing gas fireplace. As Molly walked over to her, she stood and folded a newspaper she'd been reading. You must be Molly. I'm Renee. She had a deep, almost masculine voice and a very strong handshake. I ordered coffee, and thought I had ordered 2 chocolate croissants, but they gave me a plate of 8. I hope you're hungry. Molly wasn't too hungry since she'd just eaten breakfast, but that wasn't going to stop her from trying one of the chocolate croissants. Juniper, the hotel's restaurant, overlooked the lobby, and the aroma of grilled food was making her mouth water. She sat on a chair across from Renee, who was dressed in a long black skirt and a red and white striped top with a ruffled neckline. The plate of croissants was on the coffee table, along with a silver carafe of coffee, cream and sugar, and an extra china cup and plate. Molly made herself a coffee. She noticed Renee's cup was almost full, so she didn't ask her if she wanted her to top it off. Renee was watching her with her cat-like green eyes. Her dark hair was cut short, except for the bangs, which were long enough to brush the tops of her eyelashes. Thank you for seeing me. Molly balanced a china plate on her lap and put a croissant on it. I can't imagine how you must be feeling, losing your friend in such a violent manner. I still can't believe she's dead, Renee said. I feel like I'm in some kind of horrible dream. I suppose reality will catch up to me soon enough. I met with Detective Lombardi this morning. He asked me to come to the medical examiner's office this afternoon to positively identify her body. She crossed her legs, and a black leather boot with a silver buckle swung in Molly's direction. I dread seeing her that way. I want to remember her alive. I wish I didn't have to do it, but she had no one else. How long have you known each other? We met in foster care when we were 12. Renee smiled, but it never touched her eyes, and Molly noticed that they were slightly red, and the tender skin beneath them was slightly puffy. She's been crying, she thought. I was sent to live at the home where she'd been for 8 months. Our foster parents, the Hendricks, were an older couple, kids grown up and out of the house. We were their first foster kids. She took a tiny bite of croissant, a dainty way of eating, or maybe she was watching her waistline. Charlotte had been in the system for years, and she was used to it, she said. For me, it was scary. My first time going into someone's house to live with them. Charlotte told me I was lucky, because the Hendricks were good people. The family she'd been with before them hadn't been so nice. Anyway, I considered myself lucky because I had Charlotte. We not only lived together, we went to the same school, and we became best friends, as close as any sisters. We made a pact with each other when we were 16, that we'd always stay together. Charlotte started making plans about where we would live and what we would do after we graduated high school. We would be timed out of the system at 18, and the Hendricks wouldn't be able to keep us anymore. I read on your store's website that you were both 21 when you opened Pockets of Time. I wanted to ask Charlotte about it, to find out how you accomplished so much at a young age. Renee looked at her from under her bangs. Why didn't you get in touch with me? Her tone sounded slightly accusatory, as if Molly had done something wrong. I had heard that a checkered past was opening, and when I called Charlotte to set up an interview, I did ask her if you could join us. She said no, it would just be her. Are you involved with a checkered past? Renee took a sip of coffee. No, it was Charlotte's idea to open the shop here, not mine. She leaned back into the cushions. She got interested in antiques because the Hendricks owned an antiques store. She worked there over the summers. Mrs. Hendricks would take her antiquing, too. She learned a lot from her and her husband. Where was their shop? In Montpelier. Molly looked at her. Here? In Vermont? Yes, but our goal was to get out of Vermont and move to Boston. She took another bite of croissant. You aren't going to write about any of this, are you? Because I'd rather you didn't. It's too personal. Charlotte didn't like to talk about the past. Yet she named her new store a checkered past, Molly thought. She wondered if there was some kind of meaning behind the name. I can leave out how you met, and your childhood in foster care. Thank you, Renee sighed. The truth is, Pockets of Time was Charlotte's passion, not mine. I only got on board because I had no clue what I was going to do with my life. At least Charlotte had a plan. She was the heart and soul of the place. I'm the office manager. That's an important role. Renee looked at her. I was the one who had to tell her we'd have to close the store. Molly was shocked. You're closing Pockets of Time? We had no choice. The last few years have been brutal to our bottom line. We've only survived because Charlotte refused to close and started giving me money from her personal accounts to help pay the bills. I told her it was too much and unsustainable. She'd go broke eventually. Finally, 2 months ago, I got her to agree to a going-out-of-business sale beginning November 1st and running through the end of December. I have an ad ready to go in the Globe starting next week. She took a sip of coffee. It was difficult for Charlotte to accept that our run was over. I tried to encourage her. I told her it would all work out in the end, that we'd be okay. We had a plan to sell the shop and we could split the proceeds. She paused. What I didn't know was that Charlotte was all ready to make her own plan. Just a week after we agreed to close Pockets of Time, She informed me she was going to open a new store in Vermont. I was astounded. I told her she was crazy. We didn't even have enough money to keep Pockets of Time open. How was she going to open a new store and stock it? Because I wasn't going to let her take anything out of Boston. That merchandise was going to be sold as we'd agreed. She told me she would use her savings and the money she made from the sale of her condo. Molly thought this was interesting. So, out of the blue, she told you she'd made this plan? Renee nodded. And now she's dead, and I wish I had done more to stop her from going through with it. If I had, she'd be alive. I feel like this is all my fault. You can't think that way, Molly said. She was a grown woman, and it was her choice to open a checkered past. Right. And now I'm going to be stuck trying to unload another store, since I'm the executor of her estate. You don't know anyone who would want to buy it, do you? Not offhand, but I can ask around. Molly took the last bite of her croissant. She was tempted to take another one, but decided one was enough. Do you have any idea who might have wanted to hurt Charlotte? Was there someone from your past who held a grudge? Or maybe she'd had some kind of falling out with? I can't think of anyone. Did she date? Yes, she did. Renee hesitated. But as I told Detective Lombardi, I have no idea who she might have been seeing. Charlotte kept her personal life private, because 5 years ago I told her I didn't want to hear anything more about her escapades. Molly was confused. What kind of escapades? She liked to date married men, and I disapproved. Molly was shocked. Charlotte was turning out to be a lot more complicated than she had imagined. Why do you think she did it? Renee finished her coffee and set the cup and saucer on the coffee table. She told me it suited her, because she got what she wanted. The attention, gifts, dinners, and shows, even the occasional weekend away. She thought it was great, having it all without having to make a commitment. She pursed her lips. It was terrible the way she used men, and they were terrible for getting involved with her, lying to their wives. Did she ever date anyone who wasn't married? Renee shrugged. If she did, she never told me. What about when you were living in Montpelier? Renee shook her head. Neither of us dated in high school, and we moved here right after we got our diplomas. Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up. You lived in Burlington? Yes, for 3 years. We couldn't move to Boston right away. It was far too expensive, and we needed time to save up enough money to open a store of our own. We rented an apartment and got jobs. Did she have any boyfriends or other friends besides you while you were living here? Charlotte did have a male friend, strictly platonic, but I don't remember his name. Too bad, Molly thought. Where did you work? Charlotte found a job at an antiques store called Memory Lane. I was a teller at Midtown Savings Bank. There was only one Midtown Savings Bank, and it was on Main Street. Charlotte liked to hang out at a nightclub on the weekends called Cats. They had live bands, and she loved to dance the night away. She probably danced with dozens of men, but never brought anyone home. Renee glanced at her watch. I'm so sorry, Molly. I have another appointment. I'm going to have to cut this short. Or are we done? One more question. Did Detective Lombardi mention what we found in Charlotte's desk? Oh, yes. The candy box with some old coins and a gun. He showed me photographs. I told him I had no idea where she'd gotten them. I'd never seen any of it before. What about the desk? Any idea where she bought it? Of course. She bought it at Memory Lane. The owners gave her a really good deal on it. Renee stood up and smoothed her skirt. I want to go to my room and freshen up before I head out. Molly opened her purse and took out a business card. If you think of anything that might help, or remember any of these men's names, could you let me know? I will. Renee took her card. Look, I appreciate that you want to look into Charlotte's death, but if you are going to write something about her, Will you please make it nice? Don't mention the married men or the foster care." Molly wasn't going to make any promises, but she said, "I always strive to be fair and write an informed and relevant article." That descriptor covered a lot of bases, but Renee didn't seem to realize that. She smiled. "Thank you," she said. "Oh, and feel free to take the rest of the croissants home with you." Chapter 7. The Hotel Vermont's lobby had a door that led directly into the public parking garage. As Molly pushed open the door, she heard her cell phone ring in her purse. It was Lombardi. "You have good timing," she said. "I just finished talking to Renee." "What was your impression?" "I'm not sure. I thought at first she was being honest with me, but the more I'm thinking about it, I feel like she was keeping something back. She cut the interview short, too. Said she had another appointment." "Did she tell you how she met Charlotte in foster care?" Molly got out of the way of a car coming down the ramp she was rounding. "Yes, and how after high school they moved from Montpelier to Burlington, and worked and saved money. I thought it was interesting that Charlotte never dated anyone when they were living here, but she liked to date married men in Boston. What does that say about her?" "Maybe she feared commitment," said the voice of experience, Molly thought. "Whatever her reasons, I wanted to let you know I'm driving to Boston this afternoon. I've already talked to a friend of mine with the Boston PD. He's making arrangements to get me into Charlotte's condo, and I plan on stopping by pockets of time to have a chat with the sole employee on the payroll, Wendy Ross. Renee told me she's manning the store." "Does Renee know you're going to talk to her?" "She doesn't know I'm going to Boston. I casually asked her about her staff. Also, I did run a background check on Renee. Looks like she ended up in foster care because her parents had died 3 months apart, and no one else in the family wanted her. Similar story on Charlotte, sadly. Not sure of the cause of death in either case. Other than that, there's nothing on her. No bankruptcies, arrests, not even a parking ticket. She did say she had a spare key to Charlotte's condo if the police in Boston needed it, maybe trying to be helpful. But at the same time, it also means she might have already stopped by there and taken anything I might want to find." Molly walked over to her car. "I'm going to see if Memory Lane is still around." She had keyless entry, and the doors automatically opened. "If it is open, I'll talk to the owners. Renee said Charlotte bought her desk there." "Let me know if you find out anything interesting." "I will." She started the car's engine. "Have a safe drive to Boston." "Wait, don't hang up. I have more to tell you. We went through Charlotte's phone and laptop. She used the laptop for business, and there wasn't anything personal on it. The phone was different. We discovered a pattern of phone calls she made to one particular number." "Good. You found something. Who was she calling?" "Wyatt Lyman." Molly frowned. "Why is that name familiar?" "Because Wyatt is the son of Pamela Lyman." Molly stared at her phone. "The woman my father married." "Yeah, I'm afraid so. Wyatt's president and chief executive officer of Lyman Construction. He's married, has 2 kids. Molly sighed. "He sounds right up Charlotte's alley." "I'm on my way to the company now to talk to him. When Pamela's late husband Joseph was alive, she was president, and he acted as CEO. He died 4 years ago. She took over both roles, and when she left the company last year, Wyatt took over. She still serves on the board of directors." Molly rubbed the space between her eyes. What were the odds that her father, a man she had no contact with her entire life, who was suddenly interested in meeting her, was married to the mother of a suspect in Lombardi's murder case? "Are you going to be talking to Pamela and Nathan?" "I don't know," he said. "I'll have to see what Wyatt has to say." "Renee told me Charlotte had a platonic relationship with someone, but she couldn't remember his name. Do you want me to call her and ask if it was Wyatt?" "No, I'd rather you didn't. Let me see what Wyatt has to say about this. If he was the platonic friend, I'll find it out." "Got any other bombshells before I go?"
Yes, I do, actually. Molly laughed. I was joking. What now? Or shouldn't I ask? It's a good one, he said. We got a match on the gun from Charlotte's desk. It's been linked to a homicide case 15 years ago. Molly was amazed. It belonged to a Burlington resident named Larry Pruitt. He was killed during a home robbery, and whoever robbed him killed him with his own gun. That's terrible. Yeah, and it's a cold case, he said. Also, there are no fingerprints on the tin box, or the gun, or any of the coins. And we did have an expert look at the coins, and she confirmed what Lex told us. They're originals, or practically new, as she put it. Who examined them? Her name is Darcy Meadows. Chief Taylor knows her. She lives in Hanover, New Hampshire, but has family here. She was at the station super early this morning. You know, now that we have a connection to the Pruitt murder, I can't help but think it's interesting that he was killed 15 years ago, and Renee said she and Charlotte moved to Boston 15 years ago. You think they had something to do with his death? Timing's everything sometimes, he said. I'd like to know what was stolen from his house, but the case file wasn't recorded electronically at the time, so I've got very little information to go on. I talked to Detective Shelley Osborne with the Cold Case Division, and she's going to pull the files from the archives. Your case could overlap with hers. Yes, it could, he said. Anyway, that's all I've got for now. No more bombshells. But hey, on that other subject we discussed, did you make up your mind about your father? No, not yet. I suppose you'd like me to meet him, so I can ask him and Pamela if they knew about Wyatt's possible affair. I would never ask you to go into the lion's den, he said. That's entirely up to you. I'm at Lyman Construction. Good luck. You too. Molly took a moment to look up Memory Lane on her phone. The shop advertised itself as a pawn shop and antiques store, which explained why she had never heard of it. She didn't have any interest in pawn shops, even if the store sold antiques. The store claimed to be family-owned, going back to 1989, which sounded promising. Its longevity could mean someone working there would remember Charlotte. She backed out of the parking space, mindful of speeding drivers coming fast down the ramp. As she turned out of the parking garage, she saw Renee getting into the passenger seat of a black Mercedes sedan parked at the curb. She would have loved to have gotten the license plate number, but the car was parked between two other cars and she couldn't see it. As she drove past, she looked over at the driver's side window. A man with gray hair was driving, but he was facing the passenger door as Renee got in, and she couldn't see his face. She wondered who he was, an old friend, or someone helping her make arrangements for Charlotte's funeral. She drove on, realizing Charlotte's case wasn't going to be easy to solve, not if it had ties to the past. The cold case interested her, too. She hoped Lombardi could find out more about it soon. Chapter 8. Memory Lane was located on Route 7 in a strip mall between a nail salon and a vinyl record shop. There were no cars parked in front of the store, but the lights were on. An elderly man who looked to be in his 80s was behind the register counter polishing a pair of silver candlesticks. He looked up and smiled at Molly as she made her way over. Hello. May I help you? I hope so, she said. I'm looking for information about a woman who used to work here. It's for an article I'm writing. She handed him a business card. My name is Molly Appleby. He read the card. I know your name. Collector's Weekly. One of my favorite magazines. He stuck out his hand, and Molly shook it. Marcus Lee, owner. He tucked her card into his shirt pocket. Who's the woman? Charlotte Blair. His eyes widened. I hadn't heard her name in years, and then I heard the news about her death yesterday. I can hardly believe it. What can you tell me about her? Well, she worked here for about 2 years. He looked at her over his spectacles, and his eyes were bright. There was nothing wrong with his mind or memory. My wife and I were impressed with her right from the start. She was young, but very eager to learn, and she already knew a lot about antiques. She had a really good eye for window displays. Whatever she'd set up in the window, somebody always bought it, never failed. I understand you sold her an antique desk. Molly was curious to hear how this came about, since from her quick observation of Memory Lane, it appeared they sold only low-value items, such as kitchen textiles, quilts, and glassware. There wasn't a single piece of fine furniture anywhere, only some beat-up dressers shoved into a dark corner. She wondered if his pawn sales were what kept him in business. "I do remember that desk," he said. "It was a Queen Anne beauty. Mary, my wife, and Charlotte found it at a yard sale. Mary knew it was something special and got it for $30. She thought we could resell it for a couple of thousand, but I knew that wasn't going to happen. I mean, really, take a look around, Molly. As you can see, we don't do high-end classy here, and that desk was way out of our league. Charlotte asked if she could buy it, and we let her have it for $50. He laughed. We made a whole $20 profit. Molly smiled. Charlotte still had the desk when she died. I helped the police search it, and we found an antique candy tin in a hidden drawer. There were some rare coins and a gun in it. Does any of this sound familiar? Marcus looked shocked. A gun? Rare coins? I have no idea what you're talking about. She didn't buy those items here? Not the gun, she didn't. I don't sell firearms. Never have, never will. He paused. As for the coins, well, I suppose she might have bought them from Quincy Clark. He's a coin collector. I always call him for advice if someone wants to pawn or sell coins. He lets me know if they're worth the trouble. He smiled. If they are, of course, he usually buys them. He knew Charlotte? Sure. Although I haven't seen him much over the last several years. I don't get many people bringing in old coins anymore. He thought for a moment. I remember Charlotte introduced him to his girlfriend. A pretty girl. Dark hair, green eyes. Renee Flores? Yeah, that's the name. You knew her? We've spoken. Molly realized her mistake. She hadn't asked Renee if she had dated anyone. She'd been too focused on Charlotte. Do you know where I can find Quincy Clark? I can give you his phone number. That would be perfect. Marcus reached under the counter and pulled out an old address book. He flipped to the C's, found his name, and wrote his phone number and address down for her on a Post-it note. Do you know if Charlotte had a boyfriend? He handed her the slip of paper. I don't think the young man was her boyfriend, but she did have a male friend who would come in sometimes to see her, or give her a ride. Her car was a real rust bucket, and it broke down a lot. Why don't you think they dated? They were too opposite, he said. He was always dressed preppy-like, and she was into vintage clothes. He drove a BMW, she drove the rust bucket. And I never saw them looking at each other, or acting the way young people do when they're seeing each other. There were no signs of affection. Molly wondered if the man he had seen her with was Wyatt Lyman. The posh clothes and expensive car were all trappings of a son of wealthy parents who owned a construction company. Is there anyone else you can think of? No, no one comes to mind. What about your wife? Could I speak to her? He shook his head. I wish you could. But Mary passed away 7 years ago. It's just me and this old shop. I'd close it for good, except then I'd have nothing to do all day. At least it gives me somewhere to go, and people still come in, sometimes just to talk to me. Molly felt a little sorry for Marcus, but thought he was smart to keep the shop open as long as he could. It was better than staying home alone. I'm sorry she's gone, she said. Yeah, me too. Anyway, word of advice on Quincy. When you call, he probably won't answer because he's like that. So leave a message and tell him I gave you his number. That way, he's more likely to call you back. Oh, and I should mention, he's a very wealthy man. Comes from old money. His family's been in New England since the Pilgrims landed. Personally, I never really cared for the guy. He's arrogant, sitting on his high horse, and looks down at the rest of us. But he knows coins.
Chapter 9. When Molly arrived home, she found Starling in the kitchen making tuna fish sandwiches. "You're just in time for lunch," she said. Molly held up a paper bag.
"I have chocolate croissants." The hostess at Juniper had given her a takeaway bag.
"Yummy! Look, Tyler, Mommy's brought us a treat."
Tyler was in his booster seat, his eyes fixated on the bag.
"Mama, what's it?"
"Dessert," Molly said as she kissed his cheek. "After lunch, we'll all have one." She walked over to the kitchen counter and set the bag down. Her cats, Merlin and Griffin, were circling around Starling like vultures, sniffing the scent of tuna fish in the air. Starling had already set out a pitcher of iced tea on the table, and Molly poured a glass for each of them.
"So how was your meeting with Renee?"
"It was good. I'll tell you about it while we eat." Molly sat down next to Tyler. "How was the park?"
"Tyler had a lot of fun on the swings. Oh, and before I forget, you got a delivery, a box from the police. The cop who brought it said it's from Detective Shelley Osborne. I had him put it in your office."
Molly was surprised. "It must have something to do with a cold case Lombardi told me about." She relayed that information to Starling. "Sounds like Detective Osborne's not wasting any time."
"But why did she send it to you? Or do you think it was Tony?"
"I have no idea." Starling set their plates down on the table. She had already cut Tyler's sandwich into smaller pieces, and he picked one up and started to eat. Molly pushed back her chair. "Sorry, but I want to take a quick look at that box. I'll be right back." She went into her office. The box was on top of her desk. She took off the lid and looked inside, expecting to see a letter on top, or a note, to explain what it was doing there, but there was nothing. She checked a few tabs of the individual files. It was definitely the case file for the Larry Pruitt murder. She had just replaced the lid when her cell phone rang in her pocket. "This is Molly."
"Molly, hi there. This is Shelley Osborne with the Burlington PD."
"Detective Osborne, did you have the Pruitt case files dropped off at my home?"
"I sure did. And please call me Shelley. I spoke to Lombardi earlier, and he mentioned how you found Charlotte Blair's body yesterday. Man, what a bummer for you. But lucky for him, am I right? You've got a good reputation around here, in case you didn't know it."
Molly was aware of this, but she also knew her name was rarely spoken at the station. Her participation in police investigations was officially frowned upon. Even if unofficially, it was accepted and appreciated.
"Since that gun you found in Charlotte's desk is directly connected to the Pruitt murder, and now she's been killed, I told him I had no problem with you taking a look at the files."
She talked fast, like so many Northerners did, and Molly had to pay attention.
"It's been a cold case for a long time, and the truth is, I'm up to my eyeballs on another case, which I hope to resolve very soon, but even if I do, I won't have time to delve into Pruitt's for at least another month, maybe 2. I know Lombardi wants to keep the momentum moving on the Blair case, and it would really help us both out if you could take a look at what's in that box."
"You're saying you both want me to read over the Pruitt files?"
"Exactly. Maybe you can find something the lead investigator at the time missed. Lombardi said you wouldn't mind. In fact, he said you'd be willing to help because you're doing a story about Charlotte for your magazine. But if you're not able to get to it anytime soon, say the word and I'll have someone stop by and pick it up."
"No, it's fine. I have time. I'm happy to take a look."
"Fantastic."
Molly liked Shelley's exuberance.
"Pay attention to the small stuff. You never know, you might find a connection to Charlotte, or something else to identify her as someone with not only the means but a motive to have participated in a robbery murder."
"Is the investigating officer on the force?"
"No. Unfortunately, Detective Diego Schmidt died years ago. I never met the man myself, but I've heard about him. At the time he was on the Pruitt case, he was near retirement. I don't know if having a short-timer attitude made him sloppy, or if there simply wasn't enough evidence to go on at the time to pinpoint a prime suspect, but he never got anywhere near an arrest. Read his reports and his notes. Something might jump out at you. It's a shame it's been sitting around so long. Back in the kitchen, Starling had finished eating her sandwich, and Tyler was almost done. Molly started in on hers, and while she ate, she filled Starling in on her conversations with Renee and Marcus Lee at Memory Lane. She concluded with Shelley's call about the Pruitt files. Starling said, "She can do that? Just give you the files?" "It's a cold case. I don't think they mind so much if it's old and unsolved." "Well, from what you've told me, I think Quincy Clark killed Charlotte." Molly laughed. "I thought you said Renee must have done it." "I changed my mind. He knew Charlotte, and he's a coin collector. Or maybe he did it with Renee since they were dating. But maybe I shouldn't guess anymore. I'm not very good at it." "That's not true." Molly helped Tyler with his last bite, which he was starting to smush in his fingers. "You always give me good ideas, and you let me toss crazy theories around." "True. Sometimes they even stick." Starling smiled and sipped her iced tea. "What's next on your agenda?" "I've made a decision about my father." Starling's eyes widened. "Did you really? What are you going to do?" "I'll agree to meet him, but not alone. I want my mother and Sean there, as well as Matt. If they're all on board, I'll propose we meet for dinner tonight at the Island Grill." "Tonight? Wow. You're not wasting any time." "I'm afraid if I prolong it, I'll change my mind." Starling nodded. "Good point." She paused. "Can I just say, I think you're the bravest person I know." Molly smiled. "Thank you, but I'm far from brave. I'm feeling very nervous about it. I'm still in shock that my mother has been in contact with him all these years. It freaked me out when she told me." "Well, I think you're handling it really well." Starling paused. I'd actually like to tell you something, too, but I hope it doesn't freak you out again." Her voice was so serious, Molly was half dreading to hear what it was. "Please don't tell me you've decided to move back to Ohio." Starling shook her head. "No, I'm not moving. I love it here. Actually, I love someone here very much." Molly sat back in her chair. "You're in love? With who?" "Tony." "I don't understand." Molly was confused. "Have you been seeing him on the sly? Were all those lunches and dinners with Rachel really with him?" "Not all of them, but a lot." Starling bit her lower lip. "I told him not to say anything to you, in case it didn't work out the second time. I didn't want to get your hopes up." "I know how much you and Uncle Matt like him." "How long have you been seeing each other?" "About 4 months." Molly felt like a failure. It didn't matter that Starling was 26 and could date whoever she wanted to date, but she and Matt had promised her parents they would protect her and keep her safe, and that included from certain men, like Lombardi, who had broken her heart and could easily hurt her again. And then she realized this was exactly why Starling had wanted him to keep quiet. She knew they would advise extreme caution on her part, and that wasn't what she wanted to do. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you and Uncle Matt, but like I said, we didn't want to get your hopes up. You're not upset, are you?" Molly pointed to her face. "Do I look upset?" "No, you look disappointed." "I'm a little shocked, but I'm not disappointed. In fact, I'm happy. I always thought you were perfect for each other." "Oh, good, because I'm so excited." Starling was beaming. "And I've been bursting to tell you. Tony proposed on Saturday, and I accepted." Whoa. Molly had just gotten used to the idea of them seeing each other again, and now they were engaged? She sat there for a moment as it sank in. Then she got out of her chair and hugged Starling. "This is wonderful news. Truly. I'm thrilled for you both." She picked up Starling's left hand. "Where's the ring?" "I told Tony the kind of ring I want, and he's going to pick it out himself. We've been talking about how we'll make the announcement, too. He thinks we should tell his parents and sisters and their families over dinner one night, and have a separate get-together with you, Uncle Matt, and Clara and Sean."
Me!
Tyler said. Molly thought it was amazing how Tyler could listen to their conversations and keep track of what they were talking about, until she realized he was pointing to the bag of croissants. He was just like her. He had his priorities, and they were baked goods. She took a croissant out of the bag and cut him off a piece. "Do you have a date in mind for the announcement?"
"We were going to try to put something together for next week, but now he's on the Blair case and the timing doesn't feel right."
"How about a Halloween brunch? Halloween is on a Saturday this year. I'll invite everyone and use the excuse that we'll take Tyler trick-or-treating after we eat." Tyler was eating his croissant with a big smile on his face.
"Sounds perfect," Starling said.
"There's just one thing. Can I tell my mother, please? You know I tell her everything."
"Oh, no. No, you can't tell Clara. I love your mom, but if you tell her, she won't be able to keep it to herself. Every customer who walks into the treasure trove will hear about it, and then Tony will find out that I blabbed, and... No, she needs to be surprised."
"All right, I won't tell her. What about Matt? Can I at least tell him?"
"Yes, you can tell Uncle Matt."
Of course she could, Molly thought, because Matt was honorable, and Matt wouldn't blab her secret to half the town. Her cell phone rang.
"That's probably Matt right now, checking in."
She snatched her phone up off the table, and without looking at the call screen, said, "Hi, honey." There was a beat of silence. Then, "Is this Molly?" Yikes. It wasn't Matt. It was someone else. "Yes? Who's this?" "Nathan McDaniel." Molly froze. Her father was calling. She'd been right all along. He wasn't reliable. He hadn't waited. "Your mother said she spoke to you about me." "Yes, she did. And you were supposed to wait for my answer." "I know, but when I didn't hear back from either of you, I thought maybe you were going to say no, and She interrupted. "I was going to suggest we all meet for dinner tonight at the Island Grill. That's as long as Ma and her husband can make it. Does 7 o'clock work for you?" Yes, it does. I'll let my wife know. We're both looking forward to... Gotta go. See you later." Molly unceremoniously hung up. When she looked back at Starling and Tyler, they were both staring at her wide-eyed. "Was that your father?" "Yes." Molly nodded. "Oh, my God." She sank back down on her chair. "What have I done?" Chapter 10. Molly shut herself in her office for the remainder of the afternoon to read the Larry Pruitt files. She was glad to have the distraction. It gave her something else to think about other than her father, and the dinner she was already regretting having set up. Matt and her mother had both been surprised, but pleased, when she told them they were going to meet him and his wife at the Island Grill, and once she'd set it in motion, she felt it was probably better to get it over with. Later that night, when they were in the car on the way to the restaurant, she told Matt about the Pruitt files. "It seems Larry found 25 Civil War-era coins hidden under a bathroom vanity in his house while he was renovating it." Matt laughed. "You're making this up." "No, it really happened. It's bizarre, but according to his son, Keith Pruitt, who Detective Schmidt interviewed, the coins were stolen the night his father was killed, along with his father's gun, and an antique emerald and diamond ring that had belonged to his late mother." "Did you find a ring in the candy tin?" "No, just the coins and the gun, but Charlotte's name was in the file. Schmidt interviewed her because she was renting a room from a woman named Gloria Wilcox, and Gloria's house was right next door to Larry's." "Wait a minute," Matt said. "Didn't you tell me she lived with Renee the whole time she lived here?" "I thought so, based on what Renee told me, but either something changed or she was lying. I'll have to ask her about it." Molly leaned her head back on the headrest. "When I first saw Charlotte's name in the file, I got so excited. I thought it proved Charlotte without a doubt had something to do with Larry Pruitt's murder, even if she didn't have the ring. Then I read Schmidt's reports. He interviewed her and Gloria's 19-year-old daughter, Janelle. They said they'd stayed up late to watch a rerun of Casablanca on television. The movie ended at 1 o'clock in the morning, and they went to bed. They said they never heard anything going on next door. They both had an alibi.
What time was Larry killed?
Between midnight and 2 o'clock. As for Gloria Wilcox, she was battling cancer and always took a sleeping pill to help her sleep at night. She was out like a light. Matt glanced at her.
Is she still alive? Does her daughter still live here?
I found an obituary for Gloria. She died almost a year after Larry was killed. It mentioned she was able to attend her daughter's wedding, which occurred a month prior to her death. Janelle married a man named Theodore Van Wegberg.
Janelle Van Wegberg?
Matt turned into the restaurant's parking lot. The restaurant was on a quiet road east of the city, and on a Tuesday night there were only a half-dozen vehicles parked there.
There's a nurse at the hospital with that name. It must be her.
Molly perked up. Do you know her?
Yes, I've worked with her more than a few times.
Molly couldn't believe her good luck. Could you do me a favor when you go in tomorrow? Ask her if she'd be willing to talk to me. I want to know more about the night Larry died, but don't tell her that part. Tell her I'm writing an article about Charlotte, and I'm trying to find people who knew her. Do you think she'd talk to me?
She seems very nice.
Matt switched off the engine.
I'll ask her.
A knot of apprehension suddenly tightened in Molly's stomach. She had felt calm on the drive to the restaurant, but now that they were there, and she was done talking about the case, the reality of meeting Nathan was something she couldn't ignore. She was second-guessing her decision to come. Matt didn't open the door, but turned to her in his seat. Molly loved him for not rushing her to get inside the restaurant. He knew she was nervous, and there was nothing that settled her nerves better than talking about a homicide case.
Did you tell Lombardi and Shelley what you found out?
I called them, but neither answered. I've left both detailed voicemails. Lombardi is probably on his way to Boston to search Charlotte's condo and talk to the shop employee. I wish I knew how his interview went with Wyatt.
Yeah, about that. You're not going to ask Nathan and Pamela if they know about those phone calls, are you?
I thought I might. It would give me something to talk to them about.
Molly.
He looked her in the eye. You should concentrate on meeting them and getting to know them. But I might learn something that could help Lombardi. Suspects aren't always honest with him, you know. People talk to me.
Yes, but these aren't just any people. It's your father and his wife. Besides, who says they even know anything about Wyatt's connection with Charlotte? Let it be.
He opened the car door.
Come on. No more procrastinating. It's time to go.
Molly took a deep breath before she got out of the car. It didn't help. The moment she walked into the restaurant, her stomach cramped. The smiling hostess didn't notice, but the lights were low, and maybe that was a good thing, because she felt like her skin was turning green. The hostess escorted them to a table for 6 in the back. Clara and Sean were already seated, facing the door, and Clara smiled encouragingly as they approached the table. If her mother was experiencing any awkward feelings about seeing her ex-husband in more than 3 decades and meeting his new wife, it didn't show on her face. Nathan and Pamela turned slowly around, and Molly felt her breath catch in her throat. This was it. She was going to meet her father. She hoped she didn't pass out. Nathan stood up to greet her, and she immediately thought he didn't look anything like his old photographs. He was just an average middle-aged man with streaks of gray in his hair, tall, like her, but pudgy around his waistline. She wondered if that was a chef thing.
Thanks for coming, he said. It's really nice to meet you.
He had a smooth voice, like a radio announcer's, which was unexpected. He said something else to her, but a loud buzzing noise had started up in her ears, and she couldn't hear what it was. She stared at him, her feet frozen in place. Nathan stuck out his hand, but her hands were stuck by her sides. She couldn't move and couldn't speak. Matt sensed what was happening. He shook Nathan's hand, then turned to Molly and took her by the arm. He steered her to an empty chair between Sean and Pamela, well across the table from where Nathan was sitting. Pamela Lyman's hair was pure white and worn a little long. She wore a white blouse and tan slacks, and although she looked older than Nathan, she appeared fit and lean. As soon as Molly sat down, Pamela rested her hand on her arm and said, "Thank you for doing this." The buzzing sound had mostly abated, but Molly wished it would come back. She didn't want to hear what this elegant woman with her stylish clothes and sharp cheekbones was saying. "Nathan's been so worried." She spoke quietly, as if relaying a confidence only to Molly. "He thought you would tell him to go fly a kite. Imagine his surprise when you asked us to dinner." Yeah, imagine that, Molly thought. Pamela was silent for a moment, probably to give her time to respond, but Molly wasn't going to say a word. She smiled and ignored her and turned to Sean on her other side. "If you feel the need to leave," he whispered, "just say the word. We'll get you out of here." Molly felt tears spring to her eyes. She blinked them back furiously. She hated to cry. Sean was a big bear of a man, but under his gruff exterior, he was a softy. Sean handed her a menu, and she buried her nose in it. She had no appetite. This was a sure sign that she was under stress. Molly loved to eat. It was her favorite thing in the world. And then she remembered her father was a chef, which meant he liked food too. This was something they shared. This made her feel a little better about him, but when the waiter appeared and recited the specials, she continued to ignore him from across the table. He's probably disappointed, she thought, that I'm not saying anything. Why had she set this up? She should have stayed home. Molly didn't like to feel out of control, and the situation she'd put herself in was making her feel untethered and childishly afraid. It was strange, she thought, how she had faced so many stressful and dangerous situations in her life, but this one, which should have been easy, was turning out to be extremely difficult. She thought she might be having heart palpitations and hoped she didn't have a panic attack. The waiter appeared at her side. She ordered the grilled salmon with rice pilaf and mixed vegetables. This seemed the safest dish to order. It wouldn't upset her stomach more than it already was. When the waiter moved on to Sean, Pamela said to the table at large, "This is the first time I've ever been to this restaurant. What about the rest of you?" "First time for us," Clara said. Matt said, "Molly and I have been here a few times. The food's always been good." Pamela turned back to Molly and smiled. Molly focused on her straight white teeth. How did she get them that white? They were practically blinding her. "Were you aware that your father is a chef?" "Yes." Molly had to clear her throat. "Yes, my mother told me." Finally, she had found her voice. Big mistake, though, because Nathan took that as an opening to talk to her. He said, "It's called the Bronze Chicken. It's in Brooklyn. I opened it 10 years ago, and it's been going strong ever since. Pamela interrupted. "Your father and I met there last Christmas while I was visiting friends. They kept going on and on about the Bronze Chicken, and they took me to dinner, and after a scrumptious meal, I just had to meet the chef." She looked at Nathan. "The moment we locked eyes, well," she sighed deeply. "I knew it was love at first sight. Wasn't it, darling?" Nathan nodded. "It certainly was." Pamela turned back to Molly, her hand once more coming to rest on her arm, which annoyed her. She didn't like being touched by a stranger. "Your father has told me so much about you. I feel as if I know you already. I'm curious. Why did you give up teaching at an exclusive private school? It's such a noble profession." "I believe writing is a noble profession, too," Molly said. She wasn't going to explain herself to this woman. Another waiter deposited a basket with warm rolls and butter in front of her, and she grabbed a warm roll. Clara said, Molly loves antiques. She started going to auctions and browsing antique stores with me when she was a little girl. Eventually, she submitted articles to Collectors Weekly, and when a full-time job became available, she jumped at the chance. Molly was shooting her daggers. Please stop talking. I encouraged her to. She's a wonderful writer. Being a teacher was fulfilling, of course, but she had so little time for herself. Molly sighed inwardly. She felt like a prisoner at the table. Why had she suggested they meet? Pamela said, "I have read some of your articles. I don't know much about antiques, but you do seem well-informed." Well-informed? Molly took a deep breath. She didn't want to not like Pamela. She told herself to give the woman a chance, but she wasn't making it easy. She thought she was pushy. "Your crime reporting was a surprise. Why do you do it?" This is it, Molly thought. Her opening to bring up Wyatt and Charlotte. She knew Matt thought it wasn't the right time and place, but what if she never saw Nathan and Pamela again? After tonight, that was a distinct possibility. "I suppose I do it because I like to help people. When someone dies, they leave behind grieving family and friends. If I can play even a small part in bringing a criminal to justice, I feel I've done something worthwhile." Molly glanced around the table. Nathan and Matt seemed to be enjoying a conversation they were sharing with Sean, and Clara was giving her order to the waiter. That meant she had Pamela all to herself. She said quietly, "I know the police have questioned your son about his relationship with Charlotte Blair. Have you heard about her? She was killed on Monday morning at her antiques store. Did Wyatt mention this to you?" Pamela smiled. "Well, yes, it so happens I have spoken to my son. He's assured me that he had nothing to do with that unfortunate woman's death." Molly took a bite of her roll. "I found Charlotte's body at her store. Ma and I did. I was going to interview her for the magazine." Pamela looked surprised. "I had no idea. How fascinating." She paused. "Is that why you're asking me about Wyatt's relationship with her?" "Oh, so you're saying he was in a relationship with Charlotte?" Pamela smiled. "My goodness, you don't miss anything. You're also very straightforward. I like that. As a businesswoman, I've had to deal with a lot of difficult people to get things done, and I have found that being frank is often the best course of action when you want answers." She picked up her water glass and took a sip. "Wyatt told me he had an affair with Charlotte, but he put an end to it about 2 months ago. He told all of this to Detective Lombardi, the police officer investigating her death. But he is worried he doesn't believe him, because he can't prove he was working from home on Monday morning. I told him to hire a criminal lawyer. He's hesitant to do so. He believes it will make him look guilty." Well, that's stupid, Molly thought. She could tell from the expression on Pamela's face she thought it was stupid, too. "I've just had a thought. If I paid you, would you help us prove that my son had nothing to do with any of this?" Molly sat back. "I'm not a private investigator. I work for the magazine." Pamela smiled. "Meaning you won't take my money?" "Meaning exactly that. I'm already looking into the case, on my own, for an article." Pamela's smile widened. Her teeth sparkled, but her eyes were hard. She's a tough cookie, Molly thought. She's used to getting her way. "Then I'll arrange for you to meet Wyatt. His wife, Allison, too. It seems Detective Lombardi paid her a visit as well." "Okay." Molly looked at her. The night wasn't a total disaster after all. At least she would get to meet Wyatt and Allison. "Are you sure your son isn't guilty?" "Of course. What a question." Pamela sounded offended. "Wyatt isn't a ruthless man. Not in his personal life, and certainly not in business. His father and I often wished he had more of a backbone. In our line of business, you have to get tough at times, and fight for the contracts you're trying to win. Wyatt gives up, and gives in, far too often.
He's only been successful because I'm still around to give him advice, and thankfully, he does listen to me." She leaned toward her. "I would do anything for my son, and he's in grave trouble right now. You have a child. I'm sure you would do anything to help Tyler." Pamela paused. "Speaking of Tyler, your father would love to meet him. He's very excited to be a grandfather." Molly stared at her. "He's excited to be a grandfather? Did he tell you about how he abandoned me and my mother when I was 8 days old?" "He told me he left, but he has regrets, and—" The conversation had changed quickly, and Molly wasn't prepared for it. Her heart pounding in her chest, she stood up fast, almost knocking over her chair, grabbing it before it fell to the floor. "I'm not feeling well. I want to go home." Everyone stopped talking. Matt got up and came over to her. Sean started to rise, but Molly placed her hand on his shoulder. "You and Ma should stay. Enjoy your meal. Have them box ours up and take them home with you." Nathan hadn't moved or said a word. Pamela was watching her with a disapproving stare. Molly was determined to ignore them both, but as she and Matt walked past Nathan, she felt obliged to say, "I'm sorry. I just can't do this right now." Chapter 11. The silence in the car stretched out between Molly and Matt, as she wasn't ready to talk about her quick exit from the restaurant. They arrived home hungry, since they hadn't eaten their meals. Matt scrambled some eggs and made toast, and as they ate, Molly told him and Starling, who was surprised to see them home so early, how she had felt trapped in the restaurant. When Pamela started talking about Nathan being excited to be a grandfather, I couldn't handle it, she said. "I thought I could do this, I really did, but I felt so overwhelmed all of a sudden." "It's okay," Matt said. "It was the first time you've laid eyes on your father. Now that you've seen him, you can take a breather and try again if that's what you want." The only thing Molly wanted was an early bedtime and a good night's sleep. An hour later, after a soothing cup of chamomile tea, she climbed into bed and pulled the quilt up to her chin. Outside, the wind rattled the windows. Rain was in the forecast. Merlin and Griffin jumped up onto the bed and went straight for her legs. They tried to settle on top of her, but she pushed them off. "No way, guys. You're too heavy." They changed direction. Merlin wedged himself between the top of her head and the headboard, while Griffin curled up on Matt's side of the bed. "Matt, you better hurry up in the bathroom." "Griffin is making himself comfortable on your side." Matt came out of the bathroom and reached for Griffin, but the cat was too quick for him. He leaped off the bed and out of the room. "He thinks he's tricking me into thinking he's gone for good, but I know he'll be back. He's such a bed hog." Matt got under the covers with Molly. "How are you feeling?" "I've embarrassed myself, and you, haven't I? I've wasted everyone's time." Matt rolled onto his side to look at her. "You thought you could do it, but you weren't ready. That's all." He paused. "I couldn't quite hear your conversation with Pamela, but I did hear the name Wyatt being mentioned. I thought you were going to wait on that." "I couldn't help it," she smiled. "She told me he had an affair with Charlotte." "Oh, yeah? Well, I suppose that's big news." "He told her he broke it off, and Pamela doesn't believe he killed her because he's too weak in business and his personal life and not capable of it. Can you imagine? She practically called him a wimp." "I didn't like what she said about you taking the job at the magazine. She was very critical, and it wasn't very nice." "Thank you. I didn't think it was nice either. And what does she know? She wasn't in my position at the school. She doesn't know how much work it was, or how much I love antiques. She was judging me, suggesting I'd made a poor choice." "Oh, who cares what she thinks, right?" "Right, who cares?" Molly blew out her breath. "I got what I wanted. She said she'd set up a meeting for me with Wyatt and his wife." Matt rolled over and switched off the lamp. "Well, then I guess the night wasn't a waste of time after all."
They had a nightlight in the hall that cast a soft glow into the room. He turned back to her. I hate to say this, but I think you should consider bowing out. What? Of the case? I'm just getting started. Your relationship with Nathan and Pamela, like it or not, could throw a wrench into things and make it harder for Lombardi if it were to become a conflict of interest. How? I've never met Wyatt before, or my father, except for that one time after my birth. I certainly don't have a relationship with any of these people. Actually, you kind of do. Like it or not, Nathan is your father, which technically makes Pamela your stepmother, and Wyatt your stepbrother. Oh, no. That's not fair. They're strangers. I'm just tossing it out there. You should at least keep it in mind. He paused. Now, would you like to know my opinion of Nathan? Molly wasn't sure what to say. Did she want to know? Would it make a difference? I saw you talking to him. You were smiling. Does that mean you like him? I do like him, he said. He actually seems like a very nice man. He has a good sense of humor, too. Molly frowned. The idea of her father having a sense of humor somehow irritated her. It was ridiculous, but she couldn't help it. So what does this mean? You're friends with him now? Matt shook his head. Not even close. But I appreciated how he answered honestly when I asked him why he left you and your mother. You did what? Molly stared at him. Talk about charging right in. What prompted you to ask him? You did. Because I could see the way you were avoiding him, and I knew you'd never ask him yourself. Do you want to know what he said? Molly hesitated. She did, but she didn't. Matt reached for her hand. Do you trust me? Molly nodded. Yes, of course I trust you. Then let me tell you what he said. Molly closed her eyes. If she could be granted one wish, she would wish to go back in time, just a few days, to the way her life was before Nathan had barged his way into it. Oblivious of him. No knowledge, no angst, no worries. Sweetheart, please open your eyes. Molly slowly opened her eyes. I'm going to tell you what he said, and then we don't need to ever talk about it again, okay? Okay. She took a deep breath, steeling herself. Tell me. He told me his father emotionally and physically abused his mother, and was cruel to him and his sister. Corporal punishment was the standard form of discipline for even the slightest offense. Molly was shocked. It never occurred to me that he'd had a bad father and a rough childhood. I didn't know I had an aunt, either. Your mother never told you about her? No, but don't blame her. I never asked about his side of the family. Her devotion to obliviousness ran deeper than she'd given it credit for. You weren't even a little curious? I didn't want to know anything about him. It was easier that way, ignoring him. Well, now you know. You have an aunt, his sister Anne. She's a biochemist and lives in Oregon. She's married, has 2 kids. Anyway, the point he was making is that he didn't have a good role model growing up, and he made the decision at a young age not to have children. He thought your mother was on board with that decision, but when she got pregnant with you, she changed her mind. Molly frowned. Oh, so now he blames my mother for the pregnancy? Doesn't he know it takes 2? He wasn't blaming her. He said he was frightened of being a father, that he was afraid he would turn into his father. It scared him. That's a rotten excuse, she snapped. If he knew the difference between a good father and a bad one, then that means he could have tried to do better than his father. Instead, he chose to walk out the door. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. He didn't even try. Matt smoothed her hair. Nathan told me he doesn't deserve you, and my personal take is that he means it. I believe he genuinely regrets leaving you and Clara the way he did, and not having the guts to stick it out. He said he's in awe of the woman you've become. It was taking all of her strength not to cry. Don't you dare do it. Don't shed a single tear for him. I hope you told him Ma gets all the credit for who I've become. She's the one who raised me and comforted me when I skinned my knee after falling off my bike and went to every school event and baked cookies for fundraisers and never once complained. Her voice cracked. All the time, he was Mr. Nowhere Man. Matt stroked her cheek. I told him how difficult it was for you growing up without a father. I asked him what he wanted from you now. He said all he's hoping for is that you can forgive him. Beyond that, he leaves it up to you. Is that all? Molly took a deep breath. He didn't say he wanted to be friends, or ask if he could come over to meet Tyler, or be invited over for Thanksgiving? No. He didn't mention Christmas either. Molly couldn't help it. She laughed and snuggled up close to him. You always make me feel better. He kissed her. Anytime. I have a question. She looked at him. Do you think my not caring about Nathan could be the same as forgiving him? I believe forgiveness demands a lot more from us than not caring, he said. That's why it's so hard to do. He kissed her again. Would you like another chance to talk to him? Molly stared at him. I don't like the sound of this. What did you do? Well, while you were doing your thing and avoiding talking to him, we both agreed the Island Grill might not have been the best place to try to get to know each other. He suggested we try again tomorrow night, at their home. He'll cook dinner for us, which could be a real treat since he is a chef. I told him I'd ask you and let him know. Molly was starting to feel boxed in again. He's driving back to New York on Sunday. He doesn't know when he'll get back here again. It could be a while. This sounds like an ultimatum. It's not. It's about him owning a restaurant. He can't take off a lot of time. She was about to say no, absolutely not. If she agreed to meet him in his home, it would be harder to avoid him. But, of course, that was the point. You want me to say yes. I can see it in your eyes. Molly, you're the strongest person I know. You've faced bad guys and brought down killers. I honestly think you can spend an evening with your father and have a civil conversation with him. Maybe you should give it one more try. Molly sighed. She not only trusted Matt, she knew that his love for her was unconditional, and he would always have her back. She wouldn't be going into this alone. All right, she said. I'll have dinner with him tomorrow night. Are you sure? I don't want you to get there and immediately turn around again. Yes, I'm sure. And don't ask me again because then I really might change my mind. Chapter 12. The next morning, Molly had just finished dressing when Matt called her from work. I bet you thought I'd forget to ask Janelle Van Wegberg if she'd talk to you about Charlotte, he said. Molly realized she had been so preoccupied with meeting Nathan that she had forgotten to ask him. She's here today. I told her you're writing an article about Charlotte. She's agreed to meet you. Can you be at the hospital cafeteria at 9:30? Molly checked the time. It was already 8:30, but she was dressed, Tyler had eaten breakfast, and Starling was up and about. I'll be there, she said. Thank you so much. I love you. I love you too. Talk to you later. Molly went downstairs and found Starling in the kitchen eating breakfast. From where she was sitting, she had a perfect line of sight to Tyler, who was on the rug in the great room playing with his toys. Starling said, I just got off the phone with Tony. He's in Boston and has a lot scheduled for the day, but I told him about the Halloween brunch, and he agrees it would be the perfect time to announce our engagement. Good. Molly made another cup of coffee. I'm going to be heading out to the hospital soon to talk to Janelle Van Wegberg, but I hope he finds Charlotte's killer in Boston. It would not only make him happy, but it would give her a reprieve from having to do any more snooping around in Charlotte's life. When she arrived at the hospital and walked into the cafeteria, she realized she had no idea what Janelle looked like. There were 3 women in line for food, and a few others seated alone at the tables. She stood in the doorway for a minute, hoping Janelle would notice her. A woman sitting at a window table waved, and Molly walked over to her. "Janelle Van Wegberg?" "Yes, you must be Molly." Molly pulled out a chair across the table from her. Janelle had a round, freckled face, and red hair she wore pulled back in a ponytail. She had to be in her early 30s, but looked a lot younger. She wore a two-piece nurse's uniform, a purple multi-print scrub top, and matching purple pants. "Thanks for meeting me on such short notice. I'm sorry to interrupt your breakfast." "Actually, it's an early lunch. I'm going to be tied up the rest of the day in surgery, and I won't have another time to eat." Her lunch consisted of a single-serve carton of strawberry yogurt and a banana. If Molly ate that for any meal, she'd be starving in less than an hour. "Besides, I'm happy to do a favor for Dr. Harrison. He's a great guy. Although, I don't know what I can tell you about Charlotte. I haven't seen her in 15 years. I didn't even know she was back in Vermont until I heard about her death on the news. I was shocked she was even here, since she couldn't wait to leave." She spooned some yogurt. "I Googled you. You solve murders. Are you trying to solve hers? Was it a robbery or what?" "I'm exploring all possibilities," Molly said. "I know Charlotte rented a room from your mother and lived with you. I'd like to know what you remember about her. Did she have friends over? Did she date or talk about her job?" Janelle looked at her. "You think the person who killed her lives here, don't you?" Molly kept a neutral expression. "Well, I suppose that makes sense, since it happened here. But they said on the news she only moved to Vermont a couple of months ago. If it wasn't someone who knew her before, then she made a fast enemy." Molly wasn't going to underestimate Janelle. She wasn't stupid. "Anything you remember about her," she pressed. "Think it over. Take your time." Janelle did take her time. She took long enough to finish her carton of yogurt. "Okay, here's what I know. When she moved in with us, she was pretty mad at her friend Renee Flores. She'd hooked up with some guy, which left Charlotte high and dry. They did eventually make up, though. That's how I met Renee. She would come by the house to see her. Oh, and she liked to go dancing at this nightclub called Cats." "I was told she had a platonic male friend. Do you remember his name?" "Well, yeah," Janelle smiled. "It was Teddy, my husband." Molly had to work hard not to act surprised. She sat very still and nodded once, like it was no big deal. "They really were just friends. That's how I met him. He and Renee were the only friends she had, or at least they were the only ones I ever met. He got into the habit of stopping by, even when she wasn't home." "To see you?" Janelle nodded. "Yes, to see me. We fell in love, but we didn't start dating until after Charlotte left for Boston." "Why? Did you think she'd mind?" "No, it was just timing, that's all." Molly wondered if this was a lie, and there had been some animosity between the women over Teddy, platonic friend or not. Janelle went on. "I wasn't looking for love. I was busy with school and working part-time at a fast food restaurant and taking care of my mother. She'd had to quit her job at the dry cleaners, and it was tough on both of us, juggling everything. Teddy cheered us up. It was about a month after Charlotte moved out that he moved in. He'd still been living with his parents and was ready to get out from under their roof. But he also knew I could use the help with Mom. She was going downhill, and he was there for both of us. He's a wonderful man." "He sounds like it," Molly said. "Did you invite Charlotte to your wedding?" "No, we didn't stay in touch with her. Besides, it was a small ceremony at the courthouse, just the two of us and my mother. She died a few weeks later." Janelle looked so sad. Molly's heart broke for her. "It was strange. We were happy, but sad, too." "I'd like to talk to Teddy. Where can I find him?" "Midtown Savings Bank." The same bank where Renee had worked, Molly realized. "Has Teddy worked there a long time?" "Yes, they hired him right out of college. He was promoted to branch manager a few years ago." "He must know Renee. She told me she worked there as a teller." Janelle blinked. Yes, of course. I'd completely forgotten. It was actually Renee who introduced him to Charlotte. Of course she did, Molly thought. Yet Renee didn't think to mention it to her. Mr. Platonic had a name, and she doubted she had forgotten it. Teddy wasn't a stranger. He'd been her coworker. Janelle, I was given the opportunity to read the cold case files on the unsolved murder of Larry Pruitt. I'd like to talk to you about it. Larry? Janelle's face suddenly paled. Why would you be looking into his case? Because the police found some stolen property that was in Charlotte's possession, and it has been linked to the robbery. What things? 5 rare Civil War-era coins, and Larry's gun, which was used to kill him. Janelle looked shocked. Well, I don't believe Charlotte had anything to do with it, if that's what you're trying to say. If you read the file, you must know that. She was home with me that night. We watched a movie, and we were sleeping when Larry was killed. According to the medical examiner, he was killed between midnight and 2 o'clock. In your interview, and Charlotte's, you say the movie ended at 1. Janelle chewed the inside of her cheek. She looked nervous, and Molly knew she was trying to think about how she should respond. Maybe she didn't think Charlotte was so innocent after all, or maybe she had gone out with her that night. I suppose Charlotte could have snuck out of the house after we went to bed, Janelle said. Our rooms were on opposite sides of the house. Molly thought she sounded a little defensive. Sure, now that you mention it, it's possible, so don't look at me. I wouldn't have heard her if she'd gone out. Mom was fast asleep. She needed sleeping pills and took one every night. She paused. Still, it's hard to imagine Charlotte could do such a thing. Maybe she found the coins and the gun somewhere and didn't know they were stolen. Maybe, probably, likely, unlikely. She wasn't going to give Molly a solid answer, either because she didn't know or she didn't want to risk exposing herself as an accomplice. Did you know Larry Pruitt? Janelle peeled her banana. Not well. He was a neighbor. He loved to talk and boast. He had the best son, the best car, the best garden. She took a bite of her banana. When he found those coins, he told half the neighborhood. He also went to the newspaper, and some reporter wrote a story about it. Molly felt a surge of sympathy for Detective Schmidt. Yes, he could have done more to explore Charlotte's background, but at the same time, he was overwhelmed having to sort through the neighbors, and anyone who'd read the newspaper article, people he'd never be able to reach. Did Larry ever mention how much the coins were worth? He didn't have to. It was in the newspaper article. We were shocked that someone would hide something so valuable in the bathroom. It was incredible. He got really lucky. Yes, he did. Too bad he'd also advertised to the world not only that he had found the coins, but how much they were worth. He'd basically rung the dinner bell for the thief to come and get them. Janelle said, When he died, my mother blamed him. She said it happened because he'd told too many people. She sighed. Charlotte couldn't have done it, could she? I've been told by the owner of Memory Lane that she knew Quincy Clark. He's a coin collector, and someone who would have been in a position to buy the coins from her, or knew someone else who could. I was told that Charlotte introduced him to Renee. He was the man she'd moved in with. Oh, yeah. I forgot his name. Janelle smiled, but it was forced. She was still pale, and as she took another bite of her banana, Molly thought she saw her hand shake. I only met him a couple of times. Renee usually came to the house alone to see Charlotte, or pick her up to go shopping. I didn't like him. He wasn't friendly. He drove a Jaguar, was stuck up, snooty. Plus, he was a lot older than Renee. Mom thought she was only with him because he was rich. She finished the banana and gathered up the peel and the yogurt container. It's odd, isn't it? How you can live with someone but never really know them? Maybe Charlotte did it, and hid it from all of us, and we never had a clue. She stood, walked to a nearby trash bin, and deposited her garbage. When she returned to the table, she didn't sit down again. Molly's time was up. Anyway, I have to get back to work. It was nice to meet you, and thanks again for seeing me. Molly handed her a business card. If you think of anything, or remember something I should know about, please give me a call. Chapter 13. Molly was all in on coincidences, especially when they popped up during a homicide investigation, and connecting the dots between Charlotte, Renee, and now Janelle and Teddy Van Wegberg was giving her the confidence to believe she was on the right trail. Midtown Savings Bank was a small neighborhood bank off of Main Street. It had a narrow parking lot in the building's back alley with signs warning that it was for customers only, all others would be towed. Molly parked the Audi and entered through the back door. She always felt like she was walking into a library whenever she walked into a bank. Voices were hushed, and transactions were performed quietly. There was only one teller working behind the high counter, and she was helping a customer. Molly approached a woman behind a desk with colorful cardboard signs announcing low-interest rate loans. "Hello, may I help you?" "I'm looking for Teddy Van Wegberg." The woman pointed around her. "Go past the teller stations and you'll find a hallway. Theodore's office is the second door on the right." Of course he was called Theodore, Molly thought. He might have been Teddy when he was young and dating Janelle, but at work he was a professional who took full advantage of his name, which she found etched in scrolling letters on a brass nameplate on the wall. The door was closed, and she knocked on it. A man's voice called out, "Come in." Molly opened the door and stepped inside a large office with framed sports memorabilia on the walls featuring the Red Sox and Bruins. Theodore Van Wegberg's desk was near windows that overlooked Main Street. The way he swiveled around in his chair, Molly thought he'd been people-watching, or daydreaming, out the window. "You must be Molly Appleby," he said, and Molly suddenly realized that Janelle must have called him as soon as their meeting ended. Maybe he'd been preparing what he was going to say to her. He gestured to the visitor's chair in front of his desk. "Have a seat." Molly sat and took a moment to study him. Mid-30s, slicked back brown hair, a square jawline. He was a good-looking man in an expensive gray suit. A light blue tie brought out the blue in his eyes. She noticed his suit jacket was hung carefully on a hanger on a coat rack. "Janelle called and said you might want to talk to me," he said. "So you're looking into Charlotte's death?" He shook his head. "We were shocked, truly, to hear what happened. You never think you'll hear of someone you know being murdered." He leaned back in his chair, resting his hands on the desktop. "She said you wanted to ask me what I remember about her, and the people she knew. I wish I could give you a list of names, but I can't. Not that Charlotte had a lot of friends, because she didn't, but she wasn't close enough to anyone for me to bother remembering them." "Janelle said your relationship was strictly one of friendship. Is that true, or were you sparing her feelings?" "It's true," he said. "Charlotte was a workhorse. She didn't have time to date. She didn't want to get involved with anyone seriously. She was laser-focused on saving money and getting out of here. I only got to know her because Renee introduced us, thinking I could keep an eye on her. Janelle said you'd already spoken to Renee. She must have told you." "No, she didn't mention how you actually met Charlotte. Why did she want you to keep an eye on her? Did she need watching?" He shook his head. "No, not in the way you're probably thinking, anyway. Renee knew I was a fan of the nightclub Charlotte went to. It was popular back in the day, the place to be and be seen. When she heard me talking about it, she asked if I wouldn't mind hanging around with Charlotte when she was there. Renee didn't like to go out much, and she was worried that Charlotte was staying out late on her own. She'd had some creepy guys trying to follow her home a few times. Anyway, she introduced us, we hit it off, and we became friends." "You were okay with that platonic role? Being her protector, a friend, but nothing else?" "I had a dance partner, and I didn't have to worry about her getting serious, which suited me at the time." He grinned. "I was young and having fun.
She wasn't the only girl in town.
How long did you know Charlotte before you met Janelle? He thought for a moment.
Must have been at least 6 months. Everything changed when I met Janelle. I knew I was going to marry her. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but we clicked immediately, and I adored her mother, too. Gloria was a wonderful woman.
Janelle said you two didn't actually start dating until after Charlotte left town. Why did you wait to ask her out?
I didn't. I asked her out not long after we met, but she felt weird about it, with Charlotte living under her roof, even though I assured her we were strictly friends.
He leaned forward.
The thing is, they were so different. When you first met Charlotte, all you could see was this gorgeous woman with curly blonde hair and that incredible body, and the way she danced. I mean, it was something to watch, and I think every man at Katz fell in love with her when they saw her on the dance floor. But when you got to know her, you realized she wasn't some fairy tale creature. She could be a lot of fun, but she could be selfish and self-absorbed. If you weren't useful to her, you weren't worth her time.
Sounds like you must have been useful to her.
Yeah, because when she went to the club, all she wanted to do was dance and have fun without being slobbered over by some creep. I held them off for her.
Molly looked at him. He seemed sincere, and unless he was a very good actor, she thought he was telling the truth. But she wondered if he'd had ulterior motives at the start of their friendship, hoping for more, and just wasn't going to admit it years later. I talked to Janelle about Larry Pruitt's murder. Did you ever meet him?
No, never. But I remember when it happened. Charlotte, Janelle, and Gloria were extremely upset about it. And who could blame them? He was killed next door. Someone broke into his house, and he was murdered in the middle of the night. Charlotte didn't want to keep living there. She and Renee went over their finances and figured out they had just enough to make the move to Boston. They wanted to put Vermont in the rearview mirror.
Molly would have loved to see those bank records, but she doubted they were anywhere to be found after so many years. She wondered if Charlotte and Renee discovered they had enough money because of a certain infusion of cash, courtesy of Larry Pruitt finding a treasure in his house. 25 coins would have netted them somewhere over $100,000.
Theodore said, Janelle told me the police found some of the stolen coins, and Larry's gun, in Charlotte's possession. I'm with Janelle, in that I find it hard to believe she was guilty of the crime. But what do you think?
You said she was selfish and self-absorbed.
Yes, but not a murderer.
Do you know Quincy Clark? He looked confused by the sudden change of direction.
Quincy? Yes, I know him. He's a bank customer.
He paused.
Ah, and he collects coins, and he knew Charlotte. I see where you're going with this. You think he was involved.
Molly couldn't believe Janelle hadn't told him that they'd discussed this. Was he pretending the concept was something new?
He's a wealthy man. He could have bought the coins from Charlotte. Maybe you should be talking to him.
Oh, I will, she thought. There was another item that was stolen that night, an emerald and diamond ring. It's never been found. It wasn't in Charlotte's things. Before she moved, did you ever see her wearing such a ring?
No, I didn't.
He glanced at his watch. She realized she'd forgotten to ask Janelle about the ring. Maybe you could ask Janelle, she said, and ask her to call me if she remembers it.
I will. Is there anything else?
Yes. Can you think of anyone who lives here that Charlotte might have kept in touch with? He ran a hand through his hair.
Look, I told you all the men really liked her, and unfortunately a lot of them drank too much and became complete idiots around her, which really turned her off. Out of all of them, there was only one guy, besides me, that Charlotte trusted. She said he was a real gentleman. I think because he was engaged to be married, and he never hit on her, not once. His name is Wyatt Lyman.
Molly stared at him. This wasn't good news for Wyatt. Theodore had just confirmed that he'd known Charlotte long before their affair had started. Or had there been something going on between them before? Do you think she would have actually gone out with him if he had asked her? Theodore thought about it. You know, I think she might have made an exception in his case. He smiled. It didn't hurt that Wyatt's from a wealthy family and was already working at the family's company, Lyman Construction. I think she felt a little competitive with Renee at the time because she was with Quincy. Anyway, it was years ago. I can't imagine they stayed in touch. Wyatt's been with Allison since high school. Do you know Wyatt? Yeah, sure. We all grew up together. Me, Wyatt, his wife Allison. We went to a private school, Crossroads Preparatory. Wyatt was someone you wanted to be friends with. He was popular, got good grades, and he had a hot girlfriend. Allison was beautiful. Still is. Did Allison go to Katz with Wyatt? Not very often. It was a rare sighting if she did show up. It was Wyatt's place to wind down. He'd go after work on Friday nights, drink beer with his friends, and hang out. When's the last time you saw either of them? I can't remember the last time I saw Wyatt. It's probably years. I ran into Allison a few months ago. She came into the bank to open a new account. He snapped his fingers. I almost forgot. There was a good reason Wyatt didn't stray. I heard Allison got into a fight with a classmate the summer before we all went off to college. Allison accused her of flirting with Wyatt and supposedly gave her a black eye. Of course, it could be gossip, but it sounded true because in high school she was very possessive of Wyatt, always hanging on his arm, making sure all the other girls knew he belonged to her. This was the kind of gossip Molly liked to hear. Not that she approved of gossip, but because every now and then there would be a grain of truth in the stories she heard, and this one sounded promising. She wondered what Allison would have done if she had found out about Wyatt's affair with Charlotte. Didn't Janelle tell you about all this? Molly looked at him. No, I didn't realize she went to school with her too. He shook his head. Not high school, if that's what you mean. They were in nursing school together. Molly was astounded. Does Allison work at the hospital too? No, she's with a doctor in private practice. I don't remember the name. She's a plastic surgeon. I only know that much. Molly heard her phone chime in her purse. She'd received a text message. She gave Theodore one of her business cards and got up to go. You've been very helpful, Theodore. As I told Janelle, if you think of anything else, something I should know, give me a call. Good luck catching her killer, he said. Molly almost expected him to add, you're going to need it. Chapter 14. Charlotte had died 2 days ago, and unless Lombardi had found her killer in Boston, Molly thought she might be onto something. Charlotte not only had those coins and Larry's gun in her desk, she was living next door to the man when he was robbed and killed. And she knew people, a lot of people. Wyatt and Allison, Renee and Quincy, Janelle and Theodore. Sitting in her car in the alley behind the bank, she found the slip of paper Marcus Lee had given her with Quincy Clark's contact information. She dialed his number and tapped her free hand on the steering wheel as she impatiently willed him to pick up. He didn't. No big surprise. The call went to voicemail. She left a message, making sure to first mention that Marcus Lee gave her his number. She told him she was the senior staff writer for Collectors Weekly, feeling confident he would know the magazine, since he was a coin collector, and politely asked if she could talk to him about Charlotte Blair. She decided not to say anything about the coins. She would leave that to an in-person interview. The text message she'd received while in Theodore's office turned out to be from Pamela. She texted, I talked to Wyatt and Allison. He can see you this afternoon at 1 o'clock at his office. Allison will see you at 2:30. She included the address for Lyman Construction and a home address for Allison. Molly was pleasantly surprised. Maybe she had been too hard on Pamela. The woman had certainly followed through, even scheduling her an appointment with Allison. As she put her phone back in her purse, she hoped Quincy Clark would call back soon. She preferred not to show up on his doorstep unexpected. It would be too easy for him to slam the door in her face. She checked the time. It was nearly noon. She drove out of town in the direction of Lyman Construction, but stopped at a fast food restaurant on the way for a burger, fries, and a Diet Coke. She ate her meal in her car and tried to imagine Charlotte's life as a young girl in foster care, learning about antiques from the Hendricks, becoming close as a sister to Renee. She had no idea what Charlotte had gone through before she came to be with the Hendricks, but she knew from experience those formative years as a child could greatly influence how you lived your life as an adult. After years of working with Renee, had she grown apart from her? Renee had stopped listening to her escapades with her married boyfriends, and from the way she'd put it, it sounded like she'd really put her foot down. Molly hoped Lombardi was able to find out something about these married men, since Wyatt obviously wasn't the only one Charlotte had been sneaking around with. Although, from what Theodore had told her, maybe the gentleman was the only one she'd actually fallen in love with. She finished her meal and jiggled her straw in the cup to loosen the ice. She'd have to have another talk with Renee, but not until she met Quincy Clark and grilled him about his coin collection. She wanted to know if he was involved in buying or recommending a buyer to Charlotte, but getting that kind of information out of him wasn't going to be easy. Putting the car in gear, she continued on her way to Lyman Construction. It had rained overnight, and now the sky was getting dark again. By the time she pulled onto the company's campus, it was raining lightly. Lyman Construction's building was a modern structure of concrete and glass, 6 stories tall, the mountains in the background. As Molly pulled into a visitor's space, the rain began to come down harder. She got her umbrella out of the back seat before climbing out of the car. As she entered the lobby, she admired the glistening marble floors, while at the same time was mindful not to slip on them with her wet shoes. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the view of the mountains, which were partially hidden by low-hanging clouds, while soft, lilting flute music played quietly from hidden speakers in the ceiling. She gave the receptionist her name, and the woman made a call to announce her arrival. She invited Molly to have a seat in the lobby, but she had barely settled onto a round leather chair when the elevator doors slid open and a lovely African-American woman stepped out. She smiled at Molly as she walked over and said, "Ms. Appleby, I'm Jasmine, Mr. Lyman's assistant. If you'll come with me, please." Jasmine pressed the elevator button for the 6th floor, the top level for the top boss. "Mr. Lyman has been slightly delayed, but you are welcome to wait in his office," she said. "He shouldn't be too much longer." The doors slid open, and Molly followed her down a thickly carpeted hallway. Most of the office doors they passed were closed, but the ones that were open gave Molly a view of men and women behind desks, some talking quietly on the phone, others working away on computers. The chief executive officer and president's suite was at the end of the hall. Jasmine's desk was positioned near the door to Wyatt's office. She led Molly in, gesturing at a sitting area near a bank of tall windows with, yet again, another view of the mountains. "Would you like something to drink? Coffee, tea, fruit juice, water?" "I'd love a cup of coffee," Molly said. "I'll be right back." Jasmine left her alone, but she didn't close the door. As Molly sat on the couch, she could see her on the other side of the office suite. There was a small kitchenette, and she was preparing her coffee. Wyatt's office seemed befitting of a president and CEO of a company, she thought. It was large enough for a separate seating area, as well as a long tiger maple conference table with 10 chairs. His desk was the size of a small boat. She was tempted to sneak over there and have a look at the papers and notebooks that were piled on top of it, but she knew Jasmine could see her and didn't budge. Instead, she took a moment to admire the artwork on the walls. Most of the paintings were modern splashes of color that made no sense to her, but she did think they were aesthetically pleasing. Jasmine returned with her smile and a tray, which she set down on the coffee table in front of her. It reminded Molly of having coffee with Renee at the Hotel Vermont. Another china cup and saucer, a white porcelain cream and sugar set, a cloth napkin. "Mr. Lyman will be with you shortly," Jasmine said. Molly watched her go, wondering if she'd closed the door this time. She didn't. Jasmine took her place behind her desk, which gave her a side-eye view of Molly. If she even moved an inch, she would see it. There was an unspoken warning about it, that eagle eye watching her. Molly added some cream to her coffee and took a sip. The coffee was smooth and delicious, as impressive as everything else in the building, from the high-quality furnishings to the marble lobby to the window views of the mountains. Even the rain, which was hitting the window sideways, seemed somehow quieter in Wyatt Lyman's sixth-floor suite. She was almost done with her coffee when she noticed Jasmine sit up a little straighter in her chair. A moment later, a heavy-set man with a protruding double chin lumbered into the outer office. He carried a leather notebook and cell phone in one hand, and with the other grabbed the message slips Jasmine was holding out to him. She heard her say, "Miss Appleby is waiting for you." Wyatt clumped his way into his office, shut the door behind him, and gave Molly a nod to acknowledge her presence. He continued on to his desk to deposit the message slips and the notebook. He pocketed his phone and then walked over to her.
"Molly, nice to finally meet you. I've heard a lot about you."
She stood to shake his hand. He was breathing audibly, but his palms were dry. He didn't seem nervous. He appeared to be a busy man on a busy day, who probably thought he had better things to do than placate his mother by agreeing to see her. "I haven't heard a whole lot about you," she said. He gave her a lopsided grin.
"Yes, well, I'm sure whatever you have heard, it's all bad."
He sat down opposite her, and Molly searched for any resemblance to his mother. It was impossible. Wyatt wasn't lean or fit, and he wasn't a sharp dresser. His white cotton shirt was wrinkled, and his muffin-top belly spilled out over the waistband of his slacks.
"Can I trust you?"
he asked as he smoothed his tie. It seemed to have a fresh stain on it, which he'd tried to clean, but had only ended up smudging and making worse. "Yes, you can," Molly said without hesitation, and she meant it. "I'm not here to accuse you of anything. I want to help, if I can, but that will require you telling me the truth about your relationship with Charlotte." He was watching her with interest, his eyes intelligent, almost eager. His mother thought he wasn't tough enough, but Molly thought he had a pleasing, confident manner about him. If she was looking for a builder, she couldn't imagine not hiring him.
"I know you're an only child," he said. "I am too. It feels kind of nice to know I have a stepsister, even if we're all grown up."
He paused.
"I honestly never thought my mother would marry again. She and my father, they were extremely close. She told me about your history with Nathan, how he walked out on you and your mother. It sounds like he was very immature at the time. I've gotten to know him a little. I think he's a terrific guy. But it doesn't matter what I think. My mother said dinner last night was a bust, but you're game to try it again tonight. I admire you for giving it another try. I don't know if I could do it."
Molly didn't like the way this conversation was going. She had no interest in discussing her father with him. "I know you're busy," she said, shutting down the small talk. "So let's talk about Charlotte and the affair. How did it start?"
"Wow."
He sat back in his chair.
"Mother said you were direct. She wasn't kidding."
He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Molly was beginning to change her mind. Maybe he was too weak for the job. He couldn't even handle talking to her.
"We have a small satellite office in Boston," he said. "I try to stop by once a month. Last January, I was there for some meetings with a client, and when they were over, I stopped into the Union Oyster House for clam chowder and cornbread. I was sitting at the bar, minding my own business, when this woman comes up to me and says, 'I'm Charlotte Blair, and you're Wyatt Lyman. Do you remember me?'
He shook his head.
I couldn't believe she'd recognized me. I was in great shape back then."
He paused and stared down at his stomach.
"Well, maybe not so great, but better than now."
He gave a slight shrug,
and looked back at Molly. Anyway, I was flattered. Of course I remembered her. You don't forget someone like Charlotte. We first met years ago at a nightclub. I liked to meet up with friends there on Friday nights after work. So far so good, Molly thought. He was confirming what Theodore had told her. Charlotte was a regular. I didn't know her well. She was someone I'd say hello to. We'd have a little small talk, that kind of thing. But you couldn't not notice her. She was breathtakingly beautiful. His eyelids closed slightly, remembering the lovely blonde girl on the dance floor that all the men were in love with. His eyes opened wide, and he laughed. She was something else, really. A big flirt, but elusive. She was all look but don't touch. And, of course, that only added to her allure. Did she flirt with you? He nodded. Yes, but she flirted with all the men. How did Allison feel about her flirting with you? Wyatt looked at her. Why do you ask? I heard she can be jealous. It's more like she has a tendency to be overdramatic. Allison loves attention. If I get distracted, she'll make sure I don't forget she's around. But she didn't go to Kat's with me very often. I doubt she ever noticed Charlotte. And I bet she did, Molly thought, if she was flirting and making a spectacle of herself on the dance floor. Let's return to January. She reintroduced herself to you at the Oyster House. Right. And the next thing I know, I'm accepting an invitation to go out to dinner with her. His face flushed. I didn't intend to spend the night with her, but I drank too much wine and, well... His voice trailed away, and the flush became crimson. He cleared his throat. Yeah, well, I'm not proud of it, but I stayed the night with her. And if that wasn't bad enough, I went back the next night. The crimson blush turned beet red. Molly actually thought this was a good sign. He was embarrassed, and maybe that meant he had remorse. It was better than being smug. I hate talking about this, he said. There's no excuse for what I did. I mean, I suppose I could say she seduced me and I gave in, which is true to some extent, but I had the chance to walk away and I didn't take it. I wish I had, believe me. I felt rotten cheating on Allison, and as time went on, I realized I'd dug myself a big hole. To make matters worse, Charlotte started getting clingy, and I knew it couldn't go on. Pamela told me you ended it. How? Last August, Allison was in a car accident. She'd swerved to avoid hitting a deer, wrecked the car, and was injured. It was just the excuse I needed to tell Charlotte it was over, that I couldn't see her anymore. I wanted to recommit myself to Allison and concentrate on taking care of her and our 2 daughters. He rubbed the back of his neck, which Molly imagined was as red as his face. Charlotte didn't take the news well at all. I know this sounds naive, but I thought she might be okay with the breakup. I couldn't be in Boston more than a week each month without raising Allison's suspicions. I told her she deserved someone who could be there for her all the time. He took another deep breath. She got angry, accused me of leading her on, said she thought I was going to leave Allison and marry her and we'd have kids of our own. He shook his head. I have no idea how she got that idea into her head. I swear I never promised her anything. It was supposed to be fun. Until it wasn't anymore. At least for him, Molly thought. Did she threaten to tell Allison about the affair? He looked at her. Detective Lombardi asked me the same question. Are you working with him? I'm a reporter, not a cop, she said, as if that explained everything. She wasn't about to tell him that if he confessed to murdering Charlotte, or she even suspected it, she would tell Lombardi. Well, as I told the cop, the answer is yes. She did threaten to tell her, and I admit I was scared that she would. Now I'm scared that cop is going to arrest me for a crime I didn't commit. All because I stayed home on Monday morning to get some work done, and I have no way to prove I was there, and didn't drive out to a checkered past and kill her."
He sat back with a heavy sigh.
And it gets worse. A couple of weeks after I broke up with Charlotte, she started calling me. Sometimes it was only once a day, but more often half a dozen. She left numerous voicemails, and they were all the same. She missed me, she loved me, she needed to talk to me. For weeks I ignored her, but it was driving me crazy, all those calls. So, finally, I called her back. I thought I might be able to reason with her and encourage her to move on, to find someone else who could give her what she wanted, because it wasn't going to be me.
He gripped the armrests of the chair, his fingers turning white.
She told me she was going to open a new store called A Checkered Past, and it was here, in Burlington.
His voice rose an octave.
She did it to get back at me for breaking up with her, because she knew I wanted that property.
Molly was confused. You wanted the house she bought?
No, not the house. The property, the land.
His voice was getting loud.
I made the mistake of telling her about it.
He stopped to take a deep breath through his nose, trying to calm down.
For almost a year, I've been working to convince the owner to sell me his 32 acres. We've drawn up detailed plans for a new mixed-use development we want to build. We've gone out of our way to accommodate him. And suddenly, there's Charlotte, telling me she bought 2 acres of that land. I couldn't believe it. It sits smack in the middle of the other 30 acres.
He shook his head.
I was angry. I really was. But not as much with her as with him. He sold it to her without telling me, and now he refuses to speak to me.
His tone had lowered, but his voice had become brittle.
Charlotte was vindictive. I know that now. She knew full well how much I was counting on buying that property. And if that isn't bad enough, she had the nerve to try to extort $1 million from me.
Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up.
What do you mean? How? She said if I paid her $1 million for the property, I could have it. It was outrageous. The land is only worth about $300,000, maybe $4 million. She was getting revenge because I'd broken up with her. And if I didn't pay, well, she didn't have to say it out loud.
She would tell Allison.
Yeah.
He nodded.
I had no doubt.
He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, and lowered his head into his hands.
I agreed to buy the land for $1 million. I didn't even try to negotiate the price with her. I just wanted it to be over.
He lifted his gaze.
And to make matters worse, I gave her $10,000 cash.
Molly was shocked. What? Why?
Charlotte insisted I meet her in person at the shop. She looked so sad and crushed. I felt terrible.
He hung his head.
She got to me, Molly. I'm so weak.
Oh my God, Molly thought. He is his own worst enemy. Did you tell Detective Lombardi about this in-person meeting?
Yes, but
He hesitated.
But I'm an idiot, okay? I sort of didn't tell him about the 10 grand because I dropped it off on Sunday.
You sort of didn't tell him? Molly was astounded.
Charlotte gave me a sob story. She said she'd overestimated how much it was going to cost to get the new business up and running, and she needed some money to tide her over until we could close on the property. She asked me if I could give it to her, said I could deduct it from the price, so I agreed. I didn't think it mattered at that point.
Molly sighed. You'll have to tell Detective Lombardi, and soon.
I will. I promise.
This explained where the $10,000 came from that Lombardi had found in Charlotte's cash box, but he was not going to be happy about the fact that Wyatt had failed to mention he gave it to her. Just to be clear, you said you met with Charlotte on Sunday in person, but you only told Detective Lombardi that you'd spoken to her? He nodded in the affirmative. So, we're talking about you meeting with her the day before she died? He nodded again.
Yes.
When did you deliver the $10,000 to her? If he says Monday morning, she thought, he's toast.
The same day. We met in the morning. I went home and got the money out of my safe. I drove back, gave it to her, and left.
She thought of Charlotte's antique desk and the original owner, who'd probably built that secret hiding place to store his own stash of money.
Be honest, Molly. How bad is this for me?
It's not good, she said. He really had put himself in jeopardy. She wouldn't have been surprised if Lombardi showed up and arrested him right then and there. As soon as I leave, get on the phone and call Detective Lombardi and tell him everything you've just told me. If you reach his voicemail, leave a detailed message. Don't wait.
Okay, I'll do it straight away.
He hunched his shoulders, which made it appear he was shrinking in the chair.
Mother said you're going to see Allison. She's very upset with me. I don't know what she's going to tell you, but please bear in mind she's a very sensitive person and gets emotional about things at the drop of a hat.
Molly didn't think his cheating on her was a drop of a hat kind of emotion. If she had to pick sides, she would pick Allison's any day of the week on this one. How did she take the news when you told her?
How do you think? She yelled at me, told me I was a horrible husband and a worse father. She said she isn't coming home anytime soon.
Molly was confused. She hasn't been home?
Not for the last 2 weeks. She's been staying with her parents, with the girls. Her mother had an operation a couple of weeks ago. Allison wanted to make sure she was being properly cared for while recovering. My father-in-law is a golf maniac, and until the snow flies, he's nowhere to be found, unless you're looking on the links.
I heard Allison is a nurse. Who does she work for?
Dr. Marquita Mays. She's a plastic surgeon. Allison worked full-time until her accident, and since then, she's been part-time, only 3 days a week.
Was she badly injured?
She broke her wrist, but the worst injury was to her face, a gash on her cheek. Lucky for her, Dr. Mays was able to stitch her up good as new.
There was a knock on the door, and Jasmine stuck her head in. Wyatt, a reminder. You have a conference call starting in 5 minutes. You can't be late for it.
Thanks, Jasmine.
She closed the door, and he turned back to Molly.
She takes good care of me. Anyway, I have to be on that call.
They walked to the door, but before he opened it, he said,
I'd like to know the honest truth, even if it hurts. Do you think I'm going to be arrested?
This is really all he cares about, she thought. Not that she could blame him, after what he'd just told her. If I was you, I'd listen to your mother and hire a criminal attorney.
My God.
His face fell.
It's really that bad.
Detective Lombardi is very good at his job. He doesn't make mistakes. But innocent people need a lawyer when the police come knocking. It doesn't matter what the crime is. You could call Elliot Gelman. He's one of the best defense attorneys in Vermont. Tell him I referred you. Molly knew Lombardi wouldn't be overjoyed that she'd referred Wyatt, who was probably his prime suspect, to Gelman. He had gone up against him in court too many times and lost, but she wasn't convinced that Wyatt was responsible for Charlotte's murder. There were too many other people who could have had a motive, and one of them was his wife. Wyatt held the door open for Molly, and Jasmine immediately came around her desk, ready to escort her downstairs. Molly turned back to Wyatt. I forgot to ask you, who is the property owner you've been trying to buy that land from?
His name is Quincy Clark, but if you plan on asking him why he had the gall to sell to Charlotte while we've been trying to work something out, good luck. He refuses to give me a reason.
Chapter 15. Quincy Clark was like a bad penny that kept turning up, and he still hadn't returned Molly's call. It was times like this she wished she had a staff, someone who could make the calls and badger people who didn't call back. As it was, she was on her own and had to make the best of it. Allison's parents lived in an old, established neighborhood of stately homes set well back from the road. A Lexus sedan was in front of the garage, and Molly pulled up behind it to park. As soon as she switched off the engine, she saw the front door open. Allison had been waiting for her. The rain had finally slacked off, but it was still drizzling. Molly put the hood up on her jacket, and as she walked up the path, she saw Allison force a smile. She had soft golden hair she wore pulled back in a ponytail, a round, cherubic face with bow lips, and big brown eyes. "I hope I haven't interrupted your yoga workout," Molly said. "I finished 5 minutes ago." Allison hung Molly's jacket in the coat closet. She was dressed in a sleeveless blue and white striped yoga top and stretchy gray leggings. Molly thought she and Wyatt were an odd couple. Allison was very fit, her arms muscular. By comparison, Wyatt was pudgy and squishy, and she far outshone him. "I don't know what I would do without yoga. I've been practicing for 5 years, and I think it's the only thing helping me to stay centered right now." They went into the living room, which was directly off the foyer. It was a formal room furnished in dark, heavy wood. None of it was new, but it was all in pristine condition. It was one of those rooms that were rarely used, and probably hadn't changed since Allison's parents had moved into the house, which could have been 40 years ago, given the age of the neighborhood. Allison made herself comfortable on the couch, plumping down on it and tucking her feet up under her. Molly took a wing chair near a cold fireplace where a mantel clock was ticking quietly. The whole house sounded still and empty, and she wondered where her mother was. "I just came from meeting with Wyatt," she said. "He told me your mother has been recuperating. Is she feeling better?" "Yes, very much so. She had her appendix removed. She also had underlying medical conditions, though, which is why I wanted to be here. My father isn't around much." Wyatt mentioned he plays golf. "He's obsessed with the game. Anyway, I thought it would be nice to come and keep an eye on her, and the girls came with me." A small smile touched her lips. "Annie is 13, and Margot is 10. They're such good girls. They're in school now. Mother's upstairs resting. My father is, as usual, at the golf course." She glanced at the mantel clock. "He won't be home for a couple more hours." She paused. "I think you should know. The only reason I agreed to talk to you is because Pamela asked me to. The policeman who came to see me yesterday greatly upset me, and I don't relish having to repeat what I told him." "I understand. I know this is a difficult time for you." Allison lifted her chin, trying to look brave. "I'm angry at Wyatt, and quite frankly, I wouldn't care if the police arrested him for killing that nasty homewrecker. He would deserve it, even if he's innocent." Tears sprang to her eyes. "Oh, great. Here go the waterworks again." She blinked furiously, trying to bat the tears away. "I thought I'd gotten it under control. I've been crying so much, and the girls started asking me what was wrong. I finally caved and told them the truth, that their father had cheated on me, and I'm not sure if I can ever go back to him." Molly felt a wave of pity for Allison. Wyatt had hurt her, and he'd put her in an untenable situation with their children. "Maybe I should have lied to them. My mother told me it was a mistake, that they're too young to understand, but I didn't want to lie. Then I'd be like their father. Did I do wrong?" "You know your children better than anyone. I don't think you would have told them if you didn't think they could handle it. How are they coping?" "They told me this morning they want to go home. They think everything will get better once Daddy and I are together again." Allison sighed deeply. "I don't know what to do." Molly wasn't sure what she would do if she was in Allison's position. It would be difficult to go back to a husband who'd been lying and cheating for most of a year. Allison went on. "Wyatt can't erase what he did. He can't fix what he's broken. But we can't stay with my parents forever. The girls miss their friends in our neighborhood, and I know they miss Wyatt. It's all such a rotten mess. The waterworks finally won, and she started to cry in earnest. She hopped up off the sofa and left the room. Molly didn't know what to do. Go after her and try to find her, or stay? Allison returned a few minutes later, her crying under control, holding a tissue box in her hand. She curled up on the sofa again and plucked a tissue out of the box, holding it to her damp eyes. Pamela thinks Wyatt and I should agree to marriage counseling, but I don't know if I can stand being around him, even in counseling. What do you think I should do? Molly was uncomfortable giving marital advice to someone she didn't even know, but her heart went out to Allison. She could see she was struggling. Nothing will ever be the same, will it? Probably not. Allison nodded. No, probably not. She looked at her. Pamela told me about you and Nathan, how he left you and your mother when you were a baby. She also told me last night's dinner didn't go too well. We're going to try again tonight, at their house. Nathan is going to cook. I know, Pamela told me. It sounded to Molly like Pamela and Allison were very close. She thought that was nice, to be able to get along so well with your mother-in-law. Matt's parents were in Ohio, and they didn't see them often, which made it harder to get to know them. I want to say, Molly, that I admire you. I think it takes courage to face your father after what he did. You're a hero. Being a hero requires doing something heroic. Meeting my father, who I've been estranged from my whole life, doesn't even begin to qualify. Once again, Molly didn't like the direction this conversation was taking. It was starting to remind her of her first impression of Wyatt, that he was trying to avoid talking about Charlotte's murder. But before she could ask a question, Allison said, I think I've touched a raw nerve, and I'm sorry. Pamela has a tendency to overshare with me because we're close. I've known her most of my life. The Lymans used to live down the street, and Wyatt and I spent so much time together. His home always felt like my own. Pamela was very welcoming. I didn't realize Pamela lived in this neighborhood. Oh, she doesn't. Not anymore. She sold the house after her husband died and bought a lovely home on Lake Champlain. Molly knew she had to get Allison on her track, or they'd spend the whole time talking about lake views and dinner parties. I met with Janelle and Theodore Van Wegberg earlier this morning. I didn't realize you knew Janelle until he told me. Allison looked confused. Well, yes, I know her. We were in nursing school together. Not that we're best friends or anything, but sometimes we get together for lunch. What's she got to do with anything? When Charlotte lived here before, she rented a room from Gloria Wilcox, Janelle's mother. That's how Janelle met Theodore. She never told you? Allison shrugged. If she did, I don't remember. Theodore met Charlotte through Renee Flores. Do you know her? Allison leaned deeper into the couch pillows. No, I don't think so. Who is she? Charlotte's business partner and friend. Anyway, Theodore told me how he and Charlotte used to go to a nightclub called Cats to listen to the bands and dance. They were strictly friends, and he took on the role of protecting her from some of the men who hounded her. He told me Wyatt used to go to the club, and Charlotte liked him, thought he was a real gentleman. Allison's eyes were stern. A lot of our friends went to Cats. I was never a fan. I'm not into music the way Wyatt is. She took a deep breath. You're wondering if I knew Charlotte liked Wyatt, going all the way back to those days, aren't you? I am, yes. Did you know about her? There was nothing to know at the time. Wyatt was faithful to me. Then. It sounded to Molly like she did know about Charlotte, but she'd have to pin that down. So you met her at Cats, on the rare occasion you went there. I never said that. Allison frowned. I just know that Wyatt was faithful to me, that's all. Whatever happened between him and Charlotte, it happened earlier this year, Not before. She picked up one of the throw pillows and held it to her chest. It had fringe on the ends, and she started pulling on it. When Detective Lombardi was here, he made me feel the same way you're making me feel. Like I'm the criminal. Like I killed Charlotte. I don't like it one bit. She stared at Molly. I'll be honest with you, okay? I'm also not sorry that witch is dead. Would you be, if she was trying to steal your husband? This isn't about me, Allison. It's about you and Wyatt and Charlotte. Do you think it's possible he was involved with her earlier than this year? Does it matter if he was? It does if you knew about it. Allison's eyes flared, but only briefly. Well, I didn't know. She was trying to find her footing, the right amount of anger, the right amount of angst. I only found out yesterday, when Wyatt confessed. He only told me because Detective Lombardi had been to see him, and he knew he was on his way to talk to me. She paused. Wyatt swore he broke it off with her months ago. He cried on the phone to me, said he was sorry, and for a minute, I actually thought I might be able to forgive him. Did he tell you about the land? Allison hesitated. Yes, but he asked me not to say anything about it to anyone. He told you? He did. Molly waited to see if Allison would mention the $10,000 as well, but she didn't. It was bad enough Wyatt hadn't told Lombardi, which she could almost understand, but not telling Allison meant he still wasn't being completely honest with her. Allison glanced at the mantel clock. Worried about her father coming home early? Or done talking to Molly? Do you think Wyatt is in a lot of trouble? She asked. He has a motive, and he doesn't have an alibi. Does he often work from home? Not often. A few times a month. Did you know he would be working from home on Monday? Allison shrugged. He might have told me he was going to. I don't remember. How convenient, Molly thought. She gave a good non-answer. She was trying to figure Allison out, watching her body language, listening to her tone of voice. Plucking the fringe on the pillow was a sign that she was nervous, but that could be easily explained, since she was asking her disturbing questions, and she was, despite being angry at Wyatt, concerned that the police might arrest him. He was her husband, after all, and father to her children. But if Allison didn't kill Charlotte, and Wyatt didn't kill her, someone else did. She needed to be sure. Where were you Monday morning between 7 and 9? I already told Detective Lombardi. I dropped the girls off at school around 8, and then I drove home. The school is a 30-minute drive from here. My mother confirmed it. Molly was glad to hear this. She really did feel sorry for Allison, and she hated to think of her as a cold-blooded killer. I mentioned Charlotte lived with Janelle. During that time, the man who lived next door to them, Larry Pruitt, was killed in a robbery. Do you recall it? Allison nodded. How could I forget? It was on the news. And Janelle and I were in nursing school together. She had a hard time concentrating on her studies. Not only was her mother ill, but then this man gets killed, and it was scary. I don't know if I could have handled that much stress, I can tell you that. Janelle and Charlotte both said they were home that night watching a movie together. I wonder if Charlotte snuck out of the house after they went to bed. Allison tossed the pillow aside. What are you going on about? Are you saying you think Charlotte killed that man? I told you he was robbed, and it turns out some of the stolen goods were found in her possession. I think she could, at the very least, be involved. Allison burst out laughing. Well, what do you know? She really was a horrible person. She held up a hand. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but when Wyatt told me about the affair, I knew there had to be more on her, that she was bad news. People don't just get murdered. She ticked someone off. And now you're telling me she killed that poor man and robbed him. Leave it to Wyatt to get involved with a loser like her. She looked at her. Oh my gosh, Molly. What if Wyatt killed her? I mean, I can't believe he did because he can't even squash a bug. He always makes me do it. But if she was dangerous, maybe it was self-defense. She touched her cheek. No, it's impossible. Despite everything he's done to me, all the lies, he couldn't have killed her. I was in a car accident this past August. You should have seen the way he dropped everything to be with me. Her voice had turned wistful. He was so loving and caring. He told me you swerved to avoid hitting a deer. Yes, and instead I ran the car into a tree. My purse was on the passenger seat, and it went flying. The metal buckle sliced my cheek open. The doctor I work for, Dr. Mays, is a plastic surgeon, and she fixed it. She did a great job. I don't even see a scar. It's fading more every day. Some makeup covers it up for now. Molly thought she heard footsteps overhead. Her mother must have gotten up. Wyatt told me he broke off the affair with Charlotte after you had your accident. Allison's eyes swiveled to the ceiling. Mother is awake. Molly pressed her. Did you know about the affair before he told you yesterday? Allison frowned. No, of course not. She got up suddenly and went out of the room again, only this time she went upstairs. Molly had no idea if Allison was being honest with her. She thought if she had found out about the affair weeks or months ago, she would never admit it. When she came back downstairs, Allison didn't come into the living room, but went to the hall closet to retrieve Molly's jacket. She got the hint and went into the foyer. I hope your mother feels better soon. Thank you. Allison opened the door, and a blast of cold air came in. At least it had stopped raining, but it was raw out. I know Pamela loves Wyatt and wants to help him, she said. And even though I'm feeling very hurt and angry with him, I do want to give him my support as well. Molly zipped her coat and wondered how Allison wasn't freezing standing there with the door open. I told Detective Lombardi, I will stand by my husband. I thought you should know. Seeing her standing there in the cold, Molly realized she was tougher than anyone gave her credit for, including Pamela and Wyatt, and maybe even herself upon first meeting her. This was a woman who had a motive to kill Charlotte, and she had the strength. Molly could see it in her strong arms, the result of practicing yoga for years. And she had no doubt Allison was strong enough to wield a heavy French urn into the back of Charlotte's head. Chapter 16. While Molly was meeting with Allison, her mother had left her a voicemail. After the previous night's failed dinner attempt, Clara was worried about her. Instead of returning her mother's call, Molly decided to see her in person. She drove downtown to the Treasure Trove. The shop was located on Church Street, Burlington's pedestrian brick-lined street loaded with shops and restaurants. Molly loved the store's wide plank oak floors and delicate crystal chandeliers hanging from a wood-beamed ceiling. Her mother was behind the register counter, transferring bags of potpourri from a cardboard box into a decorative wicker basket. She stopped as soon as she saw Molly and came around the counter to give her a hug. "My darling girl." She stood back and observed her. "You look pale." She touched Molly's cheek. "Are you all right? I've been so worried about you. I wanted to go straight to your house when we left the restaurant last night, but Sean said no, I should leave you be. Did I do the right thing? Or did you need your mother?" Molly smiled. It didn't matter what age she was. Her mother would always think of her as a child who needed protecting. She supposed she would think of Tyler that way, too, when he was a grown man with a family of his own. "I'm okay, Ma. In fact, I'm giving it another try tonight. Nathan invited us to their home for dinner. He's going to cook." Clara looked relieved. "I'm so glad. I felt like it was all my fault putting you in that position. You didn't want to meet your father, and I encouraged you to. Don't feel bad. You told me to think about meeting him, and I did. It was my decision to make, no one else's." She paused. Nathan told Matt that his father was cruel. Did you know? Clara nodded. Yes, of course. Which is why, when I found out I was pregnant, I told Nathan I'd go to counseling with him, or he could go alone, to work through whatever fears he had that he wouldn't be a good father. He didn't want to. He ran away, like I ran away last night, Molly said, and it occurred to her that she might not be so different from her father after all. She sighed. She really didn't want to spend any more time thinking about Nathan. She had other more important matters to discuss. Is Sean here? I wanted to talk to you both about my investigation and get your insights. You just missed him, Clara said. He's meeting with a family selling their late mother's antiques. He's going to take a look at what they have. She smiled. But I'm free right now, and I can fill him in later. Just let me finish unpacking the potpourri. I love the scent. What is it? Clara took one of the bags out of the basket and read from the back. Rose hips, spices, berries, pods, greens, and sliced oranges scented with autumn spice. It's $15.99 a bag if you're interested. I'll buy one before I go. Clara laughed. I was joking. She handed her a bag. It's on the house. Thanks, Ma. Molly's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I'm tearing up. You've had an emotional few days between finding Charlotte's body and meeting your father. It's normal to feel a little overwhelmed. Clara hummed as she placed the remaining bags of potpourri into the basket, then carried it to a display table near the entrance. This would ensure that every customer walking in the door would be greeted by the fragrant scent, and if they were anything like Molly, they'd be leaving with one. They went into the office, and Molly immediately noticed a new addition to the room. A 19th century antique settee with a carved walnut back, curved armrests, and tapered legs that ended on the original casters. This is a gorgeous piece. Sean found it at an estate sale last week. He wanted to sell it, but the minute I saw it, I told him it was perfect for the office. Molly wasn't surprised that her mother had gotten her way. Sean would do anything for her. Sit on the settee, and I'll pull one of the visitor chairs over to the door so I can keep an eye out for customers. The chair was an English Georgian elm high-back Windsor armchair, and once she was seated, Clara crossed her legs and sighed deeply. In her lavender silk jacket, pewter-colored skirt, and perfectly coiffed hair, Molly thought she looked like a queen sitting on her throne. It feels so good to sit down, Clara said. I've been on my feet all day. So, did you have a chance to talk to Renee Flores? Yes. She drove up from Boston, and I met her at the Hotel Vermont. She told me Pockets of Time is closing at the end of the year. What a shame. Did she say why? Sales were off the last few years. It got so bad Charlotte was using her own savings to stay open. Renee was shocked when she told her she was opening a checkered past. She regrets that she didn't try harder to stop her. But honestly, I don't think she could have done anything about it. Charlotte sprang the news on her. She wasn't asking for her opinion. Does Renee have any idea who might have killed her? No, but this wasn't the first time they'd lived in Vermont. Molly told her about how they'd met in foster care. They moved here to save money. Charlotte got a job at an antique store called Memory Lane, and Renee worked as a teller at Midtown Savings Bank. She gave me the impression they weren't close to anyone in the area, so I wasn't expecting to find many suspects in Charlotte's death. But then Lombardi told me the gun we found was identified as one used in a robbery, which ended in the death of the homeowner. She went on to tell her mother about Charlotte's living arrangement at the time with Gloria and Janelle Wilcox, how Larry Pruitt found the Civil War-era coins, and that there was still an emerald and diamond ring missing. On the face of it, it appears Charlotte could have committed the crime, and maybe she did. But if so, I can't help wonder if she had an accomplice. Janelle, for instance. They were living under the same roof. Did she really not hear Charlotte leave that night? Or was the alibi a lie because she was involved? And then there's Renee's boyfriend, Quincy Clark, the coin collector. Charlotte would have needed to find someone wealthy enough to buy the coins who she could trust to keep quiet about it. Clara looked at her. Perhaps there's another explanation for her having the gun and the coins. Could someone have given them to her? I suppose it's possible, but when would that have happened? Molly sat back on the settee, thinking the cushions of original goose feathers or duck down had grown too hard over time and needed to be replaced. When I walked away from my meeting with Renee, I really thought Lombardi was going to need a lot of luck finding Charlotte's killer, since she and Charlotte knew so few people here. But now I've got a full plate of suspects, and it's so convoluted. It seems like everyone who knew Charlotte when they were younger also knows everyone else connected to the case, and it's hard keeping track of how they're all connected. She sighed. Some cases were harder to crack than others, and she knew this one was going to be challenging. Representing the women, Molly went on, I have Renee, the dutiful friend and business partner, and Janelle, the alibi in a different murder who could be complicit. For the men, there's Theodore Van Wegberg, Charlotte's platonic friend, Janelle's husband, and Renee's former co-worker at the bank, and Quincy Clark, who Charlotte knew from work. Janelle and Theodore aren't admitting anything, of course, but there's no way I'm crossing them off my list. As for Quincy Clark, I left him a voicemail asking to meet. I told him I'm writing an article about Charlotte, without mentioning the coins. He still hasn't gotten back to me. I'm beginning to think he's avoiding me. Could you ask Sean if he knows him? Yes, of course. Thanks. Molly almost hated to tell her mother the next part. There are 2 other people I've met with who I haven't mentioned yet. I don't think they were involved in the Pruitt case, since they barely knew Charlotte 15 years ago, but a connection to her murder certainly isn't out of bounds. She hesitated. You're not going to believe it. Concern tightened Clara's features. Why? Do I know these people? It's Wyatt and Allison Lyman, Pamela's son and daughter-in-law. Clara's eyebrows shot up. How on earth is that possible? It turns out Wyatt had an affair with Charlotte. It started last January and ended a couple of months ago. Allison claims she only found out about it yesterday when Wyatt confessed. As for Wyatt, he says he was working from home Monday morning, but no one can confirm it. And to make matters worse, it turns out Charlotte was blackmailing him. She told her about the land sale and the $10,000 he'd given her on Sunday, the day before she died. At first, I thought it was possible he had regrets about the arrangement to buy the property from her and handing over the $10,000. I thought maybe he returned on Monday morning to get the money back. She refused to give it to him, and he killed her. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If he had gone back, why wouldn't he have taken the cash? It was sitting right there in the cash box. Clara sighed. Well, it sounds like Wyatt is in a lot of trouble. I feel sorry for Pamela and his wife. But what do you think? Could he have done it? Pamela says he's weak in business, and Allison says he can't kill a bug. He comes across as laid back and a nice guy. He doesn't seem like someone who'd smash an urn into the back of Charlotte's head. But what do I know? I've been tricked before by smooth-talking criminals. Allison has a strong motive, being the injured spouse. Yes, and she's certainly strong enough to have done it. But on the flip side, she practices yoga and she's a nurse. She doesn't really fit the profile of a murderer. She strikes me as someone who would confront Wyatt and ream him out. They heard the front door open, and Clara got up. She went into the shop, and Molly heard her say, "Good afternoon. May I help you find anything in particular today?" Whoever the customer was, he spoke softly, and Molly couldn't make out his reply. Clara said, "I'll be in my office if you need anything." She came back to the office and returned to her chair. "Well, this has all been fascinating, dear, and I'm impressed at how much you've learned in such a short time. Have you updated Tony?" "Not yet. I'll call him later." Molly's phone rang in her purse, and she took it out, thinking it might be Lombardi, but it was Shelley Osborne. "Molly, are you free?" I'm at the treasure trove visiting my mother. Are you about done? Because I'm on my way to Java Jitters, and I got your message about the Pruitt files, and I'd like to talk to you in person. I'm also in desperate need of a caffeine fix, or I won't make it through to the end of the day. Can you join me? Sure, I'll meet you there. Molly ended the call and looked at her mother. That was Detective Osborne. She wants to talk about the Pruitt case. I hope she takes an interest in talking to Quincy Clark. She could search his coin collection, which is something I can't do, unless he invites me to see it. They got up and went into the shop. Clara put Molly's package of potpourri into a treasure trove paper bag. Here you go, she said, handing it to her. Good luck tonight. For a moment, Molly was confused. What was she wishing her luck for? And then she remembered. She was having dinner with her father. You look like a frightened rabbit, Clara said. Please don't be. Your father isn't someone you need to be afraid of. Just try to enjoy the evening as best you can. Molly looked at her. Did Nathan cook for you when you were together? Of course, all the time. Clara looked wistful for a moment, perhaps remembering meals that he'd prepared for her. Even before he went to culinary school in New York, he was an excellent cook. Whatever he makes tonight, I'm sure it will be delicious. She walked her to the door. Call me tomorrow? Molly stepped out onto the sidewalk. Of course I will, she said, and smiled. But as she walked to Java Jitters, her smile faded, and she found herself saying a silent prayer that when she gave her mother an account of the evening, it wouldn't include her running away again. Chapter 17. Molly walked into Java Jitters and breathed in the aroma of fresh-baked goods and fresh-brewed coffee. Her mouth immediately began to water. On a Wednesday, in the middle of the afternoon, there were plenty of empty tables. She didn't know Shelley Osborne, but no one waved at her, as Janelle had, and she figured she must have beaten her there. She walked to the counter to place her order, although it wasn't really necessary. The owner, Joyce Jazzy Chen, knew exactly what she wanted. She was Molly's best friend in Vermont, and she was already heading over to her industrial stainless steel coffee machine to prepare her coffee. One French vanilla latte coming up, Jazzy said. They had met when Molly was planning her wedding. Molly had been so impressed by her baking talents, she had hired her to bake their wedding cake. Molly took a moment to peer into the refrigerated display case where Jazzy's homemade creations were proudly showcased. What do you recommend for a sweet today? The carrot cake. Jazzy was in her late 20s and liked to wear her dark hair short and spiky, highlighted with purple streaks. She also liked fun aprons and wore a different one each day. That day's read, classy, sassy, and a bit smartassy. Molly thought that was the perfect description of her friend. It's a new recipe, she went on, with a secret ingredient, which is divine and which I will not divulge, so don't even ask. I'll only say it gives the cake an added flavor of yummy. Well, in that case, say no more. Yummy carrot cake it is. Coming right up. Jazzy checked on her latte as the coffee machine whirred and frothed. She said over her shoulder, Is Clara joining you? No, but I just came from seeing her. I'm meeting Detective Shelley Osborne. Do you know her? I sure do. She's a regular. Comes in every morning for a cappuccino. Are you working with her now? Sort of. She's a cold case detective, and because one of her cold cases has a link to one of Lombardi's, she let me read the files. Jazzy opened the glass case. Oh, so you're involved in another case with the hunky detective. I suppose that means someone in the antiques world has died. Who is it this time? I hope it's no one I know. Charlotte Blair. It was on the news. I've never met her, and I've been so busy I haven't been able to listen to the news. Jazzy cut a slice of carrot cake, closed the case, and set the plate down on a tray. You know I practically live here. Molly did know. She felt bad sometimes for Jazzy. Dating was difficult because she felt the need to be at the helm of her coffee shop on most days. Ma and I found Charlotte's body at her shop Monday morning. Jazzy stared at her. Oh, Molly, Not again. She shook her head and went back to the coffee machine. You always manage to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I like to think of it as being in the right place at the right time.
I know, but really. Jazzy poured her latte into a large mug. How you do it is beyond me. She set the mug down on the tray. I'd be having nightmares every night if I found a body.
Molly knew this was true, because Jazzy was lightness and laughter. The criminal world in which Molly dipped her toe occasionally was the polar opposite from her friend's sweet life. There had been a time when Jazzy had been interested in dating Lombardi, and Molly had tried to fix them up, but they both knew it would never work. He needed someone like Starling, who was able to get into the nasty weeds of a case and talk it through with him, and not be unsettled by the gory details. Jazzy said, I hope they find whoever did it soon. Molly used her credit card to pay for her coffee. Lombardi's in Boston trying to dig up some clues there. Charlotte had only moved here about 2 months ago.
How does the cold case tie in? Or maybe I shouldn't ask.
It's too long of a story to go into right now, but I'll tell you about it next time we get together.
Okay, as long as you leave out any violence and gruesomeness. You can do that?
I will do my best, Molly said. Jazzy smiled.
Shelley just came in.
Molly turned around. A plump woman in her mid-50s was heading toward them. Her gray hair was in loose curls that bounced around her head as she walked. Her clothes were baggy and gave her a disheveled air. The coat was an old herringbone tweed. Her slacks were a dull maroon color and an inch too short, and her shoes were clunky, scuffed brown clogs. If Clara had been there, she would have immediately started plotting how to give her a makeover. Shelley walked right up to her and stuck out her hand. Hey, Molly, I'm Shelley. How did you know it was me? Shelley laughed. Are you kidding? Everyone at the station knows who you are. And although you don't remember my face, I've seen you there, talking to Lombardi in his cramped little cubicle. She grinned. I have an office. Nothing fancy. You can barely find my desk through all the boxes, but at least I've got a door. She turned to Jazzy. Hi, hun. I'll have a regular coffee and a slice of that cake Molly's got going on there. Looks delicious.
Coming right up, Jazzy said. If you want to find a seat, I'll bring it to you.
Jazzy didn't ask Shelley to pay for her coffee and cake. Was it one of the perks of being a cop, or a one-time thing? Did she usually charge her for her morning cappuccino? They settled on a table away from the door to give them privacy and distance from the cold air that rushed in every time someone walked in or left. Molly hung her jacket on the back of her chair, while Shelley threw hers over the empty one beside her. So, I have to tell you, Shelley said in a rush, I was delighted when Lombardi told me that Charlotte's name popped up in the Pruitt file, but man, oh man, I'm sure disappointed in Schmidt. He missed his opportunity to solve the case. Did he even ask Charlotte where she worked? No, his interviews were standard, with all 3 women. He asked them where they were at the time of the murder, but never got into their backgrounds. To be fair, he did have his hands full. It seems anyone who read the newspaper knew about Larry finding those coins. He gave an interview. Oh, Shelley shook her head. What a dope. Larry, I mean, not Schmidt. You're right, he was probably slammed. But if I'm right about my first impression, he was actually just a short-timer who didn't care anymore. Molly took a bite of cake and moaned out loud. Oh my gosh, this is so good. She took another bite and a sip of coffee. I don't want to blame him. Even if he had questioned Charlotte about her work at the antique store, I don't think he could have proved she was involved in the robbery, not with Janelle backing up her alibi. She took another big bite of cake. At this pace, she'd be done before Shelley even got hers. It was so good, though, she couldn't stop eating it. It hasn't been lost on me, though, that it worked both ways. What did? The alibi, which is why I talked to Janelle. Shelley looked at her. Why did you do that? Because she could be involved. They might have done it together. Based on what? Did she change her story? Well, no.
Charlotte had some of those stolen coins, and more importantly, she had Pruitt's gun. She did it, Molly. You said in your voicemail she could have left the house and Janelle never heard her. I say she's the guilty party, and I'm prepared to inform Keith Pruitt that his father's case is finally closed. I wish you wouldn't. I've just gotten started, and if others are involved, you should bring them to justice. The fact that Charlotte is dead is a red flag warning. You think her death is tied into her past criminal life? I think there's a strong possibility that it is. Let me tell you about the interviews I've conducted. Shelley listened to her and didn't interrupt. When she was finished, she said, I'll grant you, Quincy Clark seems like an interesting character. Interesting? He could be complicit if he knew what Charlotte was planning and bought the coins from her. All but 5, remember? All but 5. Jazzy appeared with Shelley's coffee and cake. She set it down in front of her and said, Enjoy. Then she flashed a smile at Molly and walked away fast. She knew she was working and didn't want to interrupt. Shelley took a bite of cake. You weren't kidding. This is fantastic. Jazzy is amazing, isn't she? I don't know how she stays so slim. If I was baking sweets like this every day, I wouldn't be able to resist eating it all. She took a sip of her coffee. I wonder why she held on to those 5 coins, and especially the gun. We'll probably never be able to positively identify those coins as being from the stack stolen that night, but the gun is a whole other animal. Ballistics don't lie. It's Pruitt's, and the fact that she had it is enough evidence for me that she killed him. Molly was starting to feel exasperated with Shelley. You're losing sight of the bigger picture, that she had an accomplice, or accomplices. Don't you even want to talk to Quincy Clark? Shelley shook her head. Not really, no. There's no point in going down some rabbit hole that won't get me anywhere. Even if he played a role, if any of these people you're talking to played a role, no one is going to admit it. Not after 15 years, Molly. The emerald and diamond ring is still missing. If you got a search warrant, Shelley laughed. I'd need a lot more to go on than your suspicions to get a search warrant. And may I remind you, you haven't even talked to the man yet. Molly sighed. It was true. She was working on her hunches, and that wasn't even based on meeting the man, only the fact that his name kept coming up. Shelley said, Look, I appreciate everything you've done, but all of these connections, Charlotte's old friends and acquaintances, there's no evidence they killed her. But there is evidence that Wyatt Lyman had an affair with her, and he has no alibi. Lombardi told me he's his prime suspect, and unless he turns up something in Boston, I don't think he's going to change his mind. Molly was disappointed in Shelley. Lombardi always listened to her theories and took them into consideration. Shelley was dismissive. She went on. I don't mean to sound ungrateful. You took the time to read through the Pruitt files, and you found Charlotte living right next door. That's all the connection I need. The doors and windows of Larry's house were intact. There was no sign of a break-in. Pruitt probably let her in. Again, she lived next door. He'd probably met her enough times to trust her. In the middle of the night? Maybe she said she was in trouble. Shelley sighed. Who knows what kind of lie she told him to get into his house. She stole the coins, she shot him with his gun. There were so many unanswered questions. Molly thought her head was going to explode, but Shelley didn't care. She went on blithely. Cheer up, kiddo. You helped solve a murder that's been sitting around for so long it had grown cobwebs. You've really been an enormous help. Now we know. Charlotte Blair killed Larry Pruitt. End of story. Except it might not be. Molly couldn't help it. She didn't want to shut this down. Not yet. Not without more information. Someone killed Charlotte 2 days ago, and if it wasn't a random crime, it had to be someone she knew. I have all these names, and... Shelley cut her off again. I know. You told me. She finished her last bite of cake, then drank the rest of her coffee, smacking her lips. Truth is, none of this concerns me. I have enough on Charlotte to pin the Pruitt murder on her. That's all I care about. If you want to pursue other leads and go down that rabbit hole, you'll have to do it with Lombardi. I'm out, okay? It actually wasn't okay with Molly, but she couldn't force Shelley to take an interest in connecting the two cases. Shelley pushed back her chair. Lombardi did warn me. He said you were stubborn. She grinned. I take that back. He said tenacious. Molly is tenacious. I like the sound of that better, don't you? She put on her ugly coat and buttoned it. Oh, by the way, I'm going to need those files back. I'll send someone over to your house this afternoon to pick them up. Chapter 18. Molly felt deflated watching Shelley leave the coffee shop. She had expected a lot more from her. This was a reminder that not everyone on the police force was like Lombardi. He took her seriously and encouraged her to think outside the box. He believed in keeping an open mind. A line had formed at the counter, and Jazzy was busy taking orders. Molly waved to her and went outside, where the sky was still overcast, but the rain seemed to have stopped for good. She had almost reached her car when she saw Renee standing in front of a sports shop window. Molly walked over. Hi. Renee looked surprised. Oh, Molly, it's you. Do you ski? The shop was advertising an early sale on skis and skiing apparel. No, I don't ski, but I like that parka. Renee pointed to a red parka with a white faux fur hood. It gets cold in Boston, too. I'm glad I ran into you. I wanted to talk to you. But first, how are you holding up? I've been better, Renee sighed. I had to identify Charlotte's body yesterday afternoon. Detective Lombardi had promised to be there, but he couldn't make it. He sent some other police officer who wasn't very sympathetic. Molly was silent. She wasn't about to tell Renee that Lombardi was in Boston digging up information on her and Charlotte. Identifying my best friend's body in a cold room at the medical examiner's office was by far the worst experience of my life, and one I hope I never have to repeat for anyone else I love. And they still aren't sure when they're going to release her body, although they're going to try to make it happen before I leave on Sunday. I hope they will. I'd like to be there when the funeral home picks her up. She looked at Molly. So, what was it you wanted to talk to me about? When we spoke yesterday morning, you told me Charlotte had a platonic male friend, but you didn't give me his name. I've since learned it was Theodore Van Wegberg, and you introduced him to Charlotte. I can't imagine you forgot his name, since you worked with him at the bank. Renee frowned. Well, I'm sorry if it slipped my mind, Molly. I have a lot of other things to think about right now. You also didn't mention Quincy Clark. I know Charlotte met him at Memory Lane and introduced him to you, and he's the reason why she had to find another place to rent. You moved in with him. You left her alone, even though you both had this plan to save money and go to Boston together. Had you changed your mind? Well, Renee hesitated. I suppose I had, but it didn't last. Because the relationship with Quincy Clark ended? Renee nodded. It was an amicable breakup. It occurred to Molly that if it was amicable, she might have remained in touch with him. Have you talked to him since you've been back? Yes, I did see Quincy. After I saw you, we got together. Molly knew he had to be the man behind the wheel of the black Mercedes. I hadn't seen him since I'd moved away. I called him to let him know about Charlotte. He believed in her dream. He encouraged us both to open the store. He told us not to give up. And then you both moved, and you never talked to him again? Quincy isn't the sentimental type. He doesn't do long-distance friendships. I know about the Pruitt murder, the stolen coins, his own gun used to kill him. Why didn't you mention any of this to Detective Lombardi? He told you what we'd found in Charlotte's desk. Surely you could have made the connection. Renee's eyes narrowed. Surely you don't expect me to believe for 1 second that my dearest friend in the world killed a man for some coins? They weren't just any coins. They were rare coins, worth over $100,000. Did she sell them to Quincy Clark? Renee took a step toward her, and for a second, Molly thought she might hit her. "How dare you?" she said in a low growl. "This has been one of the worst weeks of my life, and I am not going to stand here and listen to you accuse my ex-boyfriend and Charlotte of a horrible crime. You aren't the police, and I don't have to take it. Goodbye, Molly." Renee marched off with her head held high. Molly watched her go, thinking that she wasn't going to scratch her off her suspect list anytime soon. But the person she really wanted to talk to was Quincy Clark. When she reached her car, she heard her cell phone ring. She got it out of her purse and opened the car door. "Hello?" "It's Pamela." Molly slammed the door shut. Great. This was all she needed. The last person she wanted to talk to was Pamela. Wasn't it enough that she was going to see her that night? "How did your meeting go with Wyatt?" Of course, Molly thought. She wants to grill you about Wyatt. "Can we talk about this later?" "I would prefer to talk to you about this in private, on the phone. How did it go?" "It went well," Molly said. "I felt he was being honest with me, and before I left, I told him he should listen to you and hire a criminal lawyer." "That's all very good, but what specifically did he tell you?" She wanted details, but Molly wasn't going to give her any. "I talked to him and Allison, but what we discussed is between us. If you want details, you'll have to ask them." "You think he's guilty, don't you? You think he killed Charlotte." "Did I say that?" "No, I didn't, because I haven't come to any conclusions, and I'm still talking to people." She heard her sigh. "I'm relieved to hear it. Just remember, Molly, it would be a shame to abandon your family." Molly gripped her phone. Who did this woman think she was? "Pamela, I hate to break it to you, but you and Wyatt are not my family. Heck, Nathan barely is. I hope I haven't given you a false impression that I'm on your side. If Wyatt is guilty, I won't cover for him." "Well, I have to say you have a poor attitude, which was unexpected," Pamela huffed. "Sorry to disappoint you." "No, I'm not." "Would you at least tell me how you found Allison? I'm very worried about her." Molly hesitated. She really didn't want to get into specifics with her, but Allison had told her she was close to her mother-in-law. "I can tell you that she's hurt, and her emotions are running high, but she made a point of telling me that she's going to stand with Wyatt." "Thank you. That's very good to hear." Pamela sounded relieved, which made Molly wonder if she had expected Allison to accuse Wyatt. "Oh, one more thing, while I have you. Nathan isn't going to have time to make dessert. And when Matt called to RSVP, he asked if there was something you could bring." "We'll bring dessert," Molly said quickly. Anything to get her off the phone. "Thank you. We're both looking forward to seeing you and Matt." "I'm not looking forward to it," Molly thought as she hung up. She threw her phone in her purse and leaned her head back on the headrest. She shouldn't have agreed to dinner. It was too soon after the disaster at the Island Grill. It was Matt's fault. He made everything sound reasonable, but he was so cute, she couldn't say no to him. She sighed and sat up and opened her purse again. She found the slip of paper with Quincy Clark's contact information. Should she call him again? Or show up at his house unannounced? She was tempted to. But from what Marcus Lee had said about him, she thought it was probably better to give him a little more time. She got out of her car and walked back to Java Jitters. She'd seen one of Jazzy's homemade triple chocolate layer cakes in the display case. With a pint of vanilla ice cream, at least she knew that if dinner turned into disaster part 2, she could console herself with dessert. Chapter 19. Pamela's lake house wasn't anything like what Molly had been expecting. When she thought of lake houses, she thought of log cabins, or something more on the rustic side. Her home was an industrial design of glass and steel beams. "It looks like a spaceship," Matt said. "But I bet it has fantastic views of the lake. You can just see it in the moonlight." "It reminds me of Lyman Construction's headquarters," Molly said. "I bet the floors are marble." They got out of the car, and Molly felt a blast of cold air coming in off the lake. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees since the afternoon, but at least the rain had stopped. She could see her breath as she climbed the metal stairs to the glass-fronted door. Matt rang the doorbell, and Molly peered inside. The floors didn't appear to be marble, but white oak. Pamela opened the door. She wore a long white skirt and a pale blue silk blouse. Her white hair was slicked down, and large diamond hoop earrings sparkled in the overhead lights. "I was beginning to think you two had gotten lost." She was smiling, but Molly thought she detected an edgy undertone in her voice.
"Sorry if we're late," Matt said, "but Tyler put up a fuss."
This was a flat-out lie. Tyler had smiled and waved goodbye to them, happy to spend more time with Starling watching his favorite cartoons. It was Molly who had delayed their departure. She had been all set to put on her coat, but froze. She told Matt she couldn't do it. The first meeting had gone all wrong, and this was going to end up the same way. Matt had to spend 10 minutes talking her into going. If he hadn't, she would be at home, sitting on the couch, watching Thomas the Train with Tyler. Molly was holding a bag from Java Jitters. "It's chocolate cake and ice cream," she said, practically shoving the bag into Pamela's hands. "Thank you. I'll take this to the kitchen. Why don't you both make yourselves comfortable in the living room?" Molly felt a little blinded in the house by the white oak floors, bright white walls, crystal chandeliers, and white furniture. As Pamela walked away with the bag, she actually thought she was going to run right into the wall. But she pushed the wall, and an almost seamless door popped open, giving her a glimpse of a stark white kitchen. As she went into the kitchen, Nathan came out. He walked up to Matt and clapped him on the shoulder and shook his hand. He smiled at Molly and didn't try to touch her. Maybe, she thought, he's as nervous as she was.
"I'm so pleased you could both come tonight," Nathan said. "Dinner will be ready soon. I'll get you something to drink."
They walked past the dining room, where a large floral arrangement of white flowers was in the center of a large white table and white chairs. Molly couldn't imagine having so much white in her dining room, especially with Tyler around. Food stains would be everywhere. The living room was large enough for 3 separate seating areas. Every piece of furniture, whether it was chairs or couches, was all white leather. A row of tall windows took up the entire back of the house, which overlooked a patio and a line of solar lights leading the way to a dock along the shore. Molly could only see a vague outline of the mountains in the moonlight, but she imagined the view during the day would be beautiful. The paintings on the walls were the only color in the house. They reminded her of the ones she'd seen in Wyatt's office, all modern, with splashes of color, and whatever meaning they had to come from the mind of the artist's imagination, since she couldn't make sense of it. She wondered if these particular paintings had once adorned the walls of Pamela's office suite, and she'd moved them here when she handed the company's day-to-day operations to Wyatt.
"What would you like to drink?"
Nathan popped another hidden door open in the wall. It revealed a small room the size of a walk-in closet, but it had a fully stocked bar.
"I'll have red wine,"
Matt said. "The same for me," Molly said. Nathan poured them each a glass. She took a tiny sip and told herself to go slow. She wasn't a big drinker to start with, but she was nervous, and it would be too easy to drown her nerves in wine. "Nathan!" Pamela had stuck her head out of the kitchen. "It's time to carve."
"Oh, I better take care of that."
Nathan smiled at them.
"Make yourselves comfortable."
A gas fireplace had been lit, and the warmth felt good to Molly. She stood in front of it and said quietly to Matt, "I don't know how they can live in a house like this. Hidden pop-open doors, all this whiteness. I feel like I need sunglasses. It looks like a movie set for a science fiction movie."
"It feels sterile, like a hospital ward," Matt said.
He touched her arm.
"How are you doing?"
Molly shrugged. "I don't know. I suppose all right." She grinned. "I haven't run out the door yet. I just wish I didn't feel so nervous." I don't know how to shake it off, and believe me, I'm trying.
You're good at making small talk with people. Try to relax. Pretend Nathan isn't your father, but someone you've met at a party and you're getting to know them.
Molly sighed. She wished it was that easy. I'm worried that I'm getting into something I won't be able to get out of, she said.
What's the worst that can happen?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I allow Nathan into our lives and we both end up regretting it. Before Matt could reply, the kitchen door popped open again, and Pamela came out carrying a silver platter. She set it down on the dining room table and said, "Dinner is served." Molly took a deep breath. You can do this, she told herself. Eat a little dinner, have a little chit-chat, and leave as soon as possible without looking rude this time. The dining room table had been set with, no surprise, white china plates and polished silverware. After they were all seated around the table, Nathan said, "I've made one of my restaurant's signature dishes: roast chicken, fresh vegetables, and mashed potatoes." Matt laughed. "This is honestly my favorite meal."
Is it?
Nathan looked delighted.
I had no idea.
Molly didn't know what to make of this. Her father's signature dish just happened to be Matt's favorite? She wondered if her mother told Nathan, maybe during one of her little updates, giving him details about their likes and dislikes. Molly took a bite of chicken, hoping perversely that it wouldn't be anything special. But it was so delicious, she almost asked Nathan right there for the recipe. But complimenting him meant opening the door to more conversation, and she wanted to take this as slow as possible. Matt asked Nathan about his restaurant, and after that subject was exhausted, Pamela told him about her role on the board of Lyman Construction. As Molly ate, she listened, relieved for once that Pamela loved to talk about herself. As she droned on and on, she was able to tune her out. By the time she was on her last bite of food, she realized she might be next in line for a topic of conversation. She said, "Matt has such an interesting job as a physician, but he came into the job late in life. It's a wonderful story. Tell them, Matt." He shot her a look that said he knew what she was doing, deflecting attention away from herself. But he was a good husband, and he loved her, and he told Nathan and Pamela about how he'd almost finished medical school, but hadn't gone back until after meeting Molly at Collectors Weekly, when he was hired as the new marketing director.
I owe it all to Molly, he said. She inspired me to follow my dream and go back to med school. I couldn't have done it without her love and support.
It was a sweet story, and it was probably the worst one she could have picked for Nathan to hear. He was looking at her with something close to adoration. Any second now, she'd be next up. "It looks like we're all done eating." She got up and started collecting plates. Pamela and Nathan looked a little surprised at her exuberance, but no one stopped her. Matt looked amused. He knew exactly what she was doing. But as she gathered the dishes and headed for the pop-out door, she realized Nathan was right behind her, and maybe her plan to distract everyone wasn't working out quite the way she had expected. She found herself in the kitchen with him. She headed straight for the sink, while taking in the sleek white floors, the gleaming white cabinets, and the expensive Sub-Zero appliances.
"I'll take care of those,"
Nathan said, as she put the dishes in the sink. She nodded and started to walk away.
"Wait, please."
Molly stopped. He wanted to talk to her, and she wasn't mentally prepared. She had to change the subject. "Was the house always like this?" He looked surprised by the question.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, was it an old house that Pamela converted to look like a spaceship? Or was it always this way?" Nathan laughed.
"Pamela designed it and had it custom built."
"Let me guess. By Lyman Construction."
"Yes, of course," he smiled. "She likes everything to be perfect and in order, and clutter to be kept out of the way."
"That explains the kitchen hidden behind the almost invisible door." She paused. "Doesn't it get on your nerves, the way the doors pop open? Are the bedrooms the same way?"
"The whole house is,"
he said as he opened the dishwasher.
I wouldn't have designed a house like this myself, but it's her home, not mine. My house is a brownstone in Brooklyn, which I was lucky to find intact. It had never been split up into condos or apartments. It's a very comfortable home, too. You won't have to worry about making a mess.
As if she would ever visit him. He rinsed off a dish and loaded it into the dishwasher.
When we first started dating, Pamela did mention gutting my house and remaking it into something like this one. I hadn't even seen this place, but she'd told me enough about it to know it wasn't anything I wanted to live in on a long-term basis. I told her my house came as it was, and so did I. She could stay or go. I wasn't going to change for her.
Molly looked at him. I'm impressed. I got the feeling she was, Her voice faded.
Bossing me around? He smiled. She's a woman who knows what she wants, and usually gets it. I knew it from the start, and I told her if we were going to have a relationship, she had to learn to compromise. So far, it's working out.
He loaded more dishes. He wasn't pushing her toward a deep conversation, but she found herself asking, Did you ever marry anyone else? I mean, after Ma and before Pamela? He looked at her levelly.
No, I didn't.
He closed the dishwasher, and when he turned back to her, he said,
I want you to know something, Molly. I loved your mother very much, but I knew I couldn't give her what she wanted.
He paused.
I'm very sorry I couldn't be the husband she needed, or the father you deserved. I was too scared to even try to be a dad. I couldn't handle the responsibility.
Well, this is it, Molly thought. The conversation she had dreaded, but oddly, she found herself relaxing. Matt was right. She did need to do this. Matt told me about your father, how he hurt you and your mother and sister. But what I don't understand is why you didn't even try to give fatherhood a chance. You knew what bad parenting was. You could have chosen to do the opposite of your father. Nathan nodded.
I know. You're right. I should have stayed and tried. There is nothing I can say or do now that will make what I did acceptable, or take away the pain you felt growing up without a father. I'm not even going to try. All I can say, again, is how sorry I am, not only for the past, but for waiting so long to reach out to you.
Molly suddenly felt on the verge of crying, but she refused to give in to it. I suppose I should thank you for making sure we had enough money. She told me you helped her pay for my college education and contributed to my trust fund. It's been a big help.
It was the least I could do, he said.
What I'd like to know is, what do you want? What's this really all about? Are you having a midlife crisis, or are you looking for absolution?
I'd like to get to know you and Matt and Tyler.
So, just like that, suddenly you want a family?
Not suddenly.
He lowered his eyes to the floor.
I've been wanting to reach out to you for years, but I was too afraid.
He looked up.
I have to give Pamela the credit for giving me the courage to try. She convinced me it was now or never.
He paused.
I'll understand if you say no.
Time to make a decision, Molly thought. He stood there, waiting for an answer, looking a little sad and a little afraid. She could stall, put it off for a while, say she'd get back to him, but what good would that be? She finally knew what she wanted. To err is human, to forgive divine. So said Alexander Pope. He looked hopeful.
Does that mean you forgive me?
I'm not 100% there, but I'm working on it, she said. I don't mind, if you want to stay in touch, but let me be clear. She stared at him. If you come to my home to meet my son, you better be prepared to stick around for the rest of your life. There's not going to be any second chances with Tyler. If you run away again, it's over for good. Do you understand?
Yes.
He nodded firmly.
I do.
Good. She smiled. He smiled too, and took a step toward her, and for a moment she thought he was going to try to give her a hug. But he turned to the table where the cake was sitting in its box and said over his shoulder, "I'll get the cake. You can get the ice cream out of the freezer." Chapter 20. At 8:30 the next morning, the doorbell rang. Molly wasn't surprised to find Lombardi standing on the doorstep. He was the only person who ever rang the bell so early. He held up a paper bag with the Java Jitters logo. In his other hand, he was balancing a to-go tray with 3 coffees. She let him into the house. "So you're back from Boston."
"I got back late last night," he said. "And this morning I picked up Jazzy's coconut macaroons fresh out of the oven. Interested?"
"Give me that bag." Molly grabbed it and left him in the foyer to hang up his coat. Tyler was in his booster seat eating scrambled eggs, and when he saw Lombardi, he held up his arms to be picked up. Lombardi set the coffee tray on the table, scooped him up, and gave him a big kiss.
"How are you this morning, little man?"
Tyler giggled.
"Well, I can see you're in a fine mood. Very good."
He looked around.
"Is Starling up? I got her a coffee, too."
He asked the question in a nonchalant tone of voice, as if he didn't really care if she was up or not. Molly almost laughed out loud. He had no idea she and Matt were aware of their engagement. "I heard the shower running a while ago. She should be down soon." Molly opened the bag and breathed in the aroma of fresh-baked macaroons. These smell divine. She put the macaroons on a plate, and Lombardi returned Tyler to his chair. He handed her a coffee that Jazzy had marked with her initials. "So, tell me about Boston. Did you solve Charlotte's case?"
"I wish."
He took the lid off his coffee, but was staring at the macaroons. "Are you going to take one?"
"I have to confess, I had 2 on the way over."
"Have another. I won't tell anyone." He grabbed a macaroon and took a bite.
"Man, these things are addictive," he said. "Anyway, Boston was worth the trip. I searched Charlotte's condo. I didn't find an emerald and diamond ring, in case you were wondering. Oh, and before I forget, I did send my team back to her shop to double-check we didn't miss a ring matching that description. There's nothing like it there, either."
"Too bad. If Charlotte had the ring, I'd be 100% behind Shelley's version of events."
"Which is?"
"That Charlotte was fully responsible for what happened to Larry Pruitt." She didn't want to say murder or kill in front of Tyler. He was little and wouldn't know what it meant, but he was also at the stage where he was parroting her and Matt. "She had the box of files picked up. She wants to close the case."
"I know, we've talked."
He took another bite.
"I told her not to be surprised if you turn up something else, because that's what you do."
He grinned.
"She told me all about your conversations with your other suspects."
"Did she? I didn't think she cared."
"Shelley is a good cop. She cares. Anyway, back to Boston. I found copies of Charlotte's bank statements, which immediately set off alarm bells when I noticed 2 unexplained monthly deposits for $2,000 each. The bank provided me with the names of the depositors. Renee wasn't making up stories about Charlotte only dating married men. What she didn't tell us, and I'm hoping for her sake she doesn't know, is that Charlotte was also blackmailing them."
Molly stared at him. "You talked to these men?"
"I did. Both are professionals with 6-figure incomes, married with children. She threatened to tell their wives about the affairs, and ruin their lives, unless they paid her once a month to keep her mouth shut. She told them it would be easy to prove, said she kept proof. Photographs, recordings. She wasn't playing."
"Did you find anything like that?"
"I didn't. I think she lied to them."
Molly sat back in her chair. "How long did this go on?"
"Both men said the affairs only lasted a few months, but the payments have been going on for years. 3 for one, 2 for the other."
"My goodness." Molly shook her head. "How could she do that to them? Or maybe I should be asking, why did she do it?"
"Money, plain and simple. I spoke to the shop employee, Wendy Ross. I told her not to say a word to Renee about our meeting, and I don't think she will. She was pretty upset about Charlotte's death. She's been working there for 4 years, and she's the last one left on the payroll. They let everyone else go when they made the announcement they were going to close.
Renee told me Charlotte had been using her own money to keep the shop going. That's probably why she blackmailed those men. She didn't want the store to fail.
Yeah, but as Wendy said, it became obvious they had no choice. Sales had slowed way down, and they're on Newberry Street, pricey real estate. She said she asked Charlotte, after they told her they were going to have to close, why they didn't try moving the shop somewhere else in Boston that wasn't as expensive. She said Charlotte insisted the store had to be on Newberry Street.
It was her dream.
Yeah, well, she let it fall apart by being stubborn. As for Renee's role, Wendy said she spends her time between the office and ringing up customers. She isn't into antiques the way Charlotte was, which she thought was funny since she's co-owner. She said both women have always been very nice to her and paid her a decent wage, which she appreciated.
Molly ate a macaroon. Yum. Thank you, Jazzy. She took a sip of coffee. Did Wyatt call you? He smiled.
He left me a very long message. Thanks for getting him to confess about the 10 grand and the in-person meeting.
He shook his head.
You know, he's not helping himself.
I know. He'll be lucky if Allison goes back to him. I spoke to her yesterday, and she's struggling with it. She sat back in her chair. Do you want me to fill you in on my other interviews?
Sure, go ahead.
Molly told him, and he listened, and drank his coffee, and had another macaroon. She ended with her short discussion with Renee outside the sports shop. I still haven't heard back from Quincy Clark. He could be involved.
Or not. Tell you what, you talk to him and let me know how it goes.
You don't think you should bring him in?
If he's guilty of anything, and he's as wealthy as you say he is, I know what he'll do. He'll show up with a lawyer, and I won't get anything out of him. You might have better luck.
Yeah, if I can ever get him to talk to me. What are you going to do about Renee?
I was actually planning on having her picked up this morning and brought in for further questioning.
He took a sip of coffee.
By the way, I took your advice and checked to see if Renee has an electronic toll transponder for her car.
Molly had to work hard not to smile. It had been Starling, not her, who had suggested that Renee could have driven up Monday morning, killed Charlotte, and made it back to Boston by noon. She had discussed it with Molly, and then obviously mentioned it to Lombardi later. He'd simply forgotten who had suggested it.
Unfortunately, she doesn't have one, and I can't track her movements Monday morning. Wendy told me the shop is closed on Mondays. Since she wasn't there, she has no idea if Renee came in.
Tyler finished eating his eggs and pointed at Molly's macaroon. She cut off a small piece for him, and he shoved it into his mouth. His eyes suddenly widened. I know, it's good, right? He smiled, and she turned back to Lombardi. I wish we could find the ring. There could be a Mr. or Ms. X out there. Someone Charlotte could have given the ring to, perhaps. But she didn't seem to have many friends. She snapped her fingers. What about the Hendricks? The foster couple? Maybe she gave the ring to Mrs. Hendricks.
I ran a background check on them. They moved to Florida 5 years ago, but I've got their contact information. I'll give them a call.
He stood up and kissed the top of Tyler's head.
I've got to get to work. Tell Starling I'm sorry I missed her. Oh, and she'll need to heat up her coffee.
Chapter 21. Molly wasn't one to spend money on herself, especially when it came to clothes or makeup. There was one item, though, she was willing to spend money on, and that was her hair. When she had been in England on her honeymoon, she'd taken a side trip to London to interview a hairstylist while working on a murder case she'd gotten caught up in. The stylist owned an exclusive, award-winning salon, and her hair had never looked better. When she got home, she made an appointment at the highest-rated salon in Burlington, Fringe, on Pine Street. They had a high price tag, but the precision cut she got every 6 weeks was worth every penny. She might have been busy trying to figure out who killed Charlotte, but she wasn't going to miss her appointment. The salon was owned by Noël and Pierre Dubois. Molly's stylist was Pierre. He was born in France and came from a long line of hairstylists, going back to his grandfather. He had apprenticed with a high-end salon in Paris for 2 years before moving with Noelle and their child to Vermont, where they opened Fringe. Molly adored the couple. They were welcoming and always smiling, as was everyone who worked at the salon. They made you feel like you were part of their family. Pierre served her sparkling water in a crystal goblet, and after a hair wash, which included a relaxing scalp massage, he trimmed and shaped her hair and style-dried it with a round, fat brush. When he was done working his magic, he turned her chair around to face the mirror and said, "Voila! You are beautiful, Molly." He grinned. "But you already know that." Molly smiled. "Thanks for the compliment, but if my mother was here, she'd tell me I needed a fashion makeover. The hair is only the beginning," she'd say. He unclipped her gown. "Ah, yes, your mother. She is a beautiful woman, too. She could walk the grand boulevards of Paris and blend in as a native." Yes, she could, Molly thought, as she got out of the chair. "See you in 6 weeks." She paid at the receptionist's desk. She didn't have to book her next appointment. Pierre was in such high demand, appointments had to be booked well in advance. Molly was booked up through April of next year. As she headed to the door, she came to a sudden stop. Theodore Van Wegberg was walking down the sidewalk on the other side of the street. She watched him turn into Coleman Jewelers, and immediately she thought of the emerald and diamond ring. "Miss Appleby, are you all right?" The receptionist was wondering why she hadn't left. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just going to sit here for a little while." She grabbed a magazine off the table in the waiting area and sat down. "I was reading this article before, and I want to finish it." The phone rang, and the receptionist answered it without giving Molly a second thought. She had already paid, and she had her next appointment booked. That's all she needed to know. From where Molly was sitting, she had a perfect view of Coleman Jewelers. She watched the time, and 20 minutes later, Theodore came out the door. He turned back in the direction from which he'd come, which was in the direction of the bank, 2 blocks over. Molly waited until he was out of sight before she went out and crossed the street. Molly knew the owner of Coleman Jewelers. Geneva Alexander was one of the first people she had interviewed for the magazine when she'd moved to Vermont. She was not only a renowned gemologist, but a master jeweler who specialized in antique jewelry. The shop had originally belonged to her father, and she had inherited it more than 30 years ago. Molly's feature story had included photographs of her exquisite and unique jewelry designs. Geneva was behind the glass display case, and when she saw Molly, she smiled widely, came around the counter, and stretched out her arms. "What a wonderful surprise!" She gave her a warm embrace. "How are you, dear?" Geneva was in her late 70s, her hair a shock of white, her skin barely wrinkled. She wore jade earrings, red lipstick, and a colorful Hermes scarf with a butterfly pattern around her shoulders, and Molly thought she could join her mother walking down the grand boulevards of Paris. "I'm very well," Molly said. "You look terrific." "Thank you. How is your sweet little boy? Tyler must be getting big." "He's growing like a weed." Molly felt bad. She hadn't visited Geneva in months. "I promise I'll bring him in soon to see you, but right now I'm on the job, and I have a question for you." "Oh, well, now I'm intrigued. What is this about?" "Theodore Van Wegberg. I saw him leave here a few minutes ago. Why was he here?" Geneva's smile quickly faded. "Why are you asking? Are you looking into the case of that antiques dealer who was killed? The minute I heard about it, I told my daughter, Molly will want in on that one. Is that it? Are you?" Nothing got by Geneva. "Yes, I am," Molly admitted. "So, Theodore was here because he came in for an appraisal." Geneva went around the counter and reached beneath it. She pulled out a tray lined with black velvet. On top of the velvet was an emerald and diamond ring. Molly's jaw dropped. It seemed incredible that the ring was there, right in front of her. She cleared her throat. There hadn't been any photographs of the stolen ring in Schmidt's files, but Larry Pruitt's son, Keith, had given him a description. Emerald center stone, surrounded by diamonds. Geneva said, "It's a gemstone cocktail ring crafted in an old European square cut, circa 1880 to 1882. The band is yellow gold. The emerald, which displays a fine brilliance, is a little over 2 carats. The surrounding diamonds total 1.5. As I told Theodore, it's an exceptional ring." "How much is it worth?" "I could easily sell it for $5,000. "Did Theodore want to sell it?" "No, he wanted to make sure the stones were genuine. And when I assured him they were, he asked me if I could use the emerald and diamonds and create a necklace for his wife. Evidently, the ring had belonged to his wife's late mother, but it's been sitting unworn in her jewelry box for years. I told him I could reset the stones, although I believe it's a shame to do so. I stressed to him that the ring is a lovely Victorian piece and in excellent condition, but he was determined. He said their anniversary is coming up soon, and he wants to give her the necklace as a surprise." Molly couldn't take her eyes off of it. It couldn't be a coincidence that the day after she had talked to Janelle and Theodore about the Pruitt murder, Theodore had shown up at Geneva's to remake a ring that perfectly matched the description of the one that was stolen. Geneva said, "I agreed to do the work because I was afraid he'd take it to someone not as accomplished as myself, and they'd make a mess of it. He gave me a deposit." "I hate to tell you this, but I think the ring could be stolen." Geneva's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, no." Molly told her about Larry Pruitt's murder, how his late wife's ring had been stolen and never found. "It's been missing for 15 years, she said. "If it turns out to be the same ring, then Theodore and/or his wife could be guilty of a crime." Geneva had paled a little, and Molly hoped she wasn't upsetting her. "I'm going to let Detective Lombardi know you have it." She would let him decide whether to bring Shelley in on it. She didn't want to make that decision, since Shelley hadn't seemed interested in pursuing that case any further. "In the meantime, can you hold on to it, and whatever you do, don't give it back to Theodore?" Geneva nodded. "Yes, of course. I'll put it in the safe." She sighed. "This is so disappointing. I've known Theodore and his parents for years. Please tell Detective Lombardi to do something about this soon. Theodore is expecting me to have the necklace ready for him to pick up in 3 weeks." She paused. "What do I do? If he calls and tells me he's changed his mind, and he wants the ring back?" "Tell him you had to send it out." Geneva looked at her like she had 2 heads. "You know he will never believe that." She pointed to the wall behind her, where a large framed copy of Molly's article in Collector's Weekly was hung for all to see. "Thanks to you, everyone knows I design and create everything myself, right here in my workshop." She's right, Molly thought. Theodore would never believe Geneva if she said she had sent the ring to someone else, for any reason. "Let's hope he doesn't change his mind then," she said. "But if you do hear from him, call me right away, and I'll make sure Lombardi gets over here." "All right, I will." The shop door opened behind Molly, and her heart skipped a beat. She hoped Theodore hadn't come back for some reason. But it wasn't Theodore. It was an elderly man. He waved at Geneva and headed over to the watch section. Timing is everything, Molly thought. Chapter 22. Molly was about to start the car engine when someone knocked on her window, which startled her so much she almost jumped out of her seat. "Oh!" It was her mother. She powered down the window. "Ma, you about gave me a heart attack. What are you doing here?" "I remembered you had a hair appointment this morning. I wanted to catch you before you left the salon." "Get in." She popped the locks open, and Clara went around to the passenger side of the car. How is Pierre? Your hair looks lovely. He's fine. Why are you stalking me? I'm not stalking you. I thought you would have called me by now. About what? Clara sighed. You had dinner with your father and Pamela last night. Oh, right. Molly cringed. She'd completely forgotten to call her mother to tell her all about it. I'm sorry, Ma. I've had a lot on my mind. She told her about the food, and then the conversation she'd had with him in the kitchen. Overall, I'd say it went well. I'm glad Matt encouraged me to go. Clara smiled. I'm very proud of you. I know it wasn't easy to have that talk with your father. You don't think I was being too hard on him, do you? I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I felt a little bad about threatening to cut him off from my family forever if he took a wrong step and ignored Tyler the way he ignored me. You're protecting your son and yourself. You have nothing to feel bad about. Besides, he deserves to be put on notice. You've given him a second chance. Some people might say it's more than he deserves. Molly grinned. Oh, yeah? Who says? Sean, for one. He loves you and Tyler. He feels very protective of both of you. We love him too, Molly said. Was that all you wanted to talk to me about? No. You mentioned you were having trouble getting through to Quincy Clark, so Sean contacted him. Molly stared at her. He took Sean's call? Yes. He didn't know Sean was your stepfather. Of course not. That's why he talked to him. Clara smiled. The good news is, Sean convinced him to meet you. He said he'll be at Waterfront Park at noon, waiting for you on one of the benches. Interesting he didn't invite me to his home. He probably doesn't want me to see his coin collection. I bet he's got some of those stolen coins. Oh dear, please don't make this into a conspiracy theory without any evidence. That never turns out well. Perhaps he likes to eat his lunch in the park. Be happy you have a meeting with him. You're right, Ma. And I'll thank Sean later. Clara looked at her watch. We have a little over an hour before the meeting. We? Yes, we. I'm going with you. How about we grab a cup of coffee at Gaston's bakery? Clara opened her door. It's at the end of the block. Molly smiled. She might not have inherited her father's culinary skills, but she definitely inherited her mother's love of bakeries. Gaston's wasn't in a high-foot traffic area like Java Jitters, which meant they didn't have to wait to order at the counter or find an unoccupied table. Molly treated her mother to coffee and ordered 2 lemon poppy seed muffins. As they ate their muffins and drank their coffee, she told her about her visit to Coleman's jewelry. Seeing Theodore go into the jewelry store, I immediately thought of the ring, and lo and behold, there it was, in all its glory. I think they're trying to change it, in case the police ever come sniffing around without a warrant. Clara took a bite of muffin. This is good, but not as good as Jazzy's. She sipped her coffee. May I voice an opinion? Of course. If Theodore knew the ring was stolen, he's taking a very big risk bringing it to Geneva. If he hadn't told her his wife never wears it, I might be more suspicious of him. But why give that information away? If the police did ever search their house and found an emerald and diamond necklace, they might take the time to explore its origins, and that would lead them to Geneva. Molly thought about this. You're right. It was risky. Maybe Janelle was in on the robbery with Charlotte, but Theodore had nothing to do with it. Maybe she can't bear to wear it because she knows how it was obtained, and she feels guilty about it. She finished her muffin and took a sip of coffee. Let's imagine Janelle went along with Charlotte that night to rob Larry. They take the coins and the ring, and Larry gets shot. When they get home, she's shaken up about what happened, and later she can't bring herself to wear the ring because she's racked with guilt. Years pass, and Theodore thinks he'll surprise his wife on their anniversary by resetting the gemstones into something she will wear, completely oblivious to what she had done. She sat back in her chair. Bottom line, I don't trust any of these people, but Janelle is at the top of my list for being an accomplice to Larry Pruitt's murder. and the robbery of those coins. What was her motive? Money, of course. I've been thinking about it. She told me her mother had to quit her job at a dry cleaner. Do you think the dry cleaner provided insurance? I highly doubt it. Janelle was in nursing school working part-time at a fast food restaurant. And remember, this was long before there were any other affordable care options out there. They were probably in debt up to their eyeballs. Clara nodded. All right, I can see how she could be tempted to do it. And now we know Charlotte was greedy and capable of blackmail. Right. It's not a long walk across the street, or in this case, the yard, to doing far worse. Do you really think Janelle could have killed Charlotte? I can imagine it happening if Charlotte was holding something over her, and she killed her to end it. Clara's eyes widened. What if Charlotte didn't have anything to do with the robbery or murder, but she knew Janelle did? If she knew she was guilty, she could have blackmailed her. Give me the coins and I won't tell anyone. Molly smiled. Ma, I love the way your mind works. You could be right. It would make sense. And the gun, too. She took it as leverage against her, to hold over her if she ever needed it. She paused. Except Janelle would have needed help selling the coins. Maybe Charlotte coordinated that part, if they were in on it together. The problem is, I can't prove any of this. Charlotte is dead, and Janelle will never confess. I'm not so sure about that, Clara said. You mentioned she might have felt so guilty about what happened she couldn't bear to wear the ring. You could use that guilt. Molly laughed. To pry the truth out of her? Okay, how? Agatha Christie's novel Murder on the Orient Express comes to mind. Remember how Hercule Poirot brought all the suspects together in one place to make his case? They were a captive audience, with nowhere to run. Find a place where you can get everyone together. Janelle and Theodore, Allison and Wyatt, Renee, even Quincy Clark, if he seems suspicious. Put the pressure on her in a setting where she's surrounded by people who knew Charlotte. I don't know, Ma. I'm not Hercule Poirot. That sounds more up Lombardi's alley. Clara reached across the table and took her hand. As much as I worry when you get involved in a murder investigation, I have faith in you. I truly believe if anyone could make Janelle break, it's you. Molly squeezed her hand. Thanks for the vote of confidence, she said, and glanced at her watch. We better go. If we leave right now, we can walk to Waterfront Park and get there on time. I really need some air to clear my mind. Chapter 23. At Battery Street, Molly and Clara crossed the road and entered Waterfront Park. The park was located along the Lake Champlain shoreline, a popular hangout spot for food and music festivals in the summer. In the autumn, with the temperature a comfortable 40 degrees and the sun shining in a cloudless sky, dog walkers and joggers were out taking advantage of the nice weather. Molly scanned the park benches and saw a single man near the community boathouse. He wasn't eating lunch, but drinking coffee out of a Starbucks cup. He was also talking on his cell phone, and as soon as she and her mother approached, he said into his phone, I'll see you soon. Bye. Quincy Clark? He pocketed his phone, got up, and shook her hand. You must be Molly Appleby. He looked at Clara. And who are you? Clara Appleby. Sean Murphy is my husband. Oh, I didn't realize you were coming too. He shook her hand. Sit down, ladies. I have to meet someone in about 40 minutes, but until then, I'm all yours. He took a seat in the middle of the bench, with Molly on one side and Clara on the other. He was in his 50s, was short and heavily built, and had steel gray hair. He wore dark Ray-Bans that hid his eyes, and a cashmere turtleneck sweater under a soft suede jacket, gray silk slacks, and Gucci shoes. He was wealthy, and didn't mind showing it off. I apologize for not getting back to you, he told Molly. I've been busy. You had time to talk to Sean? He smiled. Yes, well, Sean Murphy is someone you don't ignore.
The treasure trove is, in my opinion, the best antique store in Vermont.
High praise coming from you, she said. You've been a dealer a long time.
Correction. I'm a private collector of coins and stamps. He took a moment to breathe in the fresh air. After you left your message, I called Marcus Lee. I know he told you that I knew Charlotte, and I lived with her friend Renee. I also know the police have found some rare coins at her shop, as well as a gun that was used in a crime.
I never told Marcus about it, and the police haven't released any of that information to the public. Who told you? He smiled again, but Molly thought it was more of a smirk.
The gossip mill in this town is amazing.
She didn't believe him. Renee had told her she'd met with him, and since she was well aware of what they had found in Charlotte's desk, she could only assume that Renee had told him. He took a sip of his coffee.
You think I had something to do with Charlotte's death? Admit it.
If Charlotte stole the coins from Larry Pruitt, or she was an accomplice, she had to have help selling the coins. Someone like you, with contacts, He cut her off.
I'm not the only coin collector or dealer in New England. She could have asked anyone to help her, someone unscrupulous. I pride myself on being an honest broker, if the occasion ever arises, which it doesn't very often.
He's denying any involvement, Molly thought. Proving otherwise would be a steep climb up a hill that was probably not worth the effort. But he still had information she might be able to use, and she could concentrate on that. Wasn't Renee a bit on the young side? He shrugged.
She was 21. I was 42. So yes, there was an age difference and a generational divide, but we hit it off.
Another smirk.
What can I say? I liked her and she liked me.
He studied his fingernails, which looked professionally manicured.
The problem was, Renee fancied herself as the woman who would finally reel me into marriage. Women always do. That's why I had to break up with her.
You're a confirmed bachelor?
Yes, and I never lie about it. Renee knew the deal. I told her, if you're looking for a husband, look somewhere else. She knew what she was getting into when she moved in with me.
How long were you together?
About 9 months. Practically a lifetime for me.
The smirk widened.
I will admit, of all the women I've ever been with, I loved Renee the best.
How big of him, Molly thought. She didn't like Quincy Clark. He was smug and arrogant.
I truly did care about her. That's why I didn't kick her out onto the street. I told her she could live with me until she and Charlotte found another apartment to rent. Then Mr. Pruitt got himself killed, and Charlotte had a meltdown, and Renee told me she was insisting that they leave for Boston right away. I thought that was a mistake. Renee had told me how much they'd saved, and it wasn't nearly enough to go big, the way they wanted to. Renting space on Newberry Street, getting the shop stocked, it was all going to cost a lot of money.
He took another sip of coffee.
So, we went over the figures, and I made up the difference.
Molly was shocked. You gave them money? He nodded. How much?
Oh, about 100,000. I know, it's quite a lot of money. But I had 2 good reasons to do it. One, I really did want to help them. Charlotte was smart, and I felt confident that with Renee's help, they would make a success of their business. And they did. 2, I wanted to give Renee an incentive to leave town. She was still in love with me, and I wanted to put distance between us. She needed to move on.
What a guy, Molly thought with disgust. I spoke to Wyatt Lyman. He told me Charlotte bought 2 acres of land and a house from you recently. Sounds like you stayed in touch with her.
No, you've got that all wrong. He shook his head. I hadn't talked to Charlotte or Renee since they left Vermont. Then about 2 months ago, Charlotte showed up at my home. She knew all about the negotiations I was in with Wyatt to sell off 32 acres of land that I own. She wanted to know if she could rent the house. I asked her why, if she knew he was interested in the property, and she told me about their affair and how he dumped her and broke her heart.
He grinned.
I'm a softie at heart, in case you hadn't figured that out by now.
Molly glanced at her mother, who was pursing her lips like she'd just eaten a sour lemon.
Anyway, Charlotte wanted to get back at him, and I haven't been overly keen to sell, so I thought, why not? I gave her a 1-year lease, and thought at the end of the year I'd know whether I wanted to give up that land once and for all.
Molly was astounded.
You leased the house to her? Yes. If she told Wyatt she bought the place from me, she was lying.
Molly sat back and looked out at the lake. Pinpricks of sunlight glistened on the water. Seagulls overhead circled the dock, where 2 fishermen were standing, patiently waiting for a catch, the gulls ready to pounce if they got lucky. It was such a beautiful day, but there was something about Quincy's tone of voice, the smirk on his face, and his complicity with Charlotte to mess up Wyatt that made the day feel a little ugly. Charlotte told Wyatt she bought the house from you, and if he wanted it, he'd have to pay her $1 million. Last Sunday, he agreed to buy it from her, minus $10,000 cash that he gave her. Quincy burst out laughing.
My God, what nerve!
He chuckled.
I underestimated her hatred of the man. But how did she think she'd ever get away with it? Wyatt would have found out it was all a lie when it was time to close, since there was nothing to close on.
He paused, the laughter gone, his jaw tight.
The more I think about it, I don't find this funny at all. She cast me in a bad light.
Molly thought he'd done that all on his own by agreeing to go along with renting her the house, but she didn't interrupt to tell him. He was talking, and that's all she cared about.
Wait until Pamela Lyman finds out. She'll probably sick a team of lawyers on me, and I'll be forced to sell the 32 acres.
Molly's eyebrows shot up.
You know Pamela? Yes. You see, there was a time, in the distant past, when I was friends with her husband. I got along with Joseph all right, but Pamela never took a shine to me. She doesn't like antiques, doesn't see the point in keeping old things around. She also thinks I'm lazy, because I don't have to work for a living.
The smirk returned.
I think she's jealous because she had to. In any event, it's not just me. Ask anyone in the business community. She has a reputation for being a perfectionist extraordinaire. There's simply no pleasing her. I honestly pity Wyatt for having had to deal with her his whole life.
Was it Wyatt who approached you about selling your land?
It was. I told him it's been in my family for generations, and I'm not going to let go of it unless I'm allowed input into what's going to be built.
He paused.
I admit he's been accommodating, addressing my concerns about the environmental impact of the project, how it will affect the abutters to the property, which is important to me. I don't want to ruin anyone's property values or make their lives miserable. I have standards. I try to do what's right.
Molly paused long enough before answering that Clara filled in. I'm sure you do, she said. You were very generous with Renee and Charlotte, and you obviously care about the land. I find it refreshing. He smiled, and this time it looked genuine.
Thank you. I do try.
Molly said, We'd love to see your coin collection. He laughed.
Yes, I'm sure you would. Since you've got it in your head that I bought some of those stolen coins from Charlotte. I'll tell you, I do have a 1-cent piece, 1863. I also have the paperwork to prove where I purchased it. So, are we done here?
Molly shook her head. I have one more question. Where were you on Monday morning?
Now, why should I tell you? You're not a cop. You're a reporter.
Clara said, The police will probably want to talk to you. Wyatt told them about Charlotte's scheme to blackmail him. They'll be asking next.
Fine, whatever. It doesn't matter. I was home alone on Monday morning. I can't prove I didn't kill her, but I didn't. And you'll just have to take my word for it, won't you?
He pushed up his jacket sleeve to check the time on his Bulgari watch. Molly knew his watch would retail for around $4,000. He stood up to go.
I suppose if I was the police, I'd be looking closely at Wyatt.
Molly said, "What about Theodore and Janelle Van Wegberg?"
I have no opinion about them, because I barely know them.
He paused.
Do you think they're involved?
I'm not sure.
Oh, poor you.
He smiled at Molly.
You really don't know much at all, do you?
Chapter 24. As soon as Quincy was out of earshot, Clara said, "What an annoying, self-centered, arrogant man." "Yeah, and he doesn't have an alibi." Molly stretched out her long legs. "But did he have a reason to kill Charlotte?" "If he did, it must have something to do with the coins." "I don't know, Ma. He told us about the one Civil War coin he has in his collection, and made a point of mentioning he has the paperwork. He's not worried about the police finding anything." "He could have done it, bought the other coins from Charlotte, passed off the money as a gift he gave to her and Renee. Perhaps so Renee didn't become suspicious." Molly nodded. "I like that, but we're right back where we started from. No proof, no solid evidence, no way to close either case properly." She sighed. "Maybe it's time to walk away and leave it up to Lombardi to sort out. I feel like everyone from Charlotte's past has a secret, and I'm not close to finding out what they're all hiding." "I disagree." Clara stood up. "I think you should keep going. Think over my idea about bringing them all into one place. If anyone is going to crack, I think it's Janelle. And if you can get her to come clean, if she didn't kill Charlotte, perhaps the person who did will somehow reveal themselves." Molly got up too. "Are you going back to the treasure trove?" "Yes, but I'm going to stop off at the mall to buy a scarf I saw the other day. Would you like to come with me? Shopping always helps me relax." "I know, Ma, but shopping isn't going to help me." Not that she wouldn't mind walking around the mall with her. She liked the mall, which was hidden from street view underground. "I'll walk with you to the corner." They parted ways at Battery Street. Molly crossed over to King Street, and as she walked back to her car, she left a brief voicemail for Lombardi to let him know that she'd found the missing emerald and diamond ring at Coleman Jewelers. She had barely finished the call when her phone rang in her hand. She was surprised to see it was Clara. "Hey, Ma, what's up?" "I'm on Cherry Street, and Quincy Clark is walking out of the Hotel Vermont with a woman. Does Renee have dark brown hair?" "Yes. What are they doing?" "Getting into a car. A black Mercedes sedan." Molly smiled. "I saw her get into his car the other day." She thought it must have been Renee he'd been talking to on the phone when they'd approached him in the park. She told me she hadn't seen him since she'd moved away, but she called him to let him know Charlotte had died. What if they're both lying, and they've been in contact for a lot longer? Months or even years. Maybe they killed Charlotte for some reason. You should let Tony know what's going on. He told me he was going to bring Renee in for questioning this morning, but I don't know if he's already spoken to her. If he has, then her reason for getting together with Quincy now might be to give him an update. I don't for 1 minute think the gossip mill is how he found out about the coins and the gun. It was probably her. They said goodbye, and Molly drove toward home. When she came to a stop sign, she saw Murdoch Realty on her right, and it gave her a sudden thought. She turned into the lot and parked. She was well aware that random acts of violence weren't as common as those that connected a victim to their assailant, but on the off chance that was true in Charlotte's case, shouldn't she at least look into it? A Mr. or Ms. X, someone off the radar, could have killed her. Molly walked into the realty office. Jazzy had retained Evan Murdoch when she was looking to buy a condo, and she'd gone with her to the showings. She had gotten to know Evan, and thought he would see her without an appointment, if he was there. She had just given the receptionist her name when she heard a man's voice say, "I'm here. Hi, Molly." Evan was in his 60s and a snazzy dresser. He wore a blue pinstriped suit with a white shirt with cufflinks and a red silk tie. Molly noticed a folder tucked under his arm. "Are you on your way out?" "I am, but I've got about 10 minutes. What can I do for you?" Can we talk in private?
Sure. We'll talk in the conference room.
He sat at the head of the table, and Molly took a chair.
How is Jazzy? I hope she's enjoying her condo. I think she made a great choice.
I do too. She's very happy living there.
Good.
He smiled.
So, are you in the market?
No. This is a little irregular, but I was hoping you might be able to help me with something. It's for an article I'm writing. If I gave you an address, could you tell me the names of the people who bought and sold the house in the past? He smiled.
Can you tell me why you want to know?
Oh boy, she thought. There was no way around it. If she didn't tell him, he might not help her. She kept it as brief as possible. Evan listened, nodded once or twice, and when she was done, said,
Well, now you've got me curious about who lived there. Leave it with me, okay? I've got to meet a client, but as soon as I get back to the office, I'll look into it.
Thank you so much. Molly wrote the address of the Pruitt house on the back of one of her business cards. This is the address. You can text, email, or phone when you've got something.
I'll let you know.
When Molly got home, she checked in on Starling and Tyler, who were playing with his toys in the great room, and went into her office and shut the door. She had been putting off calling her boss in North Carolina for days, and it was time to check in. Carl Swanson answered on the first ring.
Appleby, it's about time,
he bellowed.
How's the article coming along on Charlotte Blair?
I never got the chance to interview her. She was murdered. Molly filled him in, while he coughed in her ear, and she wished he would stop smoking. He had tried numerous times, but always failed. At least he listened and didn't interrupt. When she was done, he said,
Well, well, well. We've got ourselves another murder investigation. I love it.
Molly rolled her eyes. Leave it to Swanson to get excited over someone's death. He knew her crime stories brought in new readers, which increased the magazine's circulation rate, and that's all he cared about.
Find out what you can about those coins. They'd make a good story. Where did they come from? Why were they hidden in a bathroom?
As if she hadn't thought about any of this. I'm on it, boss.
Good. I know you won't let me down. You've got until next week to send me something.
A dial tone sounded in her ear. Swanson wasn't one for small talk. She had her orders, and he expected her to follow through on them. Molly leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. She thought about Charlotte renting the house from Quincy, but lying to Wyatt about having bought it. Was she really trying to get revenge? Was it greed? Or was she truly in love with the guy and used it as an excuse to see him in person? She couldn't forget about the coins. How did they end up in her desk with the gun? Was she really involved in Larry's murder, or was it a smokescreen to make people think she was? Had someone meant to frame her? Molly frowned. That theory had its own share of problems. If someone was going to frame her, why would they hide the coins in a place few people would be able to find? And, of course, they would have to know about the hiding place to begin with. Molly opened her eyes. Who would know about the hidden compartment in the desk? The only people she could think of were Renee, Janelle, and Theodore. They knew Charlotte well enough that she might have shown off her desk to them, including the hiding place. Molly sighed. She was running in circles again, getting nowhere fast. She decided to join Starling and Tyler and started to get up, but an email arrived in her inbox, and she sat back down in her chair. It was from Evan. That was fast. She opened it, hoping for good news. She read his message, not once or twice, but 4 times. Molly was stunned. It was glaring in its simplicity. So glaring, she couldn't stop staring at the message. She was right. There was a missing X factor, but it wasn't a person. It was an elusive clue that could help the police solve both cases. She picked up her cell phone to call Lombardi, but didn't dial right away. The information sitting in her inbox was undeniable, but a name on a deed still wasn't enough proof. Her prime suspect had been flying under the radar for such a long time, it wasn't going to be easy to get it out of them. Molly smiled. Her mother's idea could be the solution. Murder on the Orient Express, Vermont style? Gather everyone in one place, make her case, put the pressure on, and get a confession? It might be the only thing that would work. What did they have to lose? She called Lombardi and told him what she had in mind. Chapter 25. Molly knew it was the height of irony that for her plan to work, she would have to ask her father for his help. But what choice did they have? Lombardi had told her that Larry Pruitt's son, Keith, had been unable to confirm that the ring Theodore had dropped off at Coleman Jewelers was his mother's, and without his assurance, she knew Janelle only needed to stick to her story about inheriting it from her mother. They were running out of options. Once Lombardi gave her the green light to proceed, she volunteered to call Nathan, and after a 15-minute conversation with him and Pamela, she got back to Lombardi. Pamela had questions, she said. I told her it was better they didn't know too much about our plan, at which point she said to count them out. I assured her it really was the only way we could think of to clear Wyatt's name, and that did the trick. They're going to invite everyone to their house for dinner tomorrow night. Pamela said she'll send out email invitations straight away. The reason for the dinner will be to celebrate me and my dad getting back together. I'm surprised you offered yourself up like that, he said. I thought it would help entice them to come. Plus, who doesn't want a free meal cooked by a professional chef? Anyway, Nathan said he'll get back to me as soon as they have a final head count. Cross your fingers they all say yes. The invitation Pamela sent out arrived in Molly's inbox an hour later. With apologies for the late notice, you are cordially invited to a celebratory dinner on Friday evening at 6 o'clock at our home. Chef Nathan McDaniel will be preparing 2 of his famous signature bronze chicken dishes, as well as a surprise dessert. We hope you can join us to celebrate his reunion with his daughter, Molly Appleby. Please RSVP no later than noon on Friday. As soon as Matt got home from work that night, she told him about their plan. Molly wasn't sure how he would take it, if he would think she was out of her mind, but he was supportive. You know, I think it might work, he said. But what if you do get a confession? You can't make an arrest. Not a problem. Lombardi is going to be there, in another room, out of sight, listening to everything on a hidden microphone he's going to set up in the living room. He said Shelley wants to be there, too. Really? I thought she didn't care, that she was all set to close Pruitt's case. She hasn't done it yet. Molly smiled. Shelley certainly could have, but since she hadn't, Molly took it as a sign she was giving her a chance to check off every box first. Besides, she's a cop. Her curiosity won't let her sit it out. Molly thought her plan had a good chance of working, but she tossed and turned in bed that night, worried she was missing something. She felt a heavy responsibility whenever she got involved in one of Lombardi's investigations. She couldn't afford to get this wrong. In the morning, after only 4 hours of sleep, she felt tired but determined. Matt went to the hospital, she fed Tyler breakfast, and Starling took charge, which gave her time to shower and change. By the time she came back downstairs, she was getting anxious to hear back from Nathan about the responses to the invitation. He called at 10:30. You'll be glad to hear they're all coming, he said. Molly breathed a sigh of relief. Getting this group together was half the battle. Allison was the only one I had to convince. She wasn't going to come, so I called her. She said she wasn't sure she could handle being in the same room with Wyatt. I told her there would be other people around, and she didn't even have to talk to him. I also reminded her they will have to talk things over eventually, if for no other reason than to sort things out for their children. Decisions will have to be made. They can't walk away from each other without another word ever being spoken. Molly was impressed. Sounds like you deftly handled that situation, she said. I'm not sure I could have convinced her. I'm surprised it worked. I'm not very good at relationships, as you know.
or giving advice, but my pep talk did seem to calm her down, and she said she'd come, and that was the goal, right?
Absolutely.
Will you call Detective Lombardi to let him know?
I think you should call him, she said. He needs to coordinate his eavesdropping setup with you.
Right. Okay.
He paused.
Look, I can appreciate that you don't want to share too much information with us, but can you at least tell me if what you've found out is going to upset Pamela? I swear I won't say anything to her, but I would like to know if Wyatt is going to be arrested. I need to be prepared for any bad news.
I can't. If I tell you, you might inadvertently give it away, and then the whole plan will fall apart. He sighed.
Can you at least tell me if we're in any danger?
It's a dinner party, Nathan. No one is coming to your house for a shootout.
How do you know? They might have figured out this is a sting operation.
If they knew, I don't think they'd show up. Besides, Lombardi will be there monitoring everything. It will be fine. Nothing bad is going to happen. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Molly hoped he wasn't about to change his mind and rescind all of the invitations. You know I've worked with Lombardi before. I trust him, and I hope you know you can trust me. She didn't want to tell him that there was a chance the entire evening would fizzle out and be a complete waste of time. We've got this, okay?
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
He didn't sound convinced, but she'd gotten what she wanted, and that's all that mattered. It might not be a train car on the Orient Express, but dinner at his house was close enough.
Chapter 26. Molly felt a sense of déjà vu as Matt rang the spaceship's doorbell. Only this time, it was Nathan who answered the door and invited them inside, not Pamela. He was smiling, but she could see the worry lines in his forehead. Dinner will be served buffet-style in the dining room, he said. The living room bar is fully stocked. Everyone is here. They all have a drink, and just made the rounds of the dinner table to fill their plates. I have to help Pamela in the kitchen. I'll see you in a bit.
He opened the pop-out door and disappeared. Molly took hold of Matt's hand. He looks worried, she said quietly. I hope his guests haven't noticed.
Let's not worry about things we can't fix. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be. He kissed her cheek.
Good luck.
They went into the dining room first. In the adjoining living room, people were chatting, eating, and drinking, but she could feel their eyes on her. She checked the little cards Nathan had set up on 2 easels in front of 2 silver chafing dishes. He had written out the menu in swirling calligraphy. Atlantic halibut with marinated spinach and carrot vinaigrette, grilled lamb chops with pistachio rub, mint, and kale sprouts. Molly's mouth watered as she piled food on her plate. Despite being a little nervous, she was hungry. No matter what else happened that night, the meal would make it a success. As they walked into the living room, the others lowered their voices, and Wyatt said, "Welcome, Molly and Matt, the guests of honor." His hair was mussed, and he was wearing a striped long-sleeved shirt and jeans that were only a little wrinkled. He had tried to dress up.
"What are you drinking?"
"We'll both have red wine," Matt said. Wyatt went to the bar and poured them each a glass. Molly smiled at Allison and Janelle. They were sitting together on one of the leather couches. Theodore stood nearby, still dressed for work in a suit and tie, balancing a plate in his hand as he ate. He gave her a slight nod. Standing in front of the long bank of windows, Quincy Clark and Renee were talking quietly. They paused their conversation for a moment to acknowledge Matt and Molly's arrival, and then turned away again. Molly thought it was interesting that no one wanted to talk to them. They were keeping their distance. Even Wyatt, who, after handing them their wine glasses, went to stand by the fireplace. Nathan and Pamela came out of the kitchen. She was carrying a glass of water, which she gave to Allison, who seemed to be doing a good job of ignoring Wyatt. Nathan joined Quincy and Renee and started up a conversation with them. Pamela walked over to Molly. "I'm hoping for good news tonight." She spoke in a near whisper, and Molly had to lean in a little to hear her. I had a phone call this afternoon from a reporter. Somehow he got wind of Wyatt being questioned by the police, and he wants a story. Molly looked at her. Why did he call you? Because Wyatt's lawyer has instructed him not to talk, but this particular reporter is well aware that I continue to have a vested interest in protecting my company's image. He's using that against me. If I don't give him something, he's going to write the story his way. I told him I would get back to him tomorrow, as long as he promised to hold off on writing the article. Why don't you have Wyatt's attorney handle it? Pamela frowned. Why should I? I'm quite capable of taking care of this on my own. Anyway, that's why I need you to wrap this up tonight. I'll do my best, Molly said. Pamela walked away, and Matt said, You know, the more we get to know her, the less I like her. I haven't really liked her since we met at the Island Grill, Molly said. But she's the least of our problems. I have a killer to catch, and I want to enjoy my meal. Should we mingle? Molly shook her head. No one wants to talk to me, can't you tell? I'm beginning to think they know there's more to this dinner than the food. When everyone had finished eating, Nathan and Pamela carried trays laden with dessert to the dining room table. After arranging it, he came and stood in the center of the living room. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. I hope you all enjoyed dinner. Wyatt said, Bravo, Nathan. I believe I can speak for all of us when I say this was a fantastic meal. Allison said, Everything was delicious. Heads nodded in agreement, and expressions of thanks went around the room. Nathan smiled. It's been my pleasure, he said. Pamela and I would like to thank you for coming tonight on such short notice. We had originally planned for this to be a quiet dinner with Molly and Matt. As most of you know, I've recently had the pleasure of reconnecting with my daughter, and it's been wonderful getting to know her. He glanced at Molly, and she gave him an encouraging smile. Tonight's dessert is a new recipe. Raspberry sponge cake with white chocolate mousse, almond nougatine, and orange sorbet. If that isn't to your liking, however, I've also made a frosted lemon cake, which is one of our most popular desserts at the Bronze Chicken. There's regular and decaf coffee, assorted teas, or, if you prefer, we have a nice selection of after-dinner liqueurs. So, please, help yourselves. He had barely finished speaking when they all began moving to the dining room. Molly and Matt stood in line last and decided to try a little of both desserts. With their plates and cups of decaf coffee in hand, they returned to the living room and sat on one of the sofas. Molly noticed how everyone had stayed clustered in their little groups. Allison, Janelle, and Theodore, Renee, and Quincy. Only Wyatt had left his perch by the fireplace and joined his mother and Nathan. Molly felt like a pariah. The invitation was about her and her father, but no one had said a word about their reconciling. She supposed it could stem from the fear of her changing the subject and asking them more questions about Charlotte. Perhaps they simply didn't want their evening spoiled. She waited until everyone was finished with dessert before addressing the group. And then she took center stage in the middle of the room. Chapter 27. Molly waited for the room to quiet down. She smiled, hoping to put everyone at ease. I'm also glad you could all come tonight, especially on such short notice. And Nathan, thank you so much for a wonderful meal, and Pamela, for opening your home. Wyatt clapped, and everyone joined in. Nathan and Pamela smiled. Molly could see the stress in Nathan's eyes, but Pamela was a rock. She was as steely as ever, not a white hair out of place, her brilliant white teeth flashing. Molly went on. It was actually my idea to invite all of you. It seemed the best way to bring us all together, so we could talk about Charlotte's death and the progress I've made to solve her murder. Theodore said, Is that what this is? Some kind of setup? He turned to Nathan. I thought this was supposed to be a nice evening out. Now it's an inquisition? Nathan said,
"Please, let Molly talk."
Theodore frowned, but at least he didn't protest again. Molly continued. You know I've been looking into Charlotte's death, and while doing so, I also learned about the death of Larry Pruitt. I found it interesting, to say the least, that he died 15 years ago, about a month before Charlotte and Renee left Vermont for Boston. Renee interrupted. Excuse me, I don't appreciate the suggestion that somehow the two things are connected. Let me explain, Molly said. To do that, we first need to go back to when Larry was killed. It was, as you know, during a home robbery. Stolen that night were 25 rare Civil War-era coins, which he found during a home renovation project, an emerald and diamond ring that had belonged to his late wife, and his gun, which was used to kill him. Now, at the time, Charlotte was living next door with Janelle and her mother, Gloria Wilcox. All three women knew about the coins. Most of Burlington did, because Larry had gone to the newspaper and they'd written an article about it. This meant that the detective in charge of the case, Detective Schmidt, had his hands full. He questioned Gloria Wilcox and Janelle and Charlotte to see if anyone in the house had heard or seen anything. Janelle and Charlotte told him they were home that night watching a movie. Gloria had taken a sleeping pill and gone to bed earlier. The movie ended at 1 o'clock in the morning, at which time Janelle and Charlotte said they went their separate ways to bed. All of the women claimed they never heard or saw anything that night from the house next door. Perhaps because Schmidt had so many people to question, he never followed up on any of their backgrounds, which is too bad. If he had, he would have discovered that Charlotte worked at an antiques store called Memory Lane, and in her position, she had contact with antiques dealers, including one particular collector of rare coins, Quincy Clark. Quincy said, "Hey, hold on, lady. Don't go dragging me into this dog and pony show. I had nothing to do with Pruitt's death, or the robbery, and I'm not going to stand here and listen to any more of this. I'm leaving." He started to walk away, and Molly wasn't sure how to stop him. Nathan stood, and Matt started to move toward him, but they stopped when Lombardi suddenly appeared from the hall off the foyer. He was accompanied by Shelley and two uniformed police officers. Quincy stopped dead in his tracks. "Mr. Clark, take a seat," Lombardi said. Quincy was furious. "I demand to know what's going on here." "I said, sit down." Quincy shot him a nasty look, but he came back to the living room and took his place next to Renee, purposefully walking past 2 chairs to get there. He wasn't going to let Lombardi dictate to him. Theodore asked, "Detective Lombardi, why are you here? Is this an official interrogation? Because if it is, I want to call a lawyer." "That is your right. But has Molly even asked you a question?" Theodore's mouth opened and closed. No." The 2 police officers had taken a position by the front door, and Lombardi and Shelley were standing between the dining room and living room, which effectively blocked anyone from leaving. Molly thought they were very intimidating. Quincy said, "What exactly is your role in all this? Why are you even here?" "I'm here in my official capacity as a police officer," he said. "We have reason to believe that the person who killed Charlotte is in this room. I'm waiting for that person to confess." Renee laughed. "You're waiting for a confession? Is this a joke? No one is going to confess." Lombardi ignored her and looked at Molly. "Please, continue." Molly cleared her throat. She felt a lot more confident with Lombardi and Shelley in the room. If they hadn't stopped Quincy, she had no doubt he'd be in his car driving away. "As I was saying, Detective Schmidt didn't take the time to look into Charlotte's past," she said. "He also didn't try to find out who hid those coins in the bathroom vanity. It wasn't Larry, so who did it? I checked the sales history of the house and discovered that Gloria Wilcox sold it to Larry Pruitt." It was so quiet in the room, Molly could hear Janelle breathing. She was frozen in place on the couch. Only her eyes began to widen. Theodore spoke up.
What does it matter if Gloria sold him the house?
Let's all imagine we're Janelle, Molly said. She and her mother lived in that house until she was 16 years old, and 4 years after her mother sold it to Larry, he finds a treasure. How was that possible? All that money. It was sitting there. They never knew. It didn't seem fair. And it wasn't just any treasure. Oh no. These coins are worth over $100,000, and we know this because Larry had them appraised and boasted about it. This is real money, enough to pay off the medical bills that were piling up. Janelle had gone pale and looked frightened. Molly turned and spoke directly to her. You were a young woman at the time, still in nursing school, working part-time, making peanuts. You were exhausted, juggling it all. And there was Larry, going on and on about finding those coins, and the money he was going to get for them. It must have felt like a gut punch. Wyatt said,
Excuse me, but I'd like to know why Mrs. Wilcox sold her house in the first place if she was just going to move next door.
Molly looked at him. This was what he wanted to know? But she saw heads nodding and realized people were interested. Janelle shifted on her seat and said in a quiet voice, I was a baby when my parents bought the house. My father died in a car accident when I was 14. There was an insurance policy, not a lot of money, but enough to buy the house next door when it came up on the market. My mother thought it was a sensible thing to do, since it was a much nicer house, and we wouldn't need to do any work to it. It also had a beautiful garden, and she so loved to garden. Larry did too, which was one of the reasons he bought our house. He was recently widowed and wanted to downsize and work on a fixer-upper. It was the perfect house for him, and that's all there is to it.
But it's not, Molly said. Larry found the coins, and you needed money. Did you even talk to him about it? Ask him for a share?
Janelle's whole body suddenly started to shake. Theodore ran over to her.
Janelle, don't say another word. We're leaving.
He tried to take her hand, but she wouldn't let him. No, Teddy. No. I can't live with this anymore. Tears welled up in her eyes. I've been carrying this burden such a long time, and I'm sick of it. I want to tell you, to tell everyone, what I did.
You don't have to do this, Theodore said. Think of Robbie.
Janelle sighed. I am thinking about Robbie. I always knew someday it would all come out. I can't keep avoiding it. Theodore shook his head back and forth, deep in denial. He held out his hands to her.
We can go, right now. Just walk out the door.
Janelle stayed firmly planted on the couch. She turned away from him and talked directly to Molly. I did ask Larry if he could split the money with us. I went over to his house. My mother wouldn't ever know. I implored him to help us. He said it was too bad we didn't find the coins, but they were his, and he wasn't interested in sharing. He said there was nothing we could do about it. Her fists clenched in her lap. He knew my mother was sick, that we were struggling. I thought he liked her, but really, he was a selfish man, and he just didn't care. She paused to take a breath. After my mother went to bed that night, I told Charlotte what I'd done and what he'd said. She was angry, and I was angry. We talked it over, what we could do with that much money, and it started off as a kind of joke, how we could steal the coins. And while we were talking, I remembered we still had keys to the house. I said we could get in through the kitchen. The only problem was it had to be that night, because Larry was going to be selling the coins the next day. It seemed impossible, ridiculous even, and far too risky. So we watched the movie. But when it ended, I told Charlotte that my mother had told Larry about her sleeping pills, because he was having trouble sleeping through the night. He'll be fast asleep, I said. We could go there now. And just like that, we did it. Molly didn't dare look away from Janelle. Theodore was hunched over like he was going to be sick. Every set of eyes in the room was riveted on her. Janelle went on, her voice steady, but blinking back tears. It seemed so simple. We'd go in, get the coins, and get out. We never meant for anyone to get hurt. We were quiet, tiptoeing around the house, going room to room, but we couldn't find the coins anywhere. Finally, there was only one room left, his bedroom. I told Charlotte we should leave, but she insisted we try. She found the coins in his dresser, hidden under some shirts. "What about the ring?" Molly asked. "Did you take it, or did she?" "I did," Janelle said. "I thought it was pretty." Theodore sank down onto a chair and put his head in his hands. "We were on our way out, almost to the kitchen door, when Larry suddenly appeared. He'd woken up, and he had a gun, and was pointing it at us. Of course, he recognized us. He yelled at us to give him back the coins. I tried to appeal to him again. I asked him to think about my poor mother. He told me he was going to call the cops, and then my mother. He said she didn't deserve such a rotten daughter." She took a deep breath and flexed her hands, which had started shaking again. "There was a wall phone, and he started walking over to it, and I thought, this is it, the end of the road. I'll never be a nurse, and Charlotte will never own a store. Maybe Charlotte was thinking that too. I don't know. But she ran at Larry and grabbed his arm, trying to get the gun away from him." Tears filled her eyes again. Allison, who was still seated beside her, dug a pack of tissues out of her pocket and handed it to her. Janelle plucked out a tissue and held it to her eyes. "Charlotte was so stupid. He had a gun. I thought someone could get hurt or even killed, and she was fighting him, and then it went off, and it was so loud." She stopped and sighed. "Then it was quiet, and Larry was on the floor, and he was dead." She turned to Lombardi. "It was an accident. Charlotte never meant to kill him. She was trying to stop him from making that phone call, that's all." All eyes remained fixed on Janelle. No one spoke for a long moment, until finally Lombardi said, "Tell us what happened next." "We ran home, and Charlotte realized she had the gun. We didn't know what to do with it. We were so scared. I stuck it in an old candy tin, and in the morning I buried it in my mother's garden out back."
"With the coins?"
"No." Janelle shook her head. "Charlotte took the coins to work with her the next day. She was going to talk to someone she knew about buying them. She was sure they would. And she was right. When she got home that night, she gave me my share, along with some leftover coins." She looked at Theodore, who had lifted his gaze and was staring at her. "I didn't have her sell all of my share of the coins, only enough to pay off my mother's bills." Molly said, "So you're admitting the 5 coins that were found in Charlotte's desk belonged to you?" Janelle wrenched her eyes back to her. "Yes. I kept them in the tin with the gun. Charlotte and I talked about her taking the gun to Boston with her to get rid of it, but I told her I could keep it safe in the tin, buried in the garden. She didn't want to handle it again, so she left it with me." Wyatt spoke up.
"No offense, but why didn't you get rid of it? Why hold on to it all these years?"
"We weren't really thinking clearly at the time," Janelle said. "It was easy to bury the box. I know, for my part, I just wanted to forget what happened. I believed Charlotte felt the same way." Molly said, "You kept the ring, though. It sat in your jewelry box for years." Janelle looked surprised. "How did you know?" "Theodore brought the ring to Coleman Jewelers to have the gemstones reset for a necklace, a gift for your anniversary." Molly looked at Theodore, who appeared shocked that she knew about it. "Were you trying to cover for your wife? Were you trying to hide the evidence?" Before he could answer, Janelle said, "Teddy had no idea where the ring came from. He thought I'd inherited it from my mother." He looked at her.
"Why didn't you tell me the truth?"
"How could I?" Janelle sniffed. "You shouldn't have touched the ring." Janelle was trying hard not to burst into tears, and Molly had to admit, she found herself admiring her. She was making a public confession in front of her husband, people she knew, and the police. The burden of carrying around the guilt of that night must have been overwhelming. She had hoped she would break, but now that she had, she found herself feeling sorry for her. She didn't condone what she and Charlotte had done, but on some level, she could understand why Janelle, at least, had done it. Renee stepped forward, eyes fierce. "Why did you kill Charlotte? I have to know." Janelle shook her head. "I didn't kill her." She looked at Molly, her eyes imploring her to believe her. "Charlotte showed up out of the blue a couple of weeks ago. She'd followed me to the grocery store, parked right next to me, to talk to me in private. She knew I'd kept the coins, that I could never sell them. She knew the shame and guilt I was carrying. I assumed she felt it too, but then she asked me if she could have the coins, and I realized she was perfectly okay with what we'd done, that it didn't bother her that Larry had died that night." She took another deep breath. "So I told her she could have the coins, but I couldn't give them to her that day because Teddy and Robbie were home. They would have heard me up in the attic and asked questions. I told her I'd bring them to the shop the next day after closing time, and that's what I did. I gave her the tin with the coins and the gun, and I left." She turned to Renee. "Charlotte was alive when I left her. I swear I didn't kill her." Renee wasn't convinced. "I don't believe you, or your story about what happened to Larry Pruitt. I think you killed him and Charlotte found out. Tell the truth. Did she threaten to expose you? To go to the police about what you'd done? Is that why you killed her?" "I told you what happened, and that is the truth." Janelle shook her head wearily. "Charlotte didn't blackmail me. She asked me for the coins, and I gave her the tin. I was glad to be rid of it." Molly asked, "Did you wipe the box and its contents down before you buried it in your mother's garden?" Janelle looked confused. "What?" "There were no fingerprints. Did you wipe everything down?" "No, it never even occurred to me. Or Charlotte." If she was telling the truth, then Charlotte had done it before she'd hidden the box in her desk. It could be the real reason she wanted the 5 coins, that it wasn't just about the money. She knew Janelle had kept the coins in the box with the gun, and remembered in their rush to hide it, they hadn't wiped anything down. The gun was the biggest link to her pulling the trigger and killing Larry. She wanted it back, to reduce her exposure. On the other hand, if Janelle had pulled the trigger that night and been racked by guilt for years, she would have been smart enough to take care of this herself, long before Charlotte ever showed up. And if that was true, Molly knew, she was never going to admit it. That was a bridge too far. She had her son to think about. A long prison sentence would await her for first-degree murder. Better to take her chances with charges as an accomplice. Shelley signaled to one of the uniformed cops to follow her. Molly stepped out of the way as they walked over to Janelle. "Janelle Van Wegberg, I'd like you to accompany me to the police station for further questioning," Shelley said. "You can either go with me voluntarily, or I will place you under arrest." Janelle tried to stand up, but almost pitched backward. Theodore jumped up from his chair and took hold of her arm. This time, she let him help her to her feet and leaned into him. "I'll get you a lawyer right away," he said. And Molly thought, good luck with that at this time of night. It must have occurred to Theodore, too. He added, "Don't say anything. Not another word until I can arrange things." Shelley led Janelle away, with Theodore trailing behind them. He had trouble popping open the closet door, and Nathan went over and helped him. He shuffled outside looking like he'd aged 20 years in the last 20 minutes. As the door closed softly behind them, Renee said, "Well, this has certainly been a night to remember." She turned to Molly. "If Janelle is telling the truth, and she didn't kill Charlotte, then who did? Do you even know?" Molly hesitated. She had felt sure about Janelle's guilt when it came to participating in the robbery murder of Larry Pruitt. Killing Charlotte, not so much. If she had confessed, that would have taken care of it, but she hadn't. She did have another suspect in mind. She hoped she wasn't wrong, but there was only one way to find out. With as much confidence as she could muster, Molly said, "Yes, I believe I do know who killed Charlotte." Chapter 28.
"I know who did it too,"
Wyatt said, pointing at Quincy.
"It had to be you. You were in cahoots with Charlotte, selling her the property, and you bought the coins from her. Why don't you just admit you did it? Janelle stepped up. You should too."
"Don't be an idiot," Quincy snapped.
"I didn't buy any coins from Charlotte, and she didn't buy the land from me. She was renting the house."
Wyatt was stunned.
"What?"
he stammered.
"Yeah, that's right."
Quincy's lips curled up into a nasty smirk.
"Hate to break it to you, but she pulled one over on you. I have to hand it to her, she made a fool out of you. And after what you did to her, I think it was well worth it."
He turned to Lombardi.
"Why don't you arrest Wyatt? The man was being blackmailed. Charlotte's scheme must have sent him right over the edge." "Shut up!" Wyatt yelled. "I know, it hurts. What was it? The last straw? She was going to tell your wife, and you needed to shut her up?"
Pamela stood up. "Enough! My son has done nothing wrong." Molly thought it was interesting how Pamela had stayed silent throughout Janelle's confession, sitting there looking like a snow queen, unmovable, unshakable. But now her eyes were flaring because Wyatt needed her. She went over to him and wrapped her arm around his waist protectively. Renee said, "Detective Lombardi, I'm with Quincy on this one. Wyatt had the most to lose. He must have killed Charlotte." Molly held up her hands before Pamela could start defending Wyatt again. "Stop, all of you. Wyatt didn't kill Charlotte. Janelle didn't kill her either." This was it. She glanced at Lombardi, who was well aware of what she was about to do, but should she? He nodded his head, giving her permission. "Allison killed Charlotte," she said. Pamela cried out, "No! She couldn't have!" She left Wyatt to stand there alone and ran over to Allison. She sat down beside her on the couch and took hold of her hands. "Detective Lombardi, I cannot allow you or Molly to accuse this dear girl of murder. Allison has done nothing wrong. It's simply impossible." Allison chewed the inside of her lip, looking very much like a lost little girl. Her eyes were fixed on Pamela, who was gripping her hands. Molly said, "There really is only one person who had the most to lose, and it was you, Allison. When did you find out about the affair between your husband and Charlotte?" "Don't you say a word," Pamela said. It was a repeat performance of Janelle, only this time it was Allison in the hot seat, and Pamela was at her side, worrying about her. But perhaps because Janelle was brave enough to confess, Allison sat up straight, lifted her chin, and said, "It's true. I killed her." Pamela gasped, and she wasn't the only one. Everyone seemed to, even Molly. She was batting 1,000, and had the crazy thought that Lombardi should bring anyone else he needed interrogated to the house, since she was on a confession roll. She felt like Wonder Woman. Allison turned to Pamela. "You've always been so good to me. Let me do this." Pamela stared at her, unable to speak. Allison pulled her hands away from her grip, then stood, and faced Lombardi. "If I cooperate with you, and make a confession, will you get me some kind of deal so I won't have to go to prison for a long time?" Molly glanced at Wyatt. He was swaying on his feet. She went over to him and settled him on a chair, hoping he wouldn't pass out. Lombardi said, "I'll talk to the state's attorney, but I can't make any promises." Allison thought for a moment. Then she nodded to herself, making up her mind. "All right. I suppose that's better than nothing. I want to tell everyone what happened. I think it will make me feel better." Wyatt said,
That's insane. Don't do it, Allison.
His voice sounded like gravel.
I've hired a lawyer, one of the best. I'll call him. Let him advise you.
He tried to get up out of the chair, but his legs had turned into spaghetti. He quickly sank back down.
Please, honey, let me do this for you.
Allison's eyes flared. Don't you honey me. Nothing will ever be the same, and it's all your fault. You had to have an affair with that awful woman. How do you think I felt when I heard her voicemail messages? Her voice was rising fast. You didn't even lock your phone. It's like you wanted me to hear them. I hate you. She spat the words, and Wyatt seemed to reel back as if she'd slapped him. Rage was pouring out of her, rage she had probably bottled up over the last several days. If you'd been a stronger man, if you'd walked away before it got started, I wouldn't have had to take the measures I did to put a stop to it. Her face was red-hot with anger. I needed you to see me. That's why I wrecked the car. But even that wasn't enough in the end. Molly was stunned. Allison had risked her life to get Wyatt's attention?
I thought you swerved so you wouldn't hit a deer, he said. You could have been killed.
Better dead than humiliated. Allison turned to Pamela. You know I wouldn't have done it if I didn't feel I had no other choice. Pamela's eyes swiveled to Wyatt. She looked furious.
You stupid boy.
Wyatt's face crumbled. He realized his mother was taking his wife's side. Allison said, My plan worked for a little while. Wyatt cut back on his trips to Boston, and the calls stopped. I was sure the affair was over, and we could go back to the way things were. She walked over to Wyatt. But then I checked your phone again. You saved some of her voicemail messages. I heard her say she was moving to Vermont so you could be together. Wyatt shook his head.
No, you've got it all wrong, Allie. I broke it off with her. Yes, she said she was moving, but I didn't encourage her. I had nothing to do with it.
Allison pursed her lips. Then why did you go to see her on Sunday? Wyatt's eyebrows shot up.
What? How did you know? You've been staying with your parents.
I downloaded a tracking app on your phone. Allison sounded triumphant. The app showed me you went to a checkered past. Don't deny it. Molly thought Allison was amazing. She'd not only spied on Wyatt, she didn't appear the least worried that Lombardi was standing 3 feet away and could arrest her at any moment. She was spilling it all and didn't care because she was getting back at Wyatt. It seemed to be his fate in life to be bested by the women he had wronged. Wyatt said,
All right. I did go to see her. Detective Lombardi knows all about it. But you have to believe me, Allison. You all have to believe me. I wasn't involved with Charlotte anymore. I only went there because she insisted on seeing me in person to talk about the property sale. You know, the one I just found out was fake. I told her I'd give her what she wanted, anything to get her out of our lives.
He was appealing to Allison, but she folded her arms across her chest, her body language announcing she was having none of it. Her expression was one of torment and disbelief.
You didn't have to kill her.
He suddenly broke down crying.
Why, Allie? Why did you do it?
Allison snarled. You're so naive. You think she would have left you alone, but you're wrong. She had no intention of giving you up. She was in it to win it all. You, the money, my children, everything. Pamela stood up. Allison, that's quite enough. Let Wyatt call his lawyer, and if you don't want his lawyer, I'll find you someone else. No, I'm not done. Allison's voice was suddenly so whiny, Molly had the sinking feeling that something was wrong. What was she missing? On Monday morning, Allison went on, determined to make her confession, I dropped the girls off at school, and I went to see Charlotte. I told her I knew about the affair. I asked her to leave us alone, to give Wyatt back to me and our girls, to think of someone besides herself. She told me I didn't deserve Wyatt, that he was tired of me, and in love with her. She said I was a fool for thinking anything less. She was talking at a steady pace, and Molly wondered if it was rehearsed. I told her I wasn't going to let her destroy my marriage. She laughed in my face and told me to go away. I refused, and she pushed me toward the door to get rid of me. I pushed back, a lot harder than she expected. I think she saw something shift in my eyes. I had given her a chance, but I was done being nice. I was extremely angry. And suddenly, she looked afraid, and turned and ran down the hall. I ran after her, and I could see she was trying to make a phone call while she was running, and I thought, she's going to call the police. Or maybe she's going to call Wyatt, and I couldn't allow that. I caught up with her just as she was about to dial, and I shoved her into one of those rooms. She stumbled and dropped her phone, and I picked up the first thing that was handy. It was a kind of planter, heavy, and I hit her in the back of the head with it, and I killed her. Allison stopped talking. Her cheeks were pink, and her eyes were excited. She had admitted to killing Charlotte, and she wasn't remorseful. Renee was the first to react. She walked over to Allison and slapped her face. "You witch! How could you?" Lombardi came over and grabbed Renee's hand before she could hit her again. Allison laughed, even as the uniformed police officer took out a pair of handcuffs and snapped them around her wrists. Lombardi read Allison her rights, and Molly felt like she was in some kind of movie, but the ending was all wrong. What was she missing? Allison continued to laugh as Lombardi led her to the door. She shouted over her shoulder, "You did this to us, Wyatt. To me and the girls. It's all on you. Don't you ever forget it." Chapter 29. For the second time that evening, the front door closed. Those who were left behind appeared shocked, and for a long while no one spoke. Finally, Quincy said, "I did not see any of that coming. I can't believe she killed Charlotte." Renee said, "I do. It's like Molly said. She had the most to lose. Now she's lost it anyway." She sighed. "I could use a drink." "Me too." Quincy smiled at her. "May I join you?" Renee nodded, and they started for the door, but she stopped in front of Molly. "When I got the invitation to have dinner tonight, I wondered if you were up to something. It's the only reason I came." She reached out her hand, and Molly shook it. "Thank you." She gave her a small smile. "No offense to the police, but I don't think Lombardi or that other cop could have gotten those two women to confess. You're amazing." Molly didn't know what to say. She always got embarrassed when people complimented her. Quincy winked at her as he walked by. Molly thought he probably had bought the coins from Charlotte. She was less sure of Renee's involvement. Perhaps hers was a crime of knowledge, but not active participation. But without any evidence, there was no way to prove it. Wyatt had calmed down and was able to get to his feet. But his eyes were still damp from crying, and he looked miserable.
"Molly, how could you do this to me? And Allison, you forced her to confess."
Before Molly could reply, Pamela said,
"She didn't make Allison confess. She did that all on her own. You should give your wife some credit for being honest. She has more courage than you do."
Wyatt frowned.
"Courage? In case you haven't noticed, Mother, she's been arrested, and she'll probably go to prison, and no matter what I've done, it didn't justify her taking a human life."
He walked off to the foyer, took his coat out of the closet, and went out the front door without looking back. Molly realized she'd cleared out the room. There was only herself, Matt, Nathan, and Pamela remaining. Matt cleared his throat.
"Well, I suppose we should be getting home. Or we could stay and help you clean up."
Pamela shook her head. "Despite what I said to Wyatt, I do agree with him on one thing. There's no cleaning up the mess Molly has made." She turned away, waving her hand in the air like she was waving away a pesky fly. "Please go." As they walked to the foyer, Pamela went into the dining room and started collecting the dirty plates and cups. Probably cleaning to keep herself from falling apart, Molly thought. And who would blame her? Allison had been led away in handcuffs 5 minutes ago. Life wasn't going to return to normal anytime soon. Nathan handed them their coats and spoke quietly. I'm relieved Wyatt is off the hook. I really am. But Allison, this is a big blow for all of us, but especially Pamela. She loves that girl like her own. Matt said, Molly and I both feel bad about it, but I hope you can talk Pamela out of blaming her. It's not fair. Allison confessed. What was Molly supposed to do? Nathan looked at her. I know it's not your fault. I can't believe Allison actually killed that woman. Not that I know her that well, but she's into yoga and deep breathing and meditation. Killing Charlotte seems completely out of character. Could it be the stress? Did finding out about the affair cause her to go crazy? He shook his head, trying to find a reason, but Molly knew from experience sometimes there was no good reason. Are you still leaving on Sunday? She asked. I have to. But I suspect Pamela will want to stay on, to be here for Allison and the girls. I know she's angry with Wyatt for causing this whole thing to begin with, but in time, I'm sure she'll forgive him. Did you and Pamela drive up together? No, Nathan said. Pamela came up Friday. I didn't get here until Monday night. Why? No reason. I was curious, that's all. Matt said, Molly, we should go. He opened the door, but Molly remained where she was. Pamela walked past them into the kitchen, carrying a tray with the dirty dishes and silverware. Molly? She shook herself a little. Yes, I'm coming. She looked at Nathan. He looked tired, and she couldn't bring herself to say goodnight to him. The words would ring hollow. Walking to the car with Matt, she wished she could shake the feeling that she had gotten something wrong. Chapter 30. As Matt held the passenger door open for her, Molly glanced back at the house. Nathan stood on the other side of the glass door, watching them. She gave him a small wave, and he lifted his hand and waved back. She got into the car, but she didn't buckle her seatbelt. When Matt slid in behind the wheel, she rested her hand on his arm. Wait, we can't leave yet. He looked at her. Why? What's going on? I'm not sure. She stared out the window at the house. Nathan was gone. I need a minute to think. Okay. Matt started the engine and turned on the heat. Then he leaned his head back against the headrest, knowing Molly would need more than a minute to organize her thoughts. 5 minutes later, she turned to him and said, It's Allison's confession. It isn't sitting right with me. I have questions that still need answering. She reached for the door handle. I have to talk to Pamela. Matt frowned. Right now? She's not exactly in a good mood. I know, but it can't wait. I can't believe I'm going to do this. She knew she could be wrong, but there was only one way to find out. She opened the door and got out. I won't be long. She took a deep breath before she rang the doorbell. Through the glass, she saw Nathan walk out of the living room. When he saw her, his brows drew together, and he opened the door. He was holding a whiskey tumbler in his hand. He'd consumed most of it while she'd been sitting in the car with Matt analyzing Allison's confession, trying to alleviate her doubts, but failing to do so. Molly, I thought you'd gone home. Did you forget something? Yes. No, not exactly. I need to talk to Pamela. It's important. He let her into the house, and Molly felt relieved that he wasn't pressing her to explain herself. Pamela's in the kitchen. He pointed to the seamless door. I'll be in the living room, topping off my drink. He wandered away, his shoulders slumped. Molly wished there was something she could say to cheer him up, but under the circumstances that was impossible. She took another deep breath before she went into the brilliant white kitchen. The door shushed softly closed behind her. Pamela was standing by the dishwasher, red rubber gloves on her hands, rinsing dishes before placing them onto the racks. When she saw Molly, her mouth turned down in a frown. What do you want? When did Allison first tell you about the calls between Charlotte and Wyatt? I don't have the exact date, but it was shortly after she discovered them on his phone. Why do you want to know? Please, just humor me. Did you advise her? Pamela stared at her. If you think I told her to wreck her car to reel Wyatt back in, you're quite mistaken. I had no idea she was going to do such a thing. She placed a glass on the top rack. I advised her to talk to Wyatt and ask him what his intentions were. She said she would, but then she wrecked her car before she got around to it. Or so I thought. And Wyatt, well, it appeared he did have a change of heart after the accident. He became very attentive to Allison and was truly worried about her. We both felt he'd learned his lesson the hard way. He wouldn't take Allison for granted again. So neither of you ever actually discussed the affair with him? No, because there didn't seem to be a need to. Allison told me the calls had stopped. We assumed it was over. Pamela started rinsing the silverware. I'm not sure what you think you're doing bringing this up now. She turned to face her. You made me sit there in my living room and forced me to listen to Allison confess to the whole world that she killed Charlotte. She shook her head. If you're looking for absolution, you've come to the wrong place. Maybe in time I can forgive you for destroying her life, but not now. I don't think Allison killed Charlotte. Pamela held still. What? You drove up on Friday, before Nathan did. You had plenty of time to go to a checkered past, confront Charlotte, and kill her. Don't be ridiculous. Pamela turned back to the sink and started rinsing again. Why would I kill Charlotte? Because Allison had tracked Wyatt's car and knew he'd gone to see her, and just like she did before, she called you for advice. You both thought he'd started the affair again, and you knew you couldn't let it go on. Pamela had started to stack the utensil tray with silverware. Molly continued. Wyatt is the head of your company, a company you and your husband built together. His marriage breakup would be hard on Allison and the girls, of course, but you worried how it could affect the business, because that's what you really care about, and that's why you had to make sure Charlotte was stopped for good. You certainly didn't trust Wyatt to end it. You think he's weak. I know it was you who killed her, not Allison. The attack happened so quickly, Molly had little time to react. Pamela suddenly ran at her, arm upraised, a silver knife gripped in her hand. Molly ran for the door, but Pamela was angry and fast. Molly heard a whoosh of air behind her, then felt the sharp steel of the knife tear through her coat and slice into her back. She fell hard on the floor, barely breaking her fall with her hands. Rolling onto her side, she saw Pamela lunging toward her again, knife raised. Molly kicked Pamela's ankle. She teetered for a moment but didn't fall. She kicked her again, this time in the shin. Pamela stumbled and landed on the floor beside her. Molly scrambled to her feet and stepped on Pamela's wrist, forcing her to release her grip on the knife. But as Molly bent to pick it up, Pamela grabbed her leg and pulled her off her feet. On the floor again, Molly stared into Pamela's eyes. They were wild and full of hate as she reached for the knife. "You will not ruin my family," Pamela spat. Molly knew she had to do something fast if she was going to stop her. She threw a punch, striking Pamela in the jaw. Pamela retaliated by jabbing Molly in the ribs with her elbow. They tussled on the floor, scratching and kicking each other, and the longer it went on, the more Molly felt her energy draining. The pain from the knife wound in her back wasn't helping. It was like a hot fire, burning away her resolve to fight on. Pamela could sense she was growing weak. She grinned as she shoved Molly away from the knife, then got to her feet and walked over to pick it up. Is this how my life is going to end? Tears slid down Molly's cheeks. Matt knew she loved him. But what about Tyler? He was so little. He wouldn't remember her. She tried to call out for help, but her voice was as weak as the mew of a kitten. Why had she not asked Matt to come in with her? And where was Nathan? The room began to darken, and she thought she heard voices. Then suddenly, everything went black. Chapter 31. When Molly woke up, Matt was hovering over her, and there were cops everywhere. She felt herself being lifted on a gurney into an ambulance, and saw Matt climb in after all for the ride to the hospital. There she learned the good news, that the knife hadn't damaged her lungs or any other vital organs. Matt and Nathan had come to her rescue before Pamela could strike a mortal blow. When Molly got home 2 days later, Starling fussed over her, and the days blurred a little from the pain medication. Her mother came to visit every day, and although she didn't say it out loud, Molly knew what she was thinking. I told you so. For the first time in her life, Molly thought her mother might be right about ending her sleuthing. Maybe it was time to rethink the crime reporting side of her job and stick to interviewing dealers and attending auctions and estate sales. Hunting killers was dangerous, as this case had sadly proven once again. Lombardi stopped by to see her a few days later. Starling took Tyler to her apartment to give them privacy. He sat with Molly in the great room, where Starling had lit the gas fireplace. The sun was low in the sky. The days were getting shorter as October drew to a close. Molly had a mohair blanket wrapped around her, and the warmth from the fire made her feel sleepy. Or maybe it was the pain medication, she couldn't be sure.
How are you feeling?
The meds help with the pain, she said. I have an appointment with my doctor in a week to see how it's healing, but so far, Matt says it looks good. I'm just thankful Pamela didn't stab me with a butcher's knife. It could have been a whole lot worse.
Matt was really shook up about it.
Yeah, I know. Molly felt terrible remembering the expression on his face when she'd regained consciousness. He was petrified.
He said it was a scary scene, you on the floor, bleeding, and Pamela standing over you with the knife. He grabbed her arm, and Nathan took it away from her.
You know what? I'd rather not think about that part if you don't mind, she said. Officer Connolly took our statements. You can read those. Lombardi was sitting in Matt's recliner and decided to put his feet up.
This is comfortable. I might have to get a chair like this.
He gave her a smile, then grew serious again.
I have read your statements, but you didn't explain how you figured out that it was Pamela and not Allison who killed Charlotte.
Oh, well, I suppose it was the way Allison described what happened. It seemed scripted, as if she'd prepared to say it, in case anyone asked. It was also the words she said to Pamela, "Let me do this." Do what? My gut was telling me something was wrong. What I don't understand is why she confessed to a crime she didn't commit in the first place.
Well, since I've interviewed everyone, I can answer that question, he said. First, Allison's version of what happened wasn't entirely wrong. She did try to talk to Charlotte at the shop that morning, but she went there with Pamela. When Charlotte pushed her to get her to leave, it was Pamela who went after her and killed her.
Molly shook her head. I should have paid more attention to Charlotte's feelings for Wyatt. He wasn't like the other married men she was involved with. I don't even think she was really blackmailing him with the property. She knew it would all come out eventually, that she didn't own it. In some ways, she was a lot like Allison. They both thought if they did something drastic, Wyatt would come running back to them. Only, instead of a car accident, Charlotte pretended to buy the land. It was the reason he went to see her, after ignoring her.
What I found creepy about both women was how calm they were about the fact that Pamela killed Charlotte. They weren't too worried about getting caught, because they were wearing gloves. They actually took the time to talk through what they would say if the police questioned them.
So I was right. Allison was prepared.
Yeah. What's sad is, Pamela convinced her that if they were arrested, it would be better for Allison to confess to the murder. She told her a jury would be more sympathetic to a married woman with children, especially one who had been cheated on by her husband.
Pamela is not a good person.
No, she's not.
Molly sighed. What will happen to them?
There will be trials. They'll both go to prison. It will be worse for Pamela, of course, since she killed Charlotte and tried to kill you.
She wrapped the blanket closer around her. She didn't like to think about the wound in her back. What about Janelle?
She's had her arraignment, and bail was set and paid. She's home with her son. Theodore moved out.
Oh, no.
I talked to him. He feels betrayed, which is understandable, but I think eventually he'll go back to her. He loves Janelle. He just needs time to process it all.
Do you think he knew about the coin robbery?
No.
Lombardi shook his head.
I think Janelle kept him in the dark. Renee didn't know either. I've been able to go through her financial records. There are no abnormalities. I don't think she had a clue that Charlotte was blackmailing anyone. As for any money Charlotte got for the coins, she says she never saw any signs of it.
She finally blew through it all. That's why she started blackmailing those men. What about Quincy? Do you have anything on him?
Shelley was able to obtain a warrant to search his house to specifically look at his coin collection. We got Darcy Meadows, the coin expert, in as a consultant. She was impressed with the collection. He has a single original 1-cent coin dated 1863, and he has a sales receipt for it that goes back to 1986. Darcy said the person who sold it to him is long dead, and it's impossible to know if it's a forgery. It's on mimeograph paper, the kind they used to use to write out receipts. It could be a fake.
Sounds like he won't be charged with anything.
No. Shelley doesn't have any reason to arrest him, although she does now think you could be right, and the $100,000 he paid Renee and Charlotte was money he gave to Charlotte in exchange for the coins. There's just no way to prove it.
He probably sold the other coins, or traded them years ago and never left a paper trail. Molly felt disgusted. I hate that he probably got away with it.
He and Renee are moving to the Virgin Islands. He has a home there.
Molly wasn't surprised. I bet he never marries her, though. She yawned. Why do people kill each other?
Money, love, and greed come to mind. But I truly believe, at the heart of it, is selfishness. Pure and simple. They want something, and they're going to get it one way or the other, even if they have to kill for it. Pamela's lawyer is insisting her actions weren't premeditated, by the way, but the fact that she's so protective of her company, and the family name, I can't believe she didn't plan the whole thing, or was at the very least ready to take advantage of the opportunity when it arose. She believed Charlotte was a menace, not only to Wyatt and Allison, but to the company.
Molly nodded. Her eyes were getting heavy. Anything else you want to share with me?
No, that's about it.
He looked at her.
Have you talked to Nathan?
I haven't seen him since that night, but he called Matt after I got home from the hospital to make sure I was all right. I sent him a text yesterday. I asked him to give me a call, but I haven't heard back. I've invited him to our Halloween brunch.
Are you sure you're still up for that?
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I've got a couple more weeks. I'll be all healed up by then, I'm sure. But I have a feeling he isn't going to come. He's probably mad at me.
Why?
She looked at him. Why do you think? Because I'm responsible for his wife and daughter-in-law getting arrested.
Molly, his wife confessed to killing Charlotte, and she tried to kill you. He should be thanking you for exposing that his wife was a murderer. I'm actually kind of surprised that you invited him to the party. Are you sure you want to see him right now?
She shrugged. I don't know. Maybe it was the drugs that made me do it. I feel a little loopy. He laughed.
Well, I'll leave you to rest. Get back on your feet soon. Let me know if I can do anything for you, okay?
Sure. You know, there is one thing you could do for me.
Name it.
Check on Tyler and Starling. And if you have some time, hang out with them for a while. Tyler needs a distraction. He smiled.
I can do that. Get some rest.
He walked away, and Molly smiled as she heard him open the door to the in-law suite and climb the steps. He really had no idea she knew anything about his engagement to Starling. She closed her eyes and thought about Wyatt, and how he had lied and cheated on Allison. What part was worse, the lying or the cheating? She couldn't decide. Were they mutually exclusive? They were both bad. And now Wyatt would have to live with the consequences of what he'd done. He had wrecked his marriage, and Charlotte was dead. Molly wondered how Nathan was doing. He'd been lied to as well, and Pamela's lie was a real whopper. She wondered if he was going to divorce her. If he did, he'd probably never come to Vermont again. Her mind began to drift, and as the fog of sleep rolled over her, she thought maybe, just maybe, she was learning how to forgive him. Why else would she feel so sad? Chapter 32. A week after she was stabbed, Molly's back was healing nicely, and she was off the prescription medication. She felt much better with a clear head. And just in time, too, since there was one more thing she needed to do to wrap up the Larry Pruitt case. She made a phone call to Noble Dyson, a private detective in Boston. They had met last year on another murder case, and at first she was a little afraid of him. Later, she realized he was doing a job, too. He looked dangerous, though, with his crooked nose, close-set eyes, and the scar on his left cheek. Lombardi had told her he had a reputation for doing dirty work for his clients, but he always managed not to cross the line into illegality. Molly thought he probably had on more than one occasion, but he was too smart to get caught.
"If it isn't Molly Appleby," he said with a laugh, "to what do I owe the honor?"
"I need your help with something," she said.
"Are you ready to work for me?"
"No," Molly smiled. He'd offered her a job, which she'd politely turned down. She wouldn't work for him in a million years, but she'd taken the offer as a compliment. "I'm trying to find some people, and the internet isn't getting me anywhere."
"Why don't you ask your cop friend to help you out?"
"I don't want to bother him with this, in case it doesn't pan out."
"All right, I'm intrigued. What are you up to?"
"I need the contact information for 3 people who owned the same house in Burlington where a murder was committed 15 years ago." She gave him a summary of the Pruitt case. "I want to ask them if they have any idea how the coins ended up hidden in the bathroom vanity. Someone has to know how they got there."
"Someone who was paranoid put them there," he said. "I'm going to make a guess that it was some little old man or little old lady, but instead of hiding them under the mattress, they went one step further. Then they died, and no one knew they were there."
"You could be right, but I won't know unless I can find them to talk to them. Can you do it?"
"Of course I can. I've got a computer guy who works miracles. Text me their names."
Molly thanked him, and after she hung up, she texted him the 3 names. She felt a great sense of relief, confident that Dyson or his computer guy would be able to get the information. He called back 20 minutes later.
"Wow, that was quick," she said. "It didn't take long. My guy said 2 of the men are dead."
"Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." Although it was not too surprising, since they had owned the house on Webster Street going back to the 1950s and 1970s. "What about the woman, Tracy Briggs?"
"He found her. She bought the house in 1978 and sold it in 1990 to Gloria and Stuart Wilcox. She was married at the time to a guy named Dennis Briggs. They divorced in 1990, and she moved to Lexington, Mass., where she still lives. I'll text you her contact information. Are you going to call her?"
"Yes, absolutely. I hope she knows something about the coins, because if she doesn't, I suppose I'll never know who put them there, or why."
"If she's in the dark, let me know. I can run a check into the dead guys, see if they've got relatives you can talk to. I still like my idea about it being some paranoid old man or old lady."
Molly shook her head. "You're so crude. Text me Tracy's info." He laughed and ended the call, and a minute later his text came through. Molly wasted no time. She dialed Tracy Briggs's number, prepared to leave a voicemail, but she picked up. Molly introduced herself. "I write for Collectors Weekly, an antiques and collectibles magazine. I'd like to ask you about a property you owned in Burlington, Vermont. It's for an article I'm writing." "Do you have FaceTime?" "What? Yes." "Good. I'm going to put this call on FaceTime. I want to see some ID." Molly opened FaceTime, and a woman in her 60s appeared on the screen. She had curly gray hair and wore round eyeglasses, which made her blue eyes look enormous. Molly showed her a driver's license and her business card. "Is that enough ID?" "Yes, it is, thank you. You can never be too careful these days. I didn't want to give you any information without knowing who you are. So, what's this about?" "There was a murder that took place." Tracy cut her off. "A murder? At the condo?" Molly was confused. "What condo?" "It's a house on Webster Street." "Oh, that house." Tracy waved her hand. "I never lived there. I bought it for my father." Molly tried not to show her frustration, but all she could think about at that moment was that this was going to be complicated, and she didn't want complicated. She wanted easy. "Is your father still alive?" "No, Dad died in 1990. I sold the house to a couple with a baby. I don't remember their names." "It was Gloria and Stuart Wilcox." "Okay, I'll take your word for it." Tracy frowned. "Was it one of them who was killed? My God, what happened?" "It wasn't them. Did your father collect rare coins?" "Yes. Why?" Molly felt like fist-pumping the air, but she controlled herself, since Tracy could see her. "The man who was killed was named Larry Pruitt. He bought the house from Gloria Wilcox. About 4 years later, he was renovating the bathroom and found some coins hidden under a false floorboard someone had built under the vanity." Tracy laughed. "Oh my gosh, it must have been my father. He loved to do woodwork until he got too senile for it. What kind of coins are they?" "They're from the Civil War era. There were originally 25 coins. Only 5 have been found. They turned up recently in the course of another homicide investigation." Tracy was shocked. "Do you mean to say that those coins are the cause of 2 murders?" Molly nodded. "I'm afraid so." "I'm sorry to hear it. I truly am. I feel like it's my fault. I should have kept track of my father's coin collection. He brought it with him when I moved him out of our family home in Culpeper, Virginia, after my mother died." "He didn't want to move." Molly smiled. "I thought I heard a soft Southern accent. You grew up in Virginia?" "Yes. Our home has been in our family for generations. Dad was afraid we were going to sell it. I can hear you've got an accent, too. Where are you from originally?" "North Carolina. We moved to Vermont for my husband's work." "I loved living there, even though my marriage fell apart at the end." Tracy sighed. "Anyway, my brother ended up buying the house, even though he was working overseas at the time and couldn't live there. Dad was happy it was going to stay in the family, and I was happy he was willing to come live in Vermont." "And you bought the house for him?" "Yes, in 1978. It wasn't expensive, and my ex and I were living in a condo, so he couldn't move in with us. It was only a 10-minute walk to the Webster Street house." Tracy smiled. "Dad was a stubborn, proud man. He wanted his independence. He lived on his own for years, until the dementia got bad, and I had to hire visiting nurses. He'd set up a little workshop in the garage and puttered around the place. I suppose he hid the coins in the early stages of dementia. He kept his coin collection in the spare bedroom. I took it after he died, not realizing he'd squirreled some away." Her gaze grew thoughtful. "I wonder if those are the same coins I found when I was a teenager. I was rooting around in my father's desk for God knows what, and I came across this burlap bag filled with coins. I showed them to my brother, and he told me it must be loot stolen during the Civil War. I put them back, and never gave it another thought." Molly nodded. "The coins are actually worth a lot of money. They're unaltered, in near original condition. Do you have any idea how your father came to have them?" "Oh, yeah, I think I do." Tracy smiled. "It's a family story. Have you ever heard of Mosby's Rangers?" "Of course. Remember, I'm from North Carolina." Molly had grown up hearing stories about Mosby's Rangers, also known as Mosby's Raiders or Mosby's Men. They made up the 43rd Battalion of the Virginia Cavalry, under the command of Colonel John S. Mosby, who was also known as the Gray Ghost. Known as a band of Confederate partisans, they struck fast and, for the most part, eluded capture. They were famous for disrupting Union communications and supply lines, stealing whatever treasures and money they could get their hands on. Tracy said, "I grew up hearing stories about Mosby's Men because my great-grandfather, Tillis Lyons, was one of them. He was only 18 when he joined, but he kept a journal. My brother has it. He took part in the Greenback Raid. Have you heard of it?" "I don't think so. What happened?" "They derailed a Union train and stole the money that was supposed to be used to pay Sheridan's army. They divided up the loot, and supposedly he used his share to build a home after the war ended. But there were other raids, too, ones he didn't name in the journal. Just some cryptic notes about gold and jewelry and money. I suppose the coins could have come from any one of those robberies." "Was he involved in the robbery in Fairfax County?" "The one where they stole a treasure and buried it somewhere in the woods with the intention of coming back for it, but no one ever did?" Tracy laughed. "Not too bright, if you ask me. If someone didn't make a note of the spot, it could still be out there." "I've always wondered if it was a made-up story," Molly said. "You would think by now, with all the development in that area, someone would have dug it up." "Yeah, you'd think so. Either that or they really did hide it well." Tracy smiled. "All this time, I never connected any of Dad's coins to any of the raids, but now I'm wondering. I'll have to check the dates. Honestly, they're sitting in a closet. I never even look at them." "Your brother didn't want any?" Tracy shook her head. "He has no interest in the coins." Molly felt thrilled. She was certain she'd found the original owner of the coins, or at least his daughter. "Do you want the coins? Because if you do, I can give you the name of the detective in charge of the case. She could put you in touch with the victim's son. Otherwise, they'll most likely be returned to him, but he might be willing to work something out with you." "Those 5 coins altogether, sold at auction, would bring in around $70,000. Tracy whistled. "That's a lot of money," she said. "I had no idea. Now I really will check out Dad's coins. I could be sitting on top of a fortune." She laughed. "I'd talk it over with my brother, but I know exactly what he'll say once I've explained everything." "And what is that?" "We'll take a pass, Molly. Let the victim's son keep the coins. His father was murdered for them, and although I know it can't heal his wounds or replace his father, maybe the money can be put to good use somehow. My brother and I don't need them." "All right, but if you change your mind, let me know. You've got my number." "I will." Tracy smiled. "Thank you for calling. This has been fascinating discussion. Brings back a lot of memories of Dad. I miss him. Are your parents still alive?" "Yes, my mother lives here in Vermont." This was the first time Molly could remember anyone asking about her father after she'd met him. She was finally able to say, "My father lives in New York." Chapter 33. When Molly was a child, she loved trick-or-treating with her friends. They carried big pillowcases and filled them up until they became too heavy to lug around anymore. Only then would they go back to her house and dump the candy out on the living room carpet before heading out for round 2 of the neighborhood. Then they would return home and swap candy. "I'll swap you my baby Ruth for those M&Ms. Of course, being Molly, she wasn't one to spend much time on a costume. Clara tried to interest her in elaborate creations that looked like something you would find on the pages of a magazine, but Molly never gave in to her mother's whims. She insisted on simple. Her favorite go-to costume was a hippie, since it was easy to make. Her hair was already long, and all she had to do was add a headband, some bell-bottom jeans, and a cool denim jacket with piece patches bought at a vintage clothing store. Easy peasy. When it came time to choose a costume for Tyler, however, there was no getting around her mother. Clara was not going to allow her only grandchild to go out trick-or-treating as he had the previous year when Molly had pushed him around in his stroller as a baby hippie. She took him shopping, alone, and let him pick out his costume, which she later proudly displayed to Molly. Tyler was going as Spider-Man. Molly tried to explain to her mother that he had no idea who Spider-Man was, but Clara didn't want to hear anything negative. Tyler was the one who had pointed the costume out to her, and Spider-Man is what he was going to be. Molly was excited about Halloween, not only because it would be the first time Tyler could actually walk around the block with them while holding hands, but because Starling and Lombardi would be announcing their engagement. Clara and Sean were still in the dark, and so was Molly's father. After not hearing back from him, she had sent 2 more text messages and left a voicemail repeating her invitation. She was still hoping he would reply. On the brunch menu was her Aunt Tessa's pancake recipe: sausage, bacon, a veggie frittata, and a strawberry salad with basil and avocado. Matt was in charge of grilling the sausage and bacon, and he made the champagne mimosas. Bubbles had to be present for the engagement announcement. Starling made the salad, and her mother was bringing the frittata. Clara and Sean arrived at 11:30 on the dot. Lombardi walked in the door 15 minutes later carrying 2 flower bouquets, red roses for Starling, and a Hostess fall flower collection for Molly, made up of orange fall roses, yellow button mums, and burgundy carnations. Molly knew her gift was probably a smokescreen to draw attention away from the red roses, since he and Starling weren't even supposed to be dating anymore. Starling played her part well. She acted surprised and innocent and commented on how beautiful both of the bouquets were. Then she put them in separate vases and set the vases on the sideboard in the dining room. Clara took Tyler upstairs to dress him in his costume, despite Molly's reservations about him eating with it on. When they came back downstairs, she made a big production of showing him off, asking Sean to play the original Spider-Man theme song from the 1960s cartoon. It was the first time Tyler had ever heard it, and he loved the song. He danced in the middle of the room holding onto his grandmother's hands, which inspired Lombardi to grab Starling's hand and start twirling her around the room. By the time the music ended, everyone was thirsty, including Molly and Matt, who were cooking. Starling poured mimosas, and Molly poured the last of the pancake batter on the griddle. Starling was a beautiful young woman, but Molly thought on that day she looked positively glowing. She couldn't believe her mother hadn't noticed. She had an eagle eye about such things. When the bacon was done, Matt stirred the sizzling sausage. Molly's pile of pancakes had grown in the chafing dish, the frittata was warming in the oven, and the salad was on the kitchen table. They had set everything up buffet style, and when everyone was together in the room, Lombardi tapped a spoon on his champagne flute to get their attention. "Real quick, before we eat this wonderful meal, I want to thank Molly and Matt for hosting. I really can't wait to go trick-or-treating with Tyler. But it's also a special day for another reason, because Starling and I have an announcement to make." He slipped his arm around her waist. "I asked her to marry me, and to my joy and amazement, she said yes." Clara squealed with delight. "I knew something was up with those roses." Sean pumped his hand and kissed Starling on the cheek.
"Congratulations to both of you."
Matt winked at Molly. They had kept the engagement a secret and felt proud of themselves. Lombardi reached into his pocket and took out a small jewelry box.
"Starling was very particular about the kind of ring she wanted," he said. "You all know her love of antiques and vintage clothes."
He opened the box and took out an emerald and diamond ring that Molly immediately recognized.
"I have it on good authority that the previous owner of this ring was a lovely, kind woman who would have been thrilled to know that another lovely, kind woman would be its new caretaker."
Starling blinked back tears. "Oh, Tony, it's stunning. I love it." She hugged him, and everyone cheered. Over her shoulder, Lombardi glanced at Molly and gave her a big smile. He knew she had recognized the ring. Matt lifted his glass.
"A toast to the happy couple," he said. "We are, all of us, extremely delighted to hear this fantastic news, and to welcome Tony, officially, to the family. I hope you know what you're getting into."
Lombardi laughed.
"I sure do. And I consider myself the luckiest man in the world."
He kissed Starling, and everyone drank to their future happiness.
"I also want to take a moment to thank Molly, not only for being the best secret weapon a detective could hope for, but for being such a good friend. If we hadn't met on a murder investigation years ago, while she was planning her wedding, no less, I never would have met Starling, and I wouldn't be here right now, surrounded by people I love best in the world."
Clara fanned her face with her hand. "Oh, my dear, if you keep going on like this, I'm going to need smelling salts," Matt said.
"To Molly."
They lifted their glasses once more. Molly laughed. "All right, enough of this touchy-feely stuff. It's time to eat before it gets cold." A line formed, and after they had filled their plates and were seated around the dining room table, Lombardi, who was seated next to Molly, leaned over and said,
"You knew about the engagement, didn't you?"
Molly looked at him. "No, of course not." She wasn't going to throw Starling under the bus. "I'm really happy to see you bought the late Mrs. Pruitt's ring."
"When I picked it up from Geneva, I knew Starling would love it. I did have to sign a form promising that if it's needed for evidence at Janelle's trial, it will be produced."
He winked.
"I'll tell Starling later."
"Did you ask Keith Pruitt to let you buy it?"
"Oh, yeah. He's a nice guy. Lives in Wyoming. Divorced, no kids. He told me about his mom. Said she was sweet and kind, and a saint for putting up with his father. Evidently, Janelle wasn't exaggerating about Larry. He really wasn't a very nice man."
Molly felt bad for Mrs. Pruitt, but she was happy her ring had found a new home on just the right person. He said quietly,
"I'm sorry to see Nathan isn't here. Did he ever get back to you?"
"No. Have you talked to him about Pamela's case?"
"I haven't spoken to him since her arrest. I don't think he's visited her in jail."
Molly sighed. "He never married after Ma. Then Pamela finally came along, and he finally found someone to be with. They haven't even been married for a year. I feel bad for him, and it feels strange saying that. All those years without a father, I'd gotten used to the idea of not having one. He shows up, asks to meet me, hopes I'll forgive him, and I decide to give him a second chance, and it hasn't been easy. I did it because I thought it was the right thing to do, not just for me, but for Tyler. He deserves to know his grandfather." She shook her head. "Now he's gone again for the second time. He's going to miss out on knowing my beautiful little boy."
"You know I'm a cop, which means I tend to be a pessimist. So normally, I hold the view that most people don't change. But I'm willing to bet that Nathan has. Don't give up on him yet."
He reached over the table for the pitcher of mimosas and topped off both of their glasses.
"And thank you again for brunch. Everything is delicious. And this is fun. Tyler looks really cute. Can I get first dibs on holding his hand when we go out trick-or-treating?"
"You'll have to fight over him with Matt and Mom, and probably Starling and Sean. But sure, go for it." He laughed, and the doorbell rang, and Molly froze in place. "I wonder who that could be." Matt pushed his chair back.
"I'll get it."
He shot Molly a hopeful glance as he headed for the door. From where she was sitting, Molly had a wide-open view of the foyer. It seemed like Matt was moving in slow motion as he opened the door. When Nathan walked into the house, Lombardi said,
"Looks like he has changed after all."
Molly stayed seated, but Lombardi got up and pulled another chair to the table next to her. He moved his chair one seat over. Clara did the honors of welcoming Nathan, since Molly hadn't spoken up. "We're all very glad you could make it," she said. Tyler was sitting next to Clara, staring at this new addition to their party with interest. She pointed to Nathan. "Tyler, meet your grandpa." Tyler shook his head. He pointed at Sean. "Grandpa." Yes, that's right. But you have 2 grandfathers. Tyler frowned, and Molly knew this was all going way over his head. She said, "You can call the new guy Pop Pop." Tyler giggled. "Pop Pop, Pop Pop." Nathan was staring at Tyler with awe and wonder. Molly almost laughed out loud. It was as if he'd never seen a 2-year-old before. More likely, it had something to do with the realization that this was his biological grandson. Matt said, "Food is in the kitchen, Nathan. Help yourself." Nathan returned with a full plate. He sat next to Molly, and while everyone talked around them, said, "Thank you for inviting me. I apologize for not having gotten back to you. I really should have called, but things have been hectic back at the restaurant." "It's fine. As you can see, there's plenty of food." "I'm glad to see you looking so well. When I saw you in the kitchen that horrible night, I couldn't believe it. I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault." Molly took a sip of her mimosa. "I'm sure you have a lot to deal with since Pamela's arrest, but I want to apologize to you for what happened. I feel bad about it." "You have nothing to apologize for. Pamela has to face the consequences of what she's done. We'll get through it somehow." "What are you going to do?" He looked at her. "You're wondering if I'm going to stick it out with her. The answer is yes, I am." He smiled. "I can see you're shocked. I know. The father who ran out on his wife and child is going to try sticking with wife number 2, the criminal who will probably go to prison for a decade or more. It doesn't seem possible, does it?" "It's not that. It's just, well," she lowered her voice so Tyler couldn't overhear them. "She tried to kill me, and she killed Charlotte, and she was going to let Allison take the blame for it. No one, including me, would blame you for leaving her." "I appreciate you saying that, but everyone else has abandoned her. Wyatt won't talk to his mother, and Allison is pretending nothing ever happened, which could be her lawyer's ploy to get her off the hook, since they're looking at an insanity defense. I hope she gets some psychiatric counseling. Then there are the lifelong friends who suddenly don't know Pamela, and Lyman Construction's board of directors has cut her loose and wants nothing to do with her. I can't leave her. Not now." Molly nodded. "I understand. It's very kind of you." "I'm a slow learner, but I'm getting there." "I'm glad," she said. "I have you to thank." Molly was surprised. "Me?" "You're a good role model. You've built yourself a wonderful life with a loving husband. You have an adorable son, and your mother loves you very, very much." He smiled. "I know I'm late to the party, but I love you too." She didn't know what to say. Of course, the natural response would be to say she loved him, but she couldn't do it. Was this a bad sign? Had she not forgiven him? Did it matter? She felt like Tyler when he took his first baby steps, and one day she hoped she would be sprinting toward the finish line. And when she got there, she would say, "I love you too," and really mean it. Until then, she would just have to do her best. Molly lifted her glass. "To new beginnings," she said. This concludes Mint Condition Murder by Ellery Adams and Parker Riggs, narrated by Andy Arndt. Copyright 2021 by Ellery Adams and Parker Riggs. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Beyond the Page Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.